Archive Index number 001, Bliss. "You're it!" shouted Ravenna, as she tapped Brevis's shoulder, her vivid headdress of flowers soaking up rays of sunlight. It gave her that extra burst of energy. Brevis smiled, and for just a moment the leaves of his headdress skittered with a soft mechanical click. "Okay, but you better let me find a good hiding place this time. No peeking." She covered her eyes with her hands, revealing more of the metallic flecks that pervaded them. Ravenna laughed, whispering back, her eyes glinting with the flickering light of the forest. "I don't peek. You're just bad at hiding." Brevis vanished into the trees, limbs moving fluidly, a whirring noise accompanying every movement. Ravenna began counting, her words clear and echoing through the trees. She shouted, 1, 2, 3, ready or not, here I come, and, as she opened her eyes, scanned the woods. The trees were tall and straight, and the leaves had a metallic sheen, and twisted the light into rainbows. They made sounds like wind chimes or bells. Flocks of birds flew between the trees with wings like polished steel. They sang, not with songs from their throats, but with the soft whirrings of motors. The Agria forest, the largest area of trees and wilderness in all of Machrinath, was still waking up with the sun having just started to rise. Small creatures were beginning to move in the forest, creatures made out of an odd mixture of fur, plants, and metal. Their eyes were glowing with an inner radiance but otherwise expressionless. They seemed to have little errands to run, and it was a busy scene. The only other sounds were of hidden machinery humming, and of trees rustling, and of birds and animals calling to one another. But as the sun climbed into the sky, the forest seemed to be a place of noises and sights that indicated its uniqueness. The ground appeared to be alive. It was covered with a carpet of moss-like material that seemed to pulsate with a low, humming pulse, interspersed with small green plants and glistening metal-like roots. The ground even drew in sunlight and nutrients, and almost breathed just as the children did. Ravenna advanced, sometimes weaving in and out of the thin shafts of light, and her small size allowed her to shimmy through the trees. "I know you're around here somewhere, Brevis." A giggle gave his game away. It came from behind a bush. "You'll never find me," he shouted with joy, and Ravenna, with her heart pounding, crept slowly forward. "Oh, I think I will." She pounced around the bush and at him. Brevis squealed and ran deeper into the wood, dodging her fingers. "Too slow, Ravenna," he called over his shoulder, his laugh ringing out. Ravenna was right behind him, laughing as well. "Just you wait, Brevis. I'll catch you yet," she said, filled with determination, and took off. Amara leaned over the metal rail of the porch, the grafted iron hot from the sun, and watched her children play by the edge of the Agria wilderness. Beside her, Kurat fiddled with the tool of his belt, and stared, as she was looking, at the children. "Look at Ravenna," Amara said in a whisper, a smile touching the corners of her mouth. "Even at this age, her headdress is so colorful and full of blossoms. She has such confidence compared to her brother." Kurat nodded, a rueful expression on his face. "Brevis is smaller than I expected he would be, small for a male. He always approaches things cautiously. That has sometimes troubled me more than it should, but I suppose it is a gift. He is not so bold as his sister, but he knows how the balance of the world is knit together from flesh and metal and plant." "We are lucky to raise them here in Leafshade," said Amara, gesturing towards their home. It was an enormous hollow tree which the house had been built into, surrounded by an organic and hand-hammered metal. Far from the city, where the other Wehrmacht try to tame the forest with those cold, colossal structures they call skyscrapers. Here, where the children can simply be, surrounded by the living tapestries of our walls and the mechanical heartbeat of the land. Kurat responded. "Peace remains fragile, though. Beyond Mount Lapis in the city of Pyre, the Nymphaea show dominion over nature through foreboding architecture. They worship a pantheon of gods we know to be shades of Malomus, and consider a divine sovereign to be a god incarnate." Amara shivered. "I thank Aline every day that we are permitted our temple here. To see its spire from the forest edge is a comfort. The Nymphaea may have conquered our tribe and forced us into servitude, but they cannot take our faith in the one true goddess." "They take what they can," Kurat said quietly. "Our kin in the cities are displaced by the magi of shadows. We are only insulated because of these biomechanical animals we raise. As long as we provide them with the beasts they need, those sleek metallic hides with organic hearts, Taskmaster Darek stays away. It is why our traditions matter now more than ever," Amara insisted. "Tonight, at the gathering, we must tell the old stories again. Some of the younger ones suggest using scratch reed or metal sheet to record our history, but it lacks the soul of the spoken word. Without the oral storytelling, how will the children feel the emotional depth of our heritage?" Kurat looked at the children again. "They don't even know the hunger of the past, thanks to the abundance of energy sources in this ecosystem that fuel our very bodies. We have no need for the excess of the Nymphaea. Our simple ways and our vegetarian diet are our own form of resistance." "Let them stay unaware a little longer," Amara said, reaching for Kurat's hand. Let the olive tree remain their symbol of peace before they have to learn the endurance it truly represents. Curat squeezed her hand. As long as we have the community and our faith in Aline, we will endure. Even under the shadow of the blue lotus, we remain Oleaceae. Brevis, you can't hide from me, Ravenna said, trying to sound as confident as she could, and walked further into the forest. The trees closed in around her, their metallic leaves rustling in the wind. Shadows flitted across her vision, and the calls of animals she had never seen thrummed through the underbrush, too numerous to count. A creature that you might say looked like an earth wolf, with a supernatural glow in its eyes, stared down at her from the underbrush. It was a ferrofang, and it was huge, taller than the average vermach. It was the kind of creature whose great muscles rippled beneath its metallic pelt, a reminder of the wildness that was the world of Machrinath, of the danger in every shadow. Ravenna had walked right by the eyes. In an instant the creature was out of the underbrush, trotting towards Ravenna so fast that nothing between it and Ravenna was visible. The girl gasped, her heart racing as the creature stopped and wagged its tail furiously. Ravenna laughed, calling, "Lumi!" in relief. The family pet, Lumi, was a gigantic but docile creature they had used as a mode of transportation during long journeys, but was a beloved companion. The whir of Lumi's mechanical parts buzzed softly as she leaned into Ravenna's hand. Her eyes glowed with affection. "You scared me, Lumi," Ravenna scratched behind her ears. Lumi helped Ravenna to track down their quarry, but as Brevis crawled out of his hiding place, he pouted. "That's unfair. Lumi helped you," even though his eyes were sparkling. The forest vibrated with the delighted laugh of Ravenna. "All's fair in hide-and-seek," she shouted. Lumi returned Brevis's embrace. From the edge of the forest you could hear the sound of the siblings laughing, a joyful sound that blended with the rustling leaves and the distant calls of wildlife. The laughter became so strong that Ravenna soon began to cough. Brevis halted immediately, looking at her with concern. "Hey, don't overdo it, Ravenna." He put his hand on her shoulder. Ravenna waved him away with a smile, her eyes still sparkling with mirth. "I've told you before, Brevis, I'm fine," she added, her voice a little hoarse. Brevis noticed. He had a tiny seed of doubt, but he ignored it. After all, he didn't want to spoil the moment. Data stream summarized. No significant historical events detected. Unknown number of solar revolutions missing. Resuming reconstruction at next point of interest. Archive index number 002, Day in the Life. Bright rays of sun streaked through the leaves overhead and gave the village of Leafshade a greenish hue. Brevis stepped out of his bed and heard the familiar background of a village waking up. The mechanical insects also signaled the morning with the birds. "Brevis, wake up. We have a lot to do today," Amara called from the kitchen, her voice warm yet insistent. Brevis rubbed his eyes. Propping himself up and looking towards Ravenna, who was getting dressed, he realized her headdress of flowers and leaves appeared to be shining in the early morning light. "Come on, sleepyhead," Ravenna teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "We can't let the animals wait." Brevis laughed, dressed, and went to the kitchen, where his sister had joined their father and mother. Curat was filling the feed troughs, and Amara was reloading the supplies for the caravan. The kitchen was a hollowed-out section of the house tree, smooth polished and lit by the sun bouncing off the stone counters and the metal food processors. The machines hummed, and the smell of herbs freshly crushed in the herb garden that covered one wall filled the room. It was a tidy little home, with a large stone fireplace taking up one whole side of the room. The flames flickered underneath the collection of battered pots and pans used for cooking. Alongside, a whole row of detailed glass tubes snaked up the towers and across the walls. Some bubbled with medicinal potions, others smelled of exotic fruits and spices, all providing extra energy and nutrients to the animals for the journey ahead. The far end of the home was where their animals' needs were tended to. It contained large mechanical troughs, fitted with variable feeders to dispense the different amounts of food they needed. The scent of milled grain and fortified feed hung in the air. "Good morning, Brevis," Curat greeted, handing him a bucket of feed. "Take this to the stables, and make sure Lumi gets some food too." Brevis nodded, and stepped out into the cool morning air, walking toward the stables where the family's animals waited. Lumi heard him approach, and wagged her mechanical tail in greeting. "Morning, Lumi," Brevis said, scratching behind Lumi's ear. "Ready for a big day?" Lumi growled happily. Brevis fed the animals, and noticed as he did so that the other members of the Oleaceae tribe were awakening too. The sound of trade and the occasional laughter still filled the air, but the shadow of the caravan was upon them. "Brevis, over here!" came a voice. It was Leora, one of Brevis's closest friends from the other side of the road. With a basket of greens hanging from her hip, she walked towards Brevis, her flowery headdress bobbing over her head. Brevis always marveled at the flower's deep red tint. Each time he saw her, he couldn't help but smile, and his heart would skip a beat before he collected himself. "Hey, Leora," Brevis greeted, walking over. "How's everything going?" "Busy as usual," Leora replied with a smile. We're getting ready for the caravan too. My parents are hoping to trade some of our extra crops for new tools. We had a good harvest this season, and we have a lot more than the Nymphaea quota. Busy here too, Brevis said. We need this shipment to go well. Darek's been more demanding than ever. Leora's expression darkened a little, though resolve glimmered in her eyes. I heard. My father said the Nymphaea are pushing everyone harder this season. We just have to do our best. Brevis nodded, a determined yet disturbed expression on his face. Yeah, we will. See you later, Leora. Brevis returned to his work, but he could not shake the feeling. Darek and the Nymphaea were coming, and he knew that his family and their preparations must be perfect. But between Ravina's odd cough and all these demands, it was getting harder and harder to be optimistic. Sometimes he felt like Leora was all that kept him going. Back at the homestead, Ravina was helping Amara pack the last of their supplies. Do you think everything will be okay, Mama? She asked, feeling nervousness surging through her. Amara paused, and looking over at her daughter, smiled again. We'll be fine, Ravina. Aline is very aware of the difficult challenges we are facing. This too shall pass. Aline is always with us. Take courage in that. Ravina nodded and felt a little better. I will, Mama. I promise. Up until the morning of the caravan, the village was still a busy scene of preparation. Each family engaged in their own tasks. Regardless of the pressure from the constant threat of the Nymphaea, they were a united tribal people, with a common mindset for common goals. Brevis went on about the daily feedings and grooming of the riding birds and the mechadons. The riding birds, the Caravans, were superb. Their metallic plumage glimmered in the warm morning sun in blue and green hues. Their organic eyes were large and expressive, and their gaze was clever. The legs of the Caravans were a combination of muscle and metal, designed for both speed and long-distance travel. The mechadons were truly massive creatures, even the young ones, much larger than Brevis himself. Their trunks were flexible and protected by a mesh of intertwined vines and metal plates, yet still powerful. Their legs had mechanical joints which gave them the strength to carry heavy loads, and their deep, soulful eyes seemed to contain ancient wisdom. They were similar in appearance to a mechanized elephant, but much larger than any land creature found on Earth. During his work, Brevis took time to bond with one of the family mechadons. Tarka, a gentle giant, had been in the family for several generations, and Brevis felt a special affinity for him. He approached Tarka, and the enormous beast rumbled at him in soft greeting. Hey, Tarka, Brevis said, reaching up to stroke the mechadon's trunk. How are you doing today, big guy? Stretching his trunk outward, Tarka touched Brevis's arm in a gentle embrace, and the mechadon's warmth and power brought a smile to Brevis's face. He began by combing Tarka's metal hide, and making sure that all the joints were well oiled, and that there were no dead vines. You know, Tarka, sometimes I wish I could just run away with you into the forest, Brevis confided, away from all the pressure and demands. Just you, me, and the wild. It was as though Tarka understood. He stood still and rumbling softly, while Brevis continued to groom him. He felt at peace standing by his old friend in the forest once more. The sound of footsteps behind him made Brevis turn his head. There they were, two Nymphaea taskmasters approaching, with expressionless faces, wearing the dark blue Nymphaea military uniform. The taller of the two was a man with a long, pointy face. He spoke before his companion did. These animals are not in the condition we expected, he said, his voice cold. The feathers of the Caravans are dull, and the mechadon's joints look rusty. This is unacceptable. Brevis swallowed in near panic and stammered, I'm sorry, sir, but we've been working hard to get them ready. I groomed the riding birds this morning, and the mechadon's leg joints I oiled yesterday. They are in good condition and ready to travel. With a piercing blue gaze, the second taskmaster, a woman, said, You've given excuses. We need perfection. Darek is coming to inspect, and if these animals are not fully up to standard, the punishment will be dire. Before Brevis could respond, another member of the Oleaceae tribe arrived, Brevis's uncle Thalor, a calm and wise man who had been serving for many years. He then placed his hand on Brevis's shoulder and called to the taskmasters. Good morning, Thalor said smoothly. I assure you, the animals are well cared for. Brevis here is one of our best caretakers. If there are any specific concerns, we will address them immediately. The taskmasters glanced at each other, and for the first time their expressions softened. Very well, said the man. Ensure that everything is perfect by the time of the final inspection. So the taskmasters moved on. Thalor looked at Brevis and said, You did well to handle that, Brevis, but you must watch yourself. The Nymphaea are looking for any excuse to make things difficult for us. Take a second look, and see that the animals are all in good condition. Brevis nodded. I will, Uncle Thalor. Thank you for intervening. Thalor smiled, patted Brevis on the back, and said, We're all in this together. Just remember, attention to detail is key. Now, let's get back to work. Brevis leaned back to his work, scrutinizing the next mechadon. He explored its metal carapace, tested for flexibility at each joint, and plucked at the photosynthetic vine with his nimble fingers. He clamped his jaw and polished a patch of tarnished metal fur as smooth as he could. The Nymphaea accepted nothing less than perfect preparation, and the Oleaceae would stand together. The sun slowly rose higher in the sky, and the villagers went about preparing the animals for the caravan, their voices and the occasional wail of the caravans rising and falling across the clearing. As Brevis checked to make sure that everything was in order, he caught a glimpse of something dark speeding over his head. He looked up in time to see Darek, the Nymphaea taskmaster, flying high on a nocturnus. The wings of the large creature, which resembled a larger version of a bat on Earth, were beating the air with the rhythm of a war drum. Its mechanical face seemed to suggest its boredom, or even disgust at having to land here. The presence of Darek was arrogant and malicious. With an elegant dismount, Darek scoffed at the scene, making no attempt to acknowledge Brevis. He strolled towards Kirat and Amara, swelling with triumph, superiority, and derision. Kirat, Amara. His voice was dripping with contempt. I expected better from you. These animals are not up to the standards required for the Nymphaea. Kirat stepped forward. Darek, we've been working hard. The animals are in good health and ready for the journey. Please, give us a chance to show you. Darek's eyes narrowed. Hard work? This is what you call hard work? He gestured toward the animals. This is pathetic. I will not tolerate such lethargy. Amara made an attempt to appease him. Darek, we understand your concerns. We will make sure everything is perfect by the time of the inspection. Darek was growing more annoyed. Enough. I will not be placated by your empty promises. He turned to his taskmasters. Make an example of one of them. Show the Oleaceae what happens when they fail to meet expectations. Darek pointed at random to a young man standing nearby. The taskmasters were on him in an instant, dragging him from the ranks, and they began to beat and scourge him. The peal of the lash as it cut through the air, the scream of the man as it fell. Brevis's metal hands curled to fists. He shuddered with rage at his own helplessness. He looked into Darek's smug, sardonic face, smiling, as if Malomus himself were guiding his actions. Brevis knew that this scourging, now crystallized in his mind, was proof of the ugly and undeniable truth that the Oleaceae must learn. They were the ruled, and they must obey. Darek listened for a moment longer. I am rising in the ranks of the Nymphaea, and I will not let the incompetence of the Oleaceae hinder my progress. You will meet our standards, or you will suffer the consequences. With that, he kicked off with his nocturnus into the air and flew away, gone just as suddenly as he had appeared. With Darek's oppressive presence now gone, the rest of the family and tribe members began to recover from the encounter. Suddenly, Ravenna doubled up in a fit of coughing. Brevis rushed to her side, his heart pounding. Ravenna, are you okay? Ravenna nodded slowly, still trying to catch her breath. I'm fine, Brevis. Just a little tired. That evening, the family gathered in the house. Kirat and Amara were both talking angrily about what had happened that day. This is getting out of hand, Kirat, Amara said, her voice filled with frustration. Darek's demands are impossible, and now he's punishing us for things beyond our control. Kirat sighed and rubbed his forehead, along the roots of his headdress. I know, Amara, but we have to find a way to meet their expectations. We can't afford to provoke them. As the story time in the evening began, the tension between Kirat and Amara, and the knowledge of what Darek had done, could still be felt within the house. In one corner sat Brevis's grandmother, Gigi, with pale flowers in her headdress, contrasting the metallic gray, rust-worn plates that formed her face. The pale flowers beautifully glimmered under the half-lighting, just as they had glimmered for years. The fragility of withered foliage was on her, if anyone had thought to look. Her eyes were bright and clear, and her expression was not fogged by the years. When you looked into her calm eyes, you found a strange strength and power in yourself. Brevis moved towards Gigi, and she placed her hand on his, the warmth of her touch a respite among the chaos. Come, my dear, she said softly. Sit with me. As Brevis took the seat next to Gigi, Gigi leaned down, saying, My children, to all of them, we have faced many challenges, and we will face many more. But remember, we are not alone. Aline, the creator of our world, watches over us and guides us. Kirat and Amara listened attentively as Gigi continued. Aline's light shines upon us, even in the darkest times. We must trust in her wisdom and strength. She has given us the power to endure and the courage to stand together. Finally, he started to relax. But the question, what about Darek and the Nymphaea, came out of his mouth before the rest of him knew it. How can we stand against them? Gigi smiled, her eyes sparkling. We must have faith, Brevis. Though they have power, the Nymphaea do not have our unity. They do not have our love. Aline will show us the way. We have to support each other and stay strong in our beliefs. Despite still being fatigued from her earlier coughing fit, Ravenna forced herself to nod. Gigi is right. We have each other, and we have Aline. We can face anything together. Brevis felt Gigi's hand slightly squeeze his. Remember, my dear, that true strength comes from within. Trust in Aline, trust in your family, and trust in yourself. We will overcome these trials, just as we have before. As they began the story of the evening, Brevis felt a touch of hope. He trusted that Gigi was being wise, that Aline was in the right, and he could see that the rest of his family felt the same. Around the fireside, the table was beautifully laden with ripe red, yellow, and green vegetables and fruit of every hue. Some looked similar to tomatoes and crisp cucumbers and fruit you might find on Earth. Plenty to enjoy while the evening story was told. There were greens of all kinds. They had bowls of berries and nuts and seeds of many kinds, of many colors and textures. There was always left over. But they needed little because they absorbed energy in all sorts of ways, in areas of the body. Brevis picked up one of the fruits, bit into it, and chewed with a look of serious contemplation. After a moment he said, "Grandmother, can you tell us the story of Seraphina and the cleansing fire again?" Ravina chimed in, "Yes, please, we love that story." Gigi leaned back and smiled, that mild smile only a person who had lived over a century could master. She began to speak with the authority of one who had told a million stories. Once, long ago in our world of Machrinath, plants, animals, and machines coexisted without conflict. After some time, however, the world lay in darkness. Machrinath was made by the goddess creator, Aline, to be a place for the good, but since the Virmach were given free will, they could choose between good and evil. Malomus wanted to take away what was built by Aline's hands. At first he whispered into the hearts of the Virmach, sweet and tempting though subtle, and many believed. "You are alone," he said. "You deserve more. Aline has forgotten you." Over the years, the hearts of the Virmach darkened with anger and despair. Brevis interrupted. "And that's when their bodies started to get hot, right?" "That's right, my dear. Their anger burned so fiercely that the metal in their bodies grew white hot, setting fire to everything they touched. Some were horrified at what they had become and fled, but most embraced the powers gifted to them and destroyed settlements and forests, and even fought among each other. Cities were set ablaze, and Machrinath burned." Ravina leaned in. "But Seraphina didn't believe Malomus's lies, did she?" "No, Ravenna, she did not. Seraphina's heart remained pure and faithful to Aline. While others despaired, she prayed to Aline. Aline came and showed her how to use the fires of destruction to grow new life. Seraphina broke off shards of gleaming metal from the molten remains of the infernos. They cooled into crystals which shone with the light of a flame. It was the power of these crystals to burn anger until it could burn no longer, and only sorrow remained, with room for repentance. Brevis's eyes widened. "So she went to the angry Virmach, didn't she?" "Yes, she did. Seraphina took the crystals into the lands aflame, to the Virmach gone mad. She took the crystals and held them to their hearts, and their anger blazed so brightly that it consumed itself. Then there was only deep sorrow left. Seeing the results of the destruction they had caused for the first time, the Virmach begged Aline for forgiveness. One by one, Seraphina helped the Virmach forgive themselves and follow her down a path of healing." Ravina smiled. "And that was when the land started to grow again, wasn't it?" "Exactly, Ravina. The flames burned the anger and the corruption away, and what was left was rich soil. The new plants were bigger and stronger and more beautiful than anything Machrinath had ever remembered seeing. The mended hearts of the Virmach healed and turned to join Seraphina's work. What Malomus meant for evil, Aline turned into a force for renewal and hope. Brevis and Ravina together. And the corruption was gone forever." "That's right. Seraphina's movement spread across Machrinath until every heart corrupted by hatred was gone. The beautiful sunset in the smoky sky would forever become the symbol of the Virmach self-destruction and the salvation of Aline. The story of the cleansing fire reminds us that, even in the darkest times, the wisdom of Aline may nonetheless turn destruction into something good and beautiful." The children sighed in satisfaction. "Thank you, Gigi," said Brevis. "It's such a beautiful story. Remember, my dear ones, this story reminds us that even in the darkest times, love and goodness and the wisdom of Aline can guide us to a brighter future. And it reminds us to always listen to the truth in our hearts, no matter how loud the lies may seem." After the story was over and he had eaten some more, Brevis couldn't help but think again of the Nymphaea taskmasters and the young man whipped, and of the anger on the faces of Darek's men. He knew now that there was nothing more he could do for his family. He was still several years from adulthood and being responsible for selecting an apprenticeship, but the pressure was on him. Brevis was always meant to be a rancher and animal caretaker like his father was. But somewhere deep down, Brevis had to ask himself, was this enough? Was this life, working with the animals, really going to make a difference when the Nymphaea ruled so harshly? But then, he glanced at his sister Ravina, who was eating away quietly as well. She had also been affected by some strange illness, and Brevis felt that familiar surge of protectiveness and justice arise within him. But what could he do? He was a boy yet, and still learning the ways of their world. Gigi had always said to Brevis, true strength comes from within. Trust in Aline, trust in your family, and trust in yourself. It was these very words that echoed in Brevis's ears as he thought of the coming struggles, how he would have to have faith in not just Aline or family, but in himself. As the family sat chatting and eating and enjoying the evening, Brevis made up his mind. He decided he would continue to work hard and do his bit for his family, but he would keep his eyes and his heart open for other ways to help. Maybe he could find a way to change the future to make it better. His head swirled with thoughts and feelings. The events of the day so far, Gigi's words and his own uncertainty for what tomorrow would bring. He had just gotten to his feet, ready to help pick up, when he heard the wheezing, sharp gasp. Turning in time to see Ravina clutching her chest, shocked and pale. "Ravina!" Brevis yelled and ran toward her, but she sank down on the floor. The room had gone mad. Curat and Amara had both sprung up at her side, their faces ashen and wild. Upon hearing this, Gigi, who was usually calm, got worried and started to help. "Ravina, stay with us," Brevis said, feeling his heart pounding in his chest and all his thoughts crashing down with the desperate weight of the moment. Ravina's breathing became labored, and her eyelids drooped. All Brevis could do was hold her hand and pray to Aline that she would keep Ravina safe. But the future he had been thinking about was now more uncertain than ever. "Ravina! Ravina!" Archive Index number 003, Healer. Ravina blinked awake. Choppy little gulps of air came out of her mouth in two tiny words. "I'm all right." The whispered words stilled the family hastily exchanging panicked words and gave them renewed hope. Curat's face was etched with worry. He bent down, lifted Ravina gently, and spoke softly. "You need to rest." He carried her as if she were as fragile as glass, and placed her down carefully in her bed. Amara followed behind, her hands shaking as she brought extra blankets and pillows to stuff under Ravina's head. Curat had barely laid Ravina down when Amara knelt beside her daughter, brushing stray strands of her headdress from her forehead. "We'll get you through this, my love," she whispered, though her eyes revealed how unsure she was. Without delay, Curat turned and ran out of the room, shouting, "I'll bring back the healer." Brevis stood in the doorway, helpless, hoping to do something, anything, to help. His eyes were immediately drawn to an object, a tiny, battered old toy that lay a few feet away. It was a mechanical bird, a simple tin toy that Ravina had always treasured. Remembering the joy it brought her lifted his spirit when he picked it up. He came to the bed of Ravina and with his trembling hand touched her, saying gently, "Here, Ravina," his voice shaking. "I brought you little Tweet. It always makes you feel better, right?" Ravina smiled weakly with the toy clutched in her fingers. "Thank you, Brevis," she whispered, closing her eyes and cradling little Tweet to her chest. Beside the bed sat Brevis, feeling sick with fear and hope that somehow, someway, his sister would pull through it. Gigi entered quietly and took her seat next to Brevis and Ravina. She regarded them both and said, "My dear ones, let me tell you a story." Her voice was low and soft. "When your father Curat and your uncle Thalor were young lads, a thing occurred that shook our faith in Aline. Curat, being the reckless boy he was, fell into the freezing river. The water was terribly cold. The boy was in serious trouble. Thalor, a few years older, lifted Curat out of the water and carried him all the way to the healer's hut, though the journey was long and hard. At that time your grandfather was away with a caravan." Brevis stared agape. Ravina strained to listen, as Gigi's words came out so calmly. Her breath was finally becoming regular. Gigi continued, "Thalor's determination and strength saved Curat's life that day. It was a dark and frightening time, but we trusted in Aline. Even in the darkest of circumstances, Aline is in control, and working things out for good. That experience changed Thalor. He chose to become a meditech and to train with the village emergency rescuers, although our family has always been ranchers. Since that day, he has saved countless lives." Brevis and Ravina exchanged a look of surprise, and Brevis was the first to speak. "I never knew that was why Uncle Thalor became a meditech." "Me neither," said Ravina weakly, looking up at their uncle with newfound respect. "Have faith, Ravina. Aline will protect and care for you, even in ways that may surprise you." Ravina nodded, confident in her grandmother's assurance. Gigi then put her hand on Brevis's shoulder. "Remember, Brevis, that even when things seem bleak, Aline is with us. Trust in Aline's plan, and know that you have the strength within you to face any challenge. Just like Thalor, you can find your own path, whether it's as a healer, a rancher, or something else entirely." Brevis nodded, a flutter of hope beginning. Gigi's tale, her belief in Aline, for the first time in so long, he felt a reason to believe. He gazed at Ravina, still clutching little Tweet, and vowed to be as brave and strong as his uncle Thalor. Brevis stayed at Ravina's side. His mind was scattered with thoughts. He wanted to take to heart Gigi's encouragement, but he was afraid to lose his sister. He looked back at Ravina, who was still panting for air with little Tweet in her hands. What if the healer couldn't save her? What if this illness was beyond what they knew? His thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of someone running up to the house. Curat rushed through the door, followed by the village healer Leticus. The healer was an older Virmach, calm, with eyes that had seen the unfolding of many epochs. "Leticus, thank you for coming so quickly," said Amara, her voice urgent and hurried. Leticus only nodded and stepped to Ravina's bed. "Let's see what we have here," he murmured, and examined her under the dim, constant light. A few moments later he turned to the family. "There have been several children who have fallen ill recently, but we have yet to determine the cause." Brevis could not suppress the shiver that went through him at the healer's words, but Leticus continued, his voice calm and steady. "For now, we can manage the symptoms. I will prescribe an herbal tea that should help ease her breathing." He reached into his bag and pulled out a small pouch of dried herbs, handing it to Amara. "And this," said Leticus, holding up a thin necklace made of plant and mechanical links, "is a respi root pendant. It will increase her oxygen intake and help alleviate the symptoms. However, this is only a temporary solution, and the symptoms will likely return." Amara's hand trembled as she accepted the pendant, and at length she managed to say, "Thank you, Leticus." Leticus laid a hand on her shoulder. "We will continue to search for the cause of this illness. In the meantime, you should keep her comfortable, and ensure that she is wearing the pendant." Brevis felt calm as he watched Leticus examine Ravina. The Virmach's calm demeanor and confident mastery of a healer's skill soothed Brevis's fraying nerves. The disease was still unknown, but upon Leticus's arrival he gained hope that there might be a way to help Ravina. Leticus, done with the examination, turned to leave, and, looking at Brevis, nodded once. "Stay strong, young one. Your sister needs you now more than ever." Brevis nodded in reply. He would be strong for Ravina, just as Uncle Thalor had been strong for his father. The herbal tea and the respi root pendant were working, albeit slowly. Ravina had calmed down, her breathing slowing and becoming more regular. The tension began to lift, and everyone seemed to give in to the weariness, slowly taking hold of the house, one by one drifting off into sleep. Archive Index number 004, Caravan. After the frenzy of the previous evening, the morning came too quickly. The villagers readied the animals and packed the loads, and the sounds of the caravan filled the day. Through the chaos, calming-voiced Gigi stepped in to deliver a few encouraging words. "Ravina will be well taken care of," Gigi said, her voice steady and soothing. "Leticus and I will watch over her. You must focus on your journey and trust that Aline will guide us all." Brevis was at his sleeping mat beside Ravina, caught between wanting to stay by Ravina's side and a sense of loyalty to the caravan, when he felt a hand on his shoulder. His father Curat, kind but solid, was watching him. "Brevis," said Curat, "I know you want to stay with Ravina, and I assure you she is in good hands with Gigi and Leticus. Lumi is going to need your help herding these animals, and we all need to work together to make this journey successful." Brevis looked into his father's eyes and saw the love and trust in them, and he nodded slowly. "I understand, father. I'll do my best." Curat pulled him into a hug. "I know you will, son. Ravina will be okay, and we'll be back before you know it." Brevis joined the family and caravan, which was ready to head out. The various domesticated animals, the Aravens, Mechadons, Capramets and the like, were embarked or harnessed, and the wagons loaded. There was bleating and quiet whirring as the caravan readied with Agria's bounty, sacks of plump glowing berries, crates of bioluminescent mushrooms, bundles of powerful medicinal herbs, their scent mixing with that of the musk of the forest land. Lumi trotted along the caravan's edge restlessly, due to Brevis's nervousness on her back as they set out on the long journey. The journey began, and people went about their respective duties throughout the caravan. Brevis and Lumi guided the beasts, looking ahead, trying to see what the road had to offer. Brevis took a deep breath to calm himself as the wilderness of Machrinath began changing while the caravan continued on its way. As they traveled from the forest, the first signs of the mountainous terrain of Machrinath appeared. Rolling hills of bioluminescent flowers and metallic shrubs replaced the thick branches of the trees and mechanical vines that had once covered the landscape. The air turned chilly as Mount Lapis loomed in the distance, its peaks sparkling with the dual beauty of the machined and the natural. The footpath was a braided trunk of dirt and stone that wound through the living mass of the trees, with the whispers of leaves and the chirps of unseen insects and creatures riding the breeze. The Aravans that had their nests high over the mountains like earth eagles kept crying down into the valleys. Down on the green plains the great Mechadons moved slowly about, turning their heads here and there and grinding up grass and leaves with their jaws. The ground was uneven and characterized by a narrow corridor between rock outcroppings. Patches of crystalline matter sparkled in the sun. The animals were also becoming agitated. Brevis, along with Lumi, raised their alertness, and Lumi's ears pricked up at the slightest sound from the trees around them. The mountain habitat was also teeming with life. Wild capramets, creatures like earth goats with a streamlined figure and metallic horns, darted over the rocky slopes. And guivarixies, like earth snakes but plated with metal, slithered their way beneath underbrush, their scales reflecting the low light. Innumerable insect-like drones buzzed about with a low whine, pollinating the bioluminescent flora. Just then, the quiet of the mountains was suddenly broken by a low rustle. At the sound in the thick undergrowth, all the eyes of the caravan turned, and a gasp of astonishment raised at the sight of a pack of wild kobollas emerging from the dark of the forest. They were like a pack of the predatory earth coyotes. They were all danger and speed, height to about a Veermach's waist. In the twilight-tinged shadowy darkness, the eyes of each kobollas glowed with an eerie light. They heard the faint click of metallic claws against the stones, and the kobollas shattered the moment of silence as they closed in. They coiled, ready to spring at the slightest movement. The members of the caravan looked at one another and felt their hearts beat faster. They had seen many a deadly beast before, but these metal monsters terrified them. The kobollas had to be taken seriously. Stay close and keep the animals calm, Kirat bellowed, and, when the caravan saw that he remained calm, they instinctively and quickly formed a ring of protection. They stood with weapons at the ready, aiming their spears and tightening their grips on their swords and daggers. The kobollas pack advanced. Their sleek metallic bodies glimmered in the dying light of day. Each step was in perfect unison. Their eyes were glowing red. The eyes of the kobollas reflected the scant illumination in a dance of death as they beheld the helpless caravan before them. Their approach continued, beginning to spread around the caravan. Only the kobollas' clicking, razor-like claws broke the quiet of the wilderness. Brevis's heart pounding in his ears, slid down from his ferrofang and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lumi. He grabbed hold of his heavy staff, bracing for the kobollas to descend. In an instant, one of the kobollas had sprung forward, its knife-like claws raking the air toward Lumi. Before it could strike, Lumi sprang with the savage snarl of a wild beast. Her jaws closed with the snap of a steel trap, and the kobollas went spinning. The other kobollas' eyes narrowed. They had never met such resistance like this with the people of the caravan. The caravan members were proving to be tougher adversaries than their usual easy pickings. The head kobollas growled low, deep, and wild. Even with such a potential feast at stake, the caravan was not worth the risk of injury or death. The signal for the retreat was a simple flick of the tail from the leader. The kobollas slinked back into the wild, their eyes glimmering before their forms faded into the forest. The caravan members collectively sighed and relaxed, and after a few moments they resumed their trek. They occasionally glanced anxiously back in all directions, but they saw no further sign of the pack of kobollas as the caravan headed onward. The road began to wind around the mountains, the air thinned out and the vegetation began to give way to forms that resembled crystal but shone with their own light. Brevis looked back at the dense forest of Agria long gone, and then looked up at the great heights of Mount Lapis ahead. He knew that the journey was not yet finished, but he was now becoming braver and more determined with every step. At dusk, the caravan arrived at the foot of the mountain and camped for the night. The evening chill had set in, and the stars twinkled above in a clear sky. As he wandered around camp, still meditating on the day's events and the tale Gigi had shared the day before, Brevis noticed that his uncle Thalor was staring into the campfire, his face preoccupied with its flames. Brevis then approached and sat down next to him, the crackle of the fire in the background as Thalor smiled at him. "How are you holding up, Brevis?" Brevis shrugged and looked into the fire. "It's been a lot to take in. Gigi told me about the time you pulled Father out of the icy river when he fell in. I never knew that was why you became a meditech." Thalor nodded, the flickering firelight casting shadows on his face. "Yes, that was a defining moment for me. It made me realize that I wanted to help others in times of need, even if it meant choosing a path different from our family's tradition." After a moment, Brevis said, "I've been thinking a lot about what I want to do. I love helping with the animals, but I also feel drawn to healing. Maybe I could apprentice with Leticus and become a healer." Throwing a hand on his shoulder, Thalor said, "It's natural to feel conflicted, especially when you're considering a path that diverges from what you've always known. But remember, Brevis, it's important to follow your heart and your strengths. If you feel a calling to heal, then that's something worth exploring." Brevis stared up at his uncle. "But what if I fail? What if I'm not good enough?" Thalor's sternness softened. "We all have doubts, Brevis. I had them too when I decided to become a meditech. But it's through facing those doubts and pushing through them that we grow. Believe in yourself, and in Aline's guidance. You have the strength and the heart to succeed in whatever you choose." They sat for some time listening to the sound of the fire crackling beside them and the night sounds of Machrinath. Brevis felt a great sense of peace come over him. There was a great deal to think about in what his uncle had said. "Thank you, Uncle Thalor," Brevis said finally, his voice filled with gratitude. "I have a lot to consider, but I feel better knowing I have your support." Thalor smiled. "Always, Brevis. Now get some rest, my boy. We have a long journey ahead of us, and you'll need your strength." Brevis nodded and stood up. He felt lighter than he had in days. He got up and went over to his bedroll, thoughts racing in his head. He lay down, listening to the sounds of the camp settling down for the night around him, and looking up at the stars as they shone brightly in the dark, inky sky. He thought of Ravenna, of the thin, frail body that was carrying little Tweet, of the labored breathing. He made himself stop. It still bothered him, even though he trusted Gigi and Leticus to take care of her. What if she gets worse while we're gone? He prayed silently to Aline for his sister's quick recovery. Brevis thought of his conversation with Uncle Thalor. Thalor saving Curat was the first time he saw his uncle for the strong, courageous person he was. He thought, if he can find his way and make such a difference, maybe I can too. He loved the idea of being a healer, but he was afraid. What if I'm not good enough? What if I can't help people the way Thalor can? Thalor's words still echoed in his mind, helping Brevis work through his doubts. His thoughts drifted to the road ahead. The caravan continued on to Pyre tomorrow, and with it went the headache of delivery. His stomach knotted at the thought of bringing the animals before the taskmasters of the Nymphaea. What would they think of what his people had brought? The uncertainty of the inspection made his stomach lurch. Brevis was already nervous about having to return to the city of Pyre. Though he had been there before, he was older now, and the situation of the tribe of Oleaceae was much more apparent after meeting Darek the previous day. What's it going to be like? Are they going to treat us with respect when we step into the city? Or will they find any excuse to abuse and defile us? Brevis thought of the only good remaining, the strength of his family. We have each other and we have Aline, he told himself, as though to displace his apprehension. Finally, the power of these anxieties to keep Brevis awake wore off, and at last, with a deep inhale of the cold night air, his heavy eyelids fell together. In his sleep, his mind was alive again, with images of Ravenna, Thalor, and the possibilities of the future. Data stream summarized. No further significant aberrations during 3 solar cycles of transit. Resuming at next event marker. Archive Index number 005, Pyre. It was not until the caravan came out of the pass in the mountains, a few days later, that they caught their first glimpse of Pyre. The great buildings of the city were visible for some time in the distance, their metal sides flashing in the sunlight like sentinels standing watch on the far horizon. These buildings were architectural wonders, the great spires wrapped in giant vines, leafed with metallic-looking scales against a completely blue sky. Surrounding the city was a massive wall that represented the Nymphaea's deep desire for security and control. The wall contained interlocking plates of metal and living plants that seemed to grow and pulse with life. The entity was a living being and an impassable barrier. Above the city, the skyways were full of flying traffic, with aerovans and other flying creatures brushing past each other. The carefully controlled system of skyways, with a lane for each type of creature, was a much more civilized way to fly than the unregulated free-for-all of the wilderness they had left behind. Towards the end of the caravan's travel, you could see more details about how the Nymphaea organized the city of Pyre. They divided the city into areas that had different purposes and personalities. In the center were the markets and workshops, as well as the residences. It was very lively there, with decorations that combined natural elements and machinery on the facades of the buildings. The outer districts were much more utilitarian, being the factories and warehouses that supplied the city with its needs. Brevis could not deny the majesty of Pyre, but he was acutely aware that this would always be a domain controlled by the Nymphaea and served by the Oleaceae. The Nymphaea, dressed in fine blue, went about as though they owned everything. The Oleaceae, dressed in plain clothing, yielded to the strength of the Nymphaea. A small escort of Nymphaea was visible in front of the gates of Pyre as the caravan drew near. The great gates opened easily for the Nymphaea. The living vines which coiled about it quivered and writhed, and slid the gates open with a lazy motion. The guards at the gate did not oppose the Nymphaea. They opened it and allowed passage through. Brevis wondered at the beauty and majesty of the gates, and how it was that, without effort, the vines responded to their controller's commands to open the great doors and close them again. The gleaming, reinforced metal plates of the walls stood tall and strong. Like the gates, they were as much a living entity as they were a barrier. Above them lay the walls of Pyre. They loomed up into the sky, wide enough for a squad of soldiers to patrol. Brevis saw Nymphaea soldiers marching above the gates. He saw the Mechadons with them, the walls showing no signs of stress even with their bulk, and their stride was somehow elegant. Upon reaching the gated threshold, they met an iron-faced guard who demanded their metal sheet identification. He gave a stern, no-nonsense demeanor as he asked. After Curat handed over the metal sheets, the guard's expression changed, as he realized that the party was to meet with Darek. The guard immediately softened, allowing the party to go through, as he did not want to be the cause of Darek's displeasure. Once they were through the gates, the caravan caught many eyes from the Oleaceae, who had gathered nearby, mouths gaping. It was rare for so many of their kind to be traveling without Nymphaea masters. The Nymphaea they passed watched with thinly concealed contempt. As the caravan passed, another member of the Oleaceae tribe, so enchanted by the sight of the caravan, forgot to keep an eye on the garden he was supposed to be tending. In doing so, he knocked over a pot of rare, delicate flowers, spilling dirt, soil, and petals onto the path. At once, his Nymphaea overseer, who had heard the crash, came running up and dealt him a fist on the forehead which echoed through the air. "Incompetent fool," said the overseer with disgust. "You lose your senses for a mere caravan? Clean this up at once, or worse will befall you." The worker, still reeling from the blow, stared in horror and shame until he finally steadied himself and hurried meekly to do the cleaning. As the caravan passed through the streets of Pyre on the way to the meeting area, the huge town square, Brevis became distracted by the bazaar of stalls. This was the center of life in the city, filled with foreign wares of every description. Silks and satin surfaces of every imaginable color hung over wooden frameworks, catching the sun and throwing back the rays and rainbows onto the dusty cobbled streets. Jewelry trimmed with precious metals and studded with gems sparkled. Some stores contained strange devices and mysterious instruments that kept whirring and clicking, enticing the crowd to watch. The leaves of rare and exotic plants unfurled in vivid colors, and their flowers emitted exotic and intoxicating scents. The merchants cried, boasting about their goods and the bargains sought after by their customers. A tangle of sounds and noises filled the air, the sounds of jingling coins, fabrics fluttering, and machines sputtering. The smell of spices, the sweetness of ripe fruit, the smell of freshly baked bread, all combined together, making it an exhilarating atmosphere. Brevis looked up into the air and noticed the huge palace in the distance. Its towers were lofty, its architecture beautiful. It was a palace so majestic and powerful, it was as if it was the very soul of the Nymphaea, a building that dominated the city as a whole. When the caravan reached the center of the square, it was a relief. The square was much larger than the narrow, congested streets the caravan had been traveling on. Groups and individuals moving to and fro in the square would now find the effort much easier. The caravan's arrival did not escape notice from the sympathetic Oleaceae, but the Nymphaea, proud and haughty, scorned it. Once they had arrived, Caravan and his caravan made sure to finish up all the last-minute preparations. They inspected each of the animals, and checked to make sure they were in good condition, and they arranged the wagons to best display all the goods. Despite his youth, Brevis took his work seriously, and made certain that everything was in order. Brevis was on his rounds when he came across a market stall which sat in the shadows. It was surrounded by bright and colorful stalls selling knickknacks, fabric, and jewelry, but this one was different. It was a meat market, and the sight of it made Brevis's stomach churn. There were various cuts of meat on display. Brevis could tell what some of the butchered animals were, but others were unrecognizable. It had the smell of blood and death. Before the butcher, a massive Nymphaea, there was a carcass. The butcher was hacking away at it, and the blood-stained cleaver gleamed as it swung overhead. The butcher's metallic arm glinted in the light. Swallowing hard, Brevis turned and ran for his father Curat, who was checking the harness of one of the mechadons. "Father," he said quietly, trying to steady his voice, "did you see that meat market? It's horrible." Curat paused and looked at his son, before answering. "Yes, Brevis, I saw it." His face was serious. "It's the darker side of this city. The influence of Malomus is strong here, leading people to choose paths of cruelty and depravity." Brevis frowned, trying to understand. But why would anyone choose to be like that? Curat sighed and placed his hand on Brevis's shoulder. "Malomus represents insatiable lust and pride. He seduces them with the promise of power and fulfillment that they pay for, by losing their sensitivity and compassion. We need to remember the teachings of Aline, who guides us towards love, compassion, and peace, even in the face of such darkness." Brevis nodded. Anger and sorrow seized him like the smell that had shocked him in the butcher's shop. His father's words gave him strength. He knew that he had to stay true to his values. The town square was suddenly the center of attention as Derek arrived with his large garrison of Nymphaea soldiers for the last inspection. His arrival was immediately felt as the masses parted for him and his soldiers. Darek rode a nocturnus with a predatory air, circling the square, his eyes keenly scanning the caravan. He was scowling, but it was a scowl anyone would have recognized. Discontent. The Nymphaea marched as one. Hundreds of blue-uniformed soldiers, cold and emotionless, with venom stinger spears and smaller biomechanical crossbows, all moved with discipline. Precise and efficient. The reflectiveness of the metal armor the Nymphaea wore, the deadly weaponry and tactics they utilized, were glorious, divine, and horrifying. The soldiers poured in, creating a solid line between the Oleaceae and the rest of the market behind it. Darek continued to circle, the wings of his nocturnus darkening the square as he scanned its surroundings. By the time Darek had at last disembarked upon the ground, his voice dripped with contempt. "This is the state of your delivery? Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic." Curat stepped forward. He had prepared for this. His face showed no emotion. "Sir, we have complied with every requirement. The animals are in excellent condition, and the goods are as specified." Darek narrowed his eyes and took a step closer to Kurat. "Don't question my judgment," he hissed. "I see nothing but incompetence here." But before Kurat could say anything, Amara touched him gently on the arm, her eyes wide and fearful, and whispered, "Please, Kurat, don't." Darek took the opportunity to further impose his will. "Effective immediately, your quota is increased," he said to the square around him. "I will take all the animals in this delivery, including those you intended to keep for yourselves." The Oleaceae let out a collective gasp. Despair spread through the caravan as the Nymphaea soldiers began taking the animals one by one. Even the family animals were taken. Brevis could do no more than watch in horror as they led him away, looking back with his sad, soulful eyes. Brevis was helpless against the tears rolling down his face. Running up to Tarka, he embraced his Mechadon's trunk for the last time and whispered chokingly, "I'm so sorry, Tarka. I promise I'll find a way to get you back." A promise he knew he likely could not keep. Tarka leaned close to Brevis, giving him comfort before the soldiers pulled him back. When the Oleaceae saw Brevis's tears and their animals taken away, many of them began to cry. They wept, lamented, and screamed, but were ignored by the icy indifference of the Nymphaea. The caravan stood, frozen by grief and anger. Brevis forced himself to stop crying and regain control of himself. He couldn't stop this evil, but at least he wouldn't give the Nymphaea the satisfaction of seeing him broken in spirit. Darek, not even waiting to oversee the soldiers' work, merely laughed one last time and climbed on his Nocturnus, scattering dust and wings as he left the square. Left to their own devices, the Nymphaea soldiers were only too happy to continue their work on the animals. They pulled the Mechadons by their harnesses and prodded the smaller creatures with sticks, as if they were mere objects. The Oleaceae had always treated their animals with respect, but the soldiers treated them as if they were objects of trade. As the soldiers drove off the last of the animals towards the palace gate, the caravan folk found comfort in embracing one another and sharing a few last words of consolation. The loss of their beloved animals had hit them hard, like a blow to the heart. At least Lumi was one of the few spared. She had been sitting outside the city walls, never entering when caravans arrived, as if the darkness of the city was too much for her. Brevis felt relieved that Lumi would be safe, even as Tarka and the other animals he had befriended were gone. Brevis rested against the iron railing that surrounded the square, still trying to make sense of what had befallen them. Leora, who had accompanied him through the entire journey, approached him and stood beside him, ready to offer some consolation. "Brevis," she said softly, placing a hand on his shoulder, "I'm so sorry about Tarka and the others." "This isn't fair." Brevis nodded, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears. "I don't understand why they have to be so cruel," he said with a quavering voice. Leora sighed. "The Nymphaea think they can do whatever they want because they have power. That's wrong. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it. If I ever have any power to change things, I promise I will. We have to believe that things can get better." Brevis looked at her closely and found strength in her certainty. "Thank you, Leora." He smiled, if only for a moment. "I hope you're right. We have to keep hoping and fighting for a better future." They spent the rest of the evening together, taking solace in each other's company, and, for at least a moment, getting their mind off of their troubles. Archive Index number 006, Underground. Brevis awoke to the pale orange of the sun shining between the cracks in the curtains of the little tent they were in, and the memories of the day before came back to him, along with the pain of loss, the bitterness of anger. In his dreams he relived the horror of the soldiers taking the animals away from them, and screams echoed in his ears. He'd rolled and tossed and, upon waking up, he still felt no relief. Kurat and Amara were already up. There was a look of determination on their faces. They moved with purpose as they collected their supplies and made sure everything was in order to go home. Brevis stopped to watch them for a moment. He felt a little guilty that he could not help more. He had so little to do for himself since caring for the animals they no longer had was his primary task. As he walked the camp, he saw the other members of the Oleaceae tribe begin their morning rituals. There was no excitement, no chatter, only mourning. Brevis could see the pain in their eyes and feel the pain in his heart. He sought a quiet spot as far from the camp as possible and sat down, the scene from the previous day still fresh in his mind. Thoughts of the Nymphaea, and in particular Darek, would not leave him in peace. He clenched his fists. He could not understand how they could allow themselves to live under such foul oppression unchallenged. He could see that other clusters of Oleaceae were forming small groups, whispering to each other in the corners of his field of view. He drew closer and began to listen in to what one of the groups was talking about. It was the usual talk of how bad things were for them. But then he heard something that made his heart race. "An underground rebellion," one of the older men whispered, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. "They're planning to rise against the Nymphaea. It's dangerous, but it might be our only hope." Some hope stirred in his heart. An underground movement? Could it be true? Brevis had to find out for himself. He had purpose now. He decided that he needed to share this with Leora. Maybe this would finally be the chance for things to change. Brevis found Leora on the edge of their camp. Her face was still downcast from the events of the day before. Brevis approached her with empathy. "Hey, Leora," he began softly. "Yesterday was awful, wasn't it?" Leora looked up at him. She was in pain just like he was. "It was terrible," she said so quietly he could hardly hear. "I can't believe they took everything from us. Even Tarka." Brevis nodded, blinking back tears. "I know. It's hard to even think about it." He glanced around to make sure no one else was close enough to hear him, and leaned closer to her. "But I overheard something this morning. Some of the others were talking about an underground rebellion against the Nymphaea." "There's a rebellion?" Leora said, her eyes wide. "I thought I might have heard something like that too, but I wasn't sure if it was just wishful thinking. Could it really be true?" Brevis shrugged and felt a surge of excitement. "I don't know, but we have to find out more. We can't just sit here and do nothing." "Sure," said Leora, nodding confidently. "I have some family who live on the outskirts of Pyre, at an Oleaceae encampment. They might know more about this rebellion. We don't have much to do right now, so why don't we visit them?" With that, Brevis suddenly perked up. "That's a great idea. Let's do it." They went over to Curat and Amara as they were preparing to return to the market for provisions. Brevis explained their plan, while his parents exchanged anxious looks. "Be very careful," Curat warned. "The city is dangerous, especially for us. Keep a low profile, and don't draw any attention to yourselves." Amara nodded. "Please proceed with extreme caution. We do not want to lose either of you." Brevis and Leora promised to look out for one another, then headed out towards the edge of Pyre. A strange cocktail of excitement and fear thrummed through their veins as they prepared to learn the secrets of the rebellion and how to fight their captors. Brevis and Leora passed into the heart of Pyre, beneath towers of reflective metal and through flowers that glowed even under the bright sun. The gardens on either side of the street were fragrant and colorful with exotic blossoms. Mechanical songbirds sang in the trees, and leaves rustled overhead in a rain-like whisper. As they went on, the streets became narrower and less well-kept, the gardens overgrown with weeds and badly kept plants. The edges of the Nymphaea-dominated center of the city were still impressive, but were beginning to show neglect and decay. The color was fading. The mechanical birds that had sung from the trees were being replaced with scavengers. The contrast was extreme, passing through the Nymphaea districts and into the slums of the Oleaceae, where the streets had rows of shanties and makeshift huts. The mingled smells of smoke and decay were quite unlike the perfume of blossoming plants filling the atmosphere of the core of the city. As Brevis and Leora walked through narrow alleys, they saw their people living in squalor and felt sympathy in their chests. Some of the surrounding Oleaceae were so thin they looked like the pale, haggard shade of a person. There were children playing in the dirt, and that did lighten the mood somewhat. Brevis could see that these Oleaceae supported each other, shared what little they had, and worked together. Leora had not seen her family in some time, and wanted to know if they knew of the rebellion. Brevis followed after Leora down twisting alleys and narrow streets, feeling a sense of foreboding. The neighborhoods they went through were getting more decrepit. Finally, they reached a ramshackle house, where Leora's Uncle Thorn and his family lived. Brevis stood at the edge of the street, astonished and miserable at what he saw. Rusting metal sheets and warped wood clung to a frame of biomechanical parts to create the shack. The walls slanted every which way, some of them with gaping holes where the elements had stripped them. The roof consisted of several tarps and broken tiles, which had holes in them allowing rain to fall through. The resulting puddles that were quite muddy would collect around the entrance. The small windows hid behind ripped-up fabric that let in little light and did not keep out the rain either. Brevis glanced over at Leora. He felt sorry for her when he saw the determination on her face, despite the sight of her family living in these conditions. A broken piece of wood, leaning by rusted hinges, served as the door. It barely held shut using a piece of frayed rope tied around it to form a latch. Leora knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal a tall, wiry man with kind eyes and a weathered face. "Uncle Thorn," Leora exclaimed, and threw her arms around him. "Leora, my dear," Thorn replied, his voice warm and welcoming. "It's been too long. Come in, come in." The hut was a single room, with a dirt floor which turned into mud in wet weather. The walls were bare and the paint peeled, while the corners were moldy due to moisture. The hut contained a rickety table and a few chairs. Straw mats with old blankets served as beds, close to the walls where the ground was relatively dry. A small flickering lamp was the only light that cut the darkness when the shutters were closed. There was a poorly furnished table in the center, and wooden crates and baskets to store the few things that were theirs. A few pieces of old clothes, modest kitchen utensils, and the small stock of dry food was all they had. They did have some biomechanical items of technology found from what others had discarded. This included a broken device originally intended to heat a large room, now used as a stove, powered by a corroded electrical conduit that sparked with excess energy. There were personal items, Brevis noticed, that showed the family had made attempts to maintain a semblance of normalcy in their lives. On the wall of the shack was a family portrait, while at one end of the shack was a small shrine to Aline with candles and a crudely carved wooden figure. Their desperate grasp at dignity moved Brevis. Even with all of this, Leora's family seemed to be holding up, and her Aunt Celine's gentle face and kind nature greeted them as they entered the house. Leora's cousins, Iris and Kale, appeared around their mother's legs, their eyes wide with curiosity. "This is my friend Brevis," Leora introduced. "We've come to see you and, well, we were hoping you might know something about the rebellion we've been hearing whispers about." Thorn became serious and motioned for them to sit. "We've heard some things," he said cautiously. "There's talk of a man named Imus. He's been gathering followers, people who tire of the Nymphaea's oppression and are ready to fight back." Celine nodded. "Imus is said to be a charismatic leader, someone who can inspire others to join the cause. But it's dangerous. The Nymphaea are unsparing, and anyone suspected of disloyalty they deal with harshly." Brevis leaned forward. "Do you think there's a chance? Could this rebellion really succeed?" Thorn exhaled. "It's hard to say, but if enough people believe in it, if they stand together, then maybe, just maybe, we can make a difference." Leora smiled, squeezing Brevis's hand. The fire rekindled within her. "We have to try," she said. "For our families, for our future." Brevis nodded. Thorn looked at Brevis and Leora, and his expression became more serious. "Listen to me, both of you," he said. "I know you're eager to help, but this rebellion is dangerous. You're too young to get involved. The Nymphaea won't hesitate to crush anyone who stands against them, and I don't want to see either of you hurt." Brevis felt some disappointment, but nodded. "We just want to do something to help," he said softly. Celine placed her hand on his shoulder. "We understand, Brevis, but sometimes the best way you can help is to protect yourself and support those who are on the front lines in other ways. Take comfort in knowing Aline will make sure justice prevails. Have faith in that." Leora sighed but could not help smiling at the old man. "We'll be careful, Uncle Thorn. We promise." After that they discussed things other than the rebellion. They told the story of the harshness of Darek and how they were worried about the mysterious cough Ravenna had developed. Thorn and Celine listened sympathetically and had some friendly and encouraging words to offer. Iris and Kale decided to put a stop to the doom and gloom by playing a game. For a while the shack became a place of laughter, of children at play. The Living Forge game lay in the center of the room, a whirring swirl of rainbow cogs, spring-loaded levers, and glowing strands of biofiber that Uncle Thorn hand-assembled from the spare parts and shards of things he had scavenged. Every piece the children added brought the game one step closer into life, the patchwork of color and whimsy growing with every addition. Brevis focused on the game, hands clicking a small golden spring into position. The simple action of putting the pieces together, the playful clutter of the game's meandering path, allowed for a welcome diversion from the weight of previous discussions. Brevis had been thinking of Leora, the intensity in her voice, the weight of her family's troubles, all of it. But that didn't seem to matter much when playing. The biometal forests and rusting rivers painted on the game board, the gentle noise of the spinner in its compartment, and the excitement of the last activation of the forge, all comforted him. For the moment, the game's fun and entertainment was able to distract Brevis's mind. Eventually, the sun began to dip. Brevis and Leora exchanged gestures of thanks with Thorn and Celine for the information they had obtained. It was time to return to the caravan. "Take care of yourselves," Thorn said, giving them each a hug. "And remember, we're all in this together," Celine smiled. "May Aline watch over you both." Brevis and Leora said their goodbyes, and, buoyed by confidence in Leora's family, began to return through the slums towards the caravan. Just after Brevis and Leora began walking away, they heard a commotion behind them, the sound of yelling and the echoing patter of boots on the stones of the street. They saw a column of Nymphaea soldiers marching through the narrow alleys of the city, and their faces were grim. "Stay back," Brevis whispered, pulling Leora behind the side of a building. They watched, trembling, as the soldiers walked up to Uncle Thorn's shack. The sentry knocked on the door with his fist, and when no one immediately replied, he kicked down the door with a crash. Leora gasped, "No!" but Brevis placed his hand over her mouth, holding her back as she made to run to her family. The soldiers rushed in and dragged Thorn, Celine, Iris, and Kale out. The family was confused and frightened, but the soldiers shouted commands over their protests. People came out from their homes crying and shouting, but the soldiers pointed their stinger spears at them and threatened them. "Supporters of the rebellion will be charged with treason," one of the soldiers barked, his voice echoing through the alley. "This is what happens to those who defy the Nymphaea." Brevis held Leora close to him as she cried and sobbed and shook. He cried too, even though he wanted to be strong for her. He saw all of it, Thorn and his family being dragged away from down the road, every shout for mercy ignored, but there was nothing he could do. When the soldiers were finally gone, the streets were again silent, save for the faint sobbing of the Oleaceae. Leora leaned into Brevis, barely able to carry herself, crying until her tears soaked through his shirt. His heart broke for her, and he mourned the injustice that they had both witnessed and suffered. Brevis had no words of comfort for Leora, and he felt defeated. After seeing Leora's family being dragged away, he lost the glimmer of hope he felt at the start of the day. The only thing he cared about now was his family and friends, and he would not bring the Nymphaea's wrath on them. Not ever. Brevis made a promise to himself in silence as they wept together, and began the long walk back to the caravan. He would follow the rules, keep his head down, and do whatever it took to keep the people he loved safe. The rebellion was no longer the answer. His new instinct was for survival. Data stream corrupted, approximately 2 solar revolutions missing. Resuming reconstruction at next available reference point. Archive Index number 007, Adulthood. No, I refuse to believe that everything that has happened over the last few years has just been the will of Aline. That was all Brevis could think as he gazed over the remains of the beautiful village of Leafshade. The Nymphaea soldiers that had invaded their land had mocked the village, and their stench filled what remained with the odor of oppression. There had been laughter, the music of happy children playing, but there was no joy found here now. Instead, it was the sorrow of those who had lost children to the Oleaceae illness that had swept through the village. Brevis sighed as he remembered his friends and their futures that were no more. The epidemic had taken so many, and yet his sister Ravina had stubbornly clung to life. Her health was poor, but she stayed cheerful. She had lived beyond many of the other children stricken with the illness because she had to stay alive for his adulthood ceremony. Though, they could not ignore the fact that the days left to her were few. Leafshade had completely changed. It was now full of Nymphaea warriors, clad in armor and marching about the streets, out of place with their overly metallic trappings in this organic village. The tribe of the Oleaceae was crushed and despondent, concentrated in labor and toil. Their chief overseer Darek's cruelty was a permanent cause for fear. Brevis no longer believed that the god Aline had once watched over them with love and justice. How could any god, much less one who loved her people, permit so much suffering, he thought to himself. Instead, he had turned his focus to something real, something he could control. He resolved to find a cure for the epidemic that was spreading through his tribe. He had been trained by Leticus as a healer, as Ravina's condition had taken a turn for the worse. In Pyre, he might find the training that would show him how to make his people whole once again. The village healer Leticus was one of Brevis's closest friends and mentors, but Leticus knew that he was getting too old to be able to teach Brevis all the skills needed. But he had faith in Brevis's talents. After a bit of political maneuvering, courtesy of his friends and his own reputation, Leticus got Brevis an apprenticeship in Pyre. While this apprenticeship gave Brevis exposure to a wider range of healing techniques, it also meant leaving behind the comforts of Leafshade's more sheltered environment. For Brevis, following the rules set by the Nymphaea was paramount. He knew that if he tried to join the rebellion, that death could be his future. Worse than that, his family and friends could also be at risk. His future was clear. He would use his skills to heal and help his people, working within the system to effect change. It was a thin balance, but for the strength of Ravina and the sacrifices of those that had come before them, Brevis would find a way to make it work. Brevis was dragged out of his reverie at the sound of a voice asking, "What are you thinking about?" It was Ravina. "Just the ceremony," he replied with a forced smile. He wasn't going to burden her with the weight of his thoughts. She had enough to worry about. They were in a small hospital hut, and Brevis had spent many hours of each day inside this room for the past few years. The walls were lined with shelves, storing the remedies and tinctures Leticus had prepared and arranged himself over the years. Among them were an aromatic mixture of balms and herbs, the scent of the soil combining with the sharpness of antiseptic chemicals. Woven vines framed the single window, and a shaft of sunlight slanted across the polished wood floor. A sturdy wooden frame contained the bed. Moss-like cushions filled it, with a delicate flower mobile hanging from above in a bioluminescent haze. At the table beside the bed was the common assortment of vials and flasks of carefully prepared medicines. Leticus's medical tools fascinated Brevis. He saw a few wooden pestles and mortars intricately carved and inlaid with metals, arranged next to a few polished metal instruments covered in the symbols Brevis had just started to understand. Off to one side, a low, constant humming told him that the temperature of medicines were being kept at a constant by a tiny biomechanical device. The hut had indeed all the signs of a humble dwelling, but even in this simplicity, there was a certain method in everything, a certain order in Leticus's work. Ravina lay on the thin bed. The flowers of her headdress that had once shone brightly were now wilted. She was bedridden, the disease having weakened her, but she was determined to attend Brevis's adulthood ceremony. Uncle Thaler had crafted a wheelchair for her so she could be there in person. Brevis had spent so long in that room, caring for Ravenna as Leticus had taught him to. The old healer had done the best he could to prepare him for his apprenticeship at Pyre. Yet some part of Brevis had been haunted by shame and sorrow at the idea of leaving Ravenna like this. "Aline is in control," Ravenna said softly. She removed a small object from her pocket and pressed it into his hand. "You've made the right decision for your apprenticeship. You'll do great things, Brevis. I want you to have this." As Brevis looked down at his hand, he saw her favorite olive tree pendant. "Oh, Ravenna," Brevis started to say, but Ravenna stopped him. "I want you to wear this around your neck to remind you that no matter what happens, Aline is with you. Always." Brevis nodded, slipped the pendant over his head. Despite Ravenna's charge, in his heart, mingled with all the pain they had endured, he didn't think Aline could be in control anymore. The idea of a good god who had a plan for him, and, indeed, for all living things, was a distant and unreal concept. His sole thought was to stop the plague and help his people. One of the hardest things he'd ever done was leave Ravenna, and he couldn't stop thinking about how he might be abandoning her when she needed him most. Brevis's parents quietly entered, both worn with worry, and Curat rested a hand on his shoulder and gave him a small smile of encouragement. "You're going to do great today, son," he said, some pride escaping from his voice. Amara bent, kissing Ravenna on the forehead, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We'll stay with Ravenna." She turned to Brevis. "You go get ready for the ceremony. This is your day." Brevis nodded, a mess of feelings bubbling up within him. He released Ravenna's hand and pushed himself up. "I'll see you soon," he promised, an effort of conviction clear in his voice. Brevis stepped out of the hospital hut, his thoughts racing through his head. He thought of the future, of how much would be expected of him, of the unknowns which awaited him in Pyre. Yet he was hopeful that there was still something he could do to make a difference. He worked his way through the crowd that was beginning to gather, reaching the village courtyard where the preparations for the adulthood ceremony were underway. It was the place of village meetings and revelries. In spite of the harsh memories of the past few years, there was a tenuous, determined sense of hope, a spirit of survival which refused to die. Brevis saw Leora across the courtyard, and her eyes lit up. She started toward him, and he toward her, moving slowly. "Hey," Leora said, her voice a mix of excitement and sadness. "Hey," Brevis replied, managing a small smile. "Ready for today?" Leora nodded. "As ready as I'll ever be. Being an apprentice at the farm with my family feels right, but it will be hard not to see you as often." Brevis sighed, the reality of the separation beginning to sink in. "I know. We've been through so much together. It's going to be strange not having you around." They both stood there for a moment. Then Leora stepped forward and enveloped Brevis in a tight embrace. "We'll be okay," she whispered, her voice filled with determination. "We've made it this far. We can handle whatever comes next." Brevis embraced her. Her words had given him strength. "You're right," he said, his voice steady. "We'll be okay." They shared a brief glance before drifting apart. Then they turned their attention once again to the ceremony and the new journeys that lay ahead of them. One of the last vestiges of civilization and hope for the Oleaceae tribe was the adulthood ceremony. The ancient ritual was respected by the Nymphaea, for fear of the potential upheaval if they did not. The courtyard, cleared of the fearsome Nymphaea soldiers, became a scene of colorful festivities and sounds of life. Brightly embroidered woven rolls of cloth, leaves and flowers adorned the courtyard and gently waved in the wind. The scent of flowering vegetation was in the air, a sign of the great closeness of the tribe to nature. An old olive tree in the middle of the courtyard was full of ripe olives. It was a tree which symbolized the tribe, its life and continuity, with its roots buried deep in the past. Along with Brevis, the other young adults of the tribe had their own special robes. A mix of organic and mechanical fibers formed these robes, paying homage to their adulthood status and the tribe's way of life. Embroidered leaves and vines decorated the robes, showing the skill of the tribe's artisans. In the ceremony, the main act involved the parents braiding a branch of olive leaves into the child's headdress, symbolizing the passage from childhood to adulthood and the link between the child and the tribe's history. Brevis's parents solemnly approached and then prepared the olive branch. When they weaved the olive branch into the leafy headdress around Brevis's head, the silver-green leaves stood out against his natural dark green, a sign that he had attained this new maturity. Brevis noticed Uncle Thaler had wheeled Ravenna in towards the stage from the edge of the courtyard. Her pale, weak body brought sadness to Brevis's heart, but her eyes looked alive with excitement. Her gown was simple and elegant, the wilted headdress adorned with the fresh flowers Thaler had twisted into it. He made the wheelchair from wood. While he chose a sturdy variety for the seat and wheels, he carved the arms from soft wood, detailing them with an artful spiraling pattern of vines and leaves. Brevis thought of how much Ravenna had wanted to be with him, to witness this pivotal moment in his life. It made his heart swell and hurt at the same time. Thaler turned her in the direction of the Brevis, and Ravenna's smile grew. Her eyes never left Brevis, and weak though she was, she clapped her hands. Once the ceremony finished, they all sang and danced in celebration, and the older members of the tribe would remind and encourage the youth of their responsibilities and of the importance of their culture. Brevis listened and felt honored to have earned new responsibilities, and with the love and loyalty of his family and tribe. Afterward, Brevis and his family walked slowly, talking and laughing as they made their way back to the hospital hut. They were able to focus on the joy of the day and found comfort in each other, pushing the heavier things aside for the moment. Watching her laugh, her eyes twinkling from the wheelchair, Brevis felt for a moment it was almost like everything was all right. Arriving at the hut, Brevis carried her out of her wheelchair. She was so light, her body frail and delicate, so fragile. He lifted her with ease and laid her down carefully on her bed. Again, as Ravina smiled sleepily at her brother, her pride overcame her fatigue. "You did it, Brevis," she said softly, her voice filled with love and admiration. "You're an adult now. Aline will guide you, I know it. And I love you very much." Feeling a lump in his throat, he smiled back at her and replied, "I love you too, Ravina." His heart ached, even though his voice was calm. Ravina stepped forward, clasped his hand in her own, and gripped it tightly. "You don't need to worry about me anymore. You're free to continue on your life's journey to Pyre. I don't need your help anymore. I'm ready to go see Aline." Brevis could see that she was right. He felt a pang of sadness. She had fought a good fight, but now it was time. His hand gripped hers gently as he held back tears. Ravina took a deep but forced breath, closing her eyes and wearing a peaceful expression as she uttered, "Goodbye, Brevis. Be strong, be kind, and never forget that I love you." With those final words, Ravina drifted to sleep. It wasn't long before she breathed her last breath. He felt a deep hollowness, but also a deep sense of peace. Ravina was gone. She would suffer no more. She was free. The room was still, and the moment lingered. Brevis's parents were at the bedside, the anguish clear on their drawn faces. They had lost so much, yet they still had each other. Brevis knew that his journey had only begun. For Ravina's sake, he would serve his people through healing. Even now, he could feel the reassuring weight of the pendant at his chest, and tonight, whatever his doubts about Aline, he carried with him the faith and the love of Ravina. Archive Index number 008. Goodbye. The next morning was heavy after a mostly sleepless night. The courtyard in which they had laughed and celebrated for the adulthood ceremony was now quiet, draped not in the bright colors of celebration, but in the black and white of mourning. The vibrantly colored banners and garlands, once resplendent with symbols of new life, were a dull gray. The Oleaceae tribe walked quietly with serious faces, gathered to give their farewells to Ravina. Brevis watched the community working together, each giving their all towards this transformation. As they did, the colorful flowers lining the courtyard were systematically replaced with simple white flowers. The same spot where Brevis and the other youth had stood in all their glory the day before was now decked in somber colors, awaiting the casket of Ravina. The courtyard resonated with a sort of calm echo of the tribe's voices, a respectful quiet. Brevis helped arrange the chairs, each seat a mark of how many lives Ravina had touched, but the pain in his chest did not subside. The whole space, even the trees and birds, seemed to be waiting for the ceremony to begin. When it was almost time, Brevis lingered in the courtyard with the olive trees. A wind blew through their voluminous leaves, rustling them like his own lament. He could feel his sister in every part of the village, her presence woven into its very bricks. As they drew near to the start of the service, a tumult began to break out within Brevis. He missed the physical presence of his sister very much. He saw a welcoming group filled with faces he knew, and the courtyard filled with a community that was there to support him. But what could they do to fill the empty space she had left behind, weighing him down? Brevis wondered if he would start to forget the memories of Ravina. The way she had laughed at his silly jokes, the way her eyes locked on his with a devilish glint, the adventures they had shared together, the secrets they had whispered into the starlit night under the centuries-old olive trees, or how she had always believed in him. The realization that these moments were now only in the past was almost too much. When standing with his own people, Brevis felt the burden of expectation, the obligation to be strong enough for not just himself, but for his family as well. Kirat and Amara were visibly upset. The sad eyes and looks which they had revealed their aching hearts. It was more than enough to make Brevis want to comfort them and make them know that Ravina would always be remembered and loved. But layered underneath, he was furious. Furious at the disease that had silenced his sister, that the Nymphaea continued to oppress his people, and above all, furious at himself for not being able to do anything. This anger had produced in him a drive to discover a cure, so that no family would suffer like his had. Brevis took a breath and took his place when the service began. He knew that if he was to preserve the memory of Ravina, he would have to work hard for his people. In his eulogy, Kirat recounted that Ravina was full of life, and that he knew so many would miss her presence. The courtyard where the funeral was held fell silent when Caravan finished speaking. Brevis stepped up, heart hammering in his chest. He took a deep breath, feeling the eyes of his tribe piercing into him. "Ravenna was more than my sister," Brevis began, his voice steady despite the tears threatening to fall. "She was my best friend, my confidant, and my inspiration." Her laughter was like the song of the olive trees, bringing light and life to everyone around her. Even in her final days, she showed us what it means to be strong and to love unconditionally. He paused, looking into the crowd, seeing their grief, their love. "Ravenna believed in the goodness of our people and the strength of our community. She taught me that even in the darkest times, we must hold on to hope and continue to fight for a better future. Today, as we say goodbye, let us honor her memory by living with the same courage and kindness she showed us every day." Brevis stepped back, his heart heavy with sorrow. The tribe members nodded in silent agreement. Their support was a soothing balm to his troubled heart. After the speaking came the harvesting of the ceremonial seed of the olive tree in the middle of the courtyard. This ancient tree was the symbol of the Oleaceae tribe's deep roots and leaf shade. As Caravan approached the tree, he took one seed, holding it up into the air as though giving the townspeople a reminder of their past and a hope of a new future. Brevis and the rest of his family led the procession with Ravenna's casket, covered with white flowers, and the rest followed silently along the streets. The procession reached the olive grove, behind the temple of Oleaceae. Even the rustling of the leaves of the olive trees in the grove seemed to whisper their last farewell to Ravenna's soul. They buried her in the grove with the seed planted over her, a promise of new life. Brevis stood in the olive grove, surrounded by the young olive trees that were all in bud, each one of them a life that had been snuffed out by the mysterious epidemic that had struck their tribe. The many new saplings saddened Brevis, so many lost far too young. It was a reminder of how fragile life was, and how urgent it was to come up with a cure. At the ceremony's end, all of the friends and family who had come to pay their respects filed up before Ravenna to say their hushed farewells. They left tokens of their love on her grave. When the last funeral guests had left the olive grove, and the sounds of mourning had subsided, it was now only the olive trees who remained guarding Ravenna's grave. Leora came to Brevis, her eyes as sad and as fierce as his, and she had no words to say, just as Brevis hadn't when Leora's family had been captured. She held him tight and close in her arms, and they did not need any words. Neither of them spoke. And it took only that embrace to say it all. Brevis could not hold back the tears any longer, but Leora gave him her strength. Standing there with the darkness of night gathering around them, he promised himself he would not let Ravenna die in vain. He would continue on his path as a healer, and in that way he would fight on. Brevis sat by Ravenna's grave, holding little Tweet, her favorite toy bird who had sat on her pillow and kept her company with cheerful chirps through her long illness. He placed little Tweet beside the new seed with a sigh of sorrow. It was a farewell gift to his sister, and the loss settled more deeply into his heart. When he rose and turned to leave, it was as though he had drowned in memory and grief. The walk home was long, quiet, and empty. Dawn had broken above Leafshade Village, and sunlight filtered through the branches high above. The air was fresh and leafy and smelled of dew, and the whir of morning activity echoed far beyond. Brevis went through his house, gathering the few things he would take with him to Pyre. Today was the last morning he would spend in a house he had known all his life as home, and it hurt. Brevis had brought Citus, his fast skyrunner, knowing that the bird could pass messages back to Leafshade more quickly than any caravan. His own parents reminded him that they would see him at the next delivery, but they also anxiously told him to write often, for they would want to know how their son was faring in the sprawling city of Pyre. Caravan and Amara were at the door. Caravan placed a hand on Brevis's shoulder. He held it tightly. "Remember, son, you carry our hopes with you. Stay strong, and never forget where you come from." Amara wrapped him in a fierce hug, tears dripping onto his tunic. "We love you, Brevis. Be safe, and come back to us." Brevis nodded, his throat too tight to speak. He turned to Uncle Thalor, a small pouch of herbs and remedies appearing in his hand. "For the journey," Thalor said, his voice steady. "And for those you may help along the way, trust in your skills and in yourself." Finally, Brevis went to his grandmother Gigi for comfort. In the time spent alone with Gigi, he poured out his feelings of powerlessness and frustration that Aline could allow such evil to continue. Gigi's wise words provided a fresh perspective. "Brevis, my dear," she said soothingly, "Aline's ways are not always easy to comprehend, but her love for our people is unwavering. Remember, she has watched over us for countless generations. Trust in her wisdom, even when it seems unfathomable." Brevis pondered over the words, taking them to heart even if he could not fully understand. He made a decision. He would find his own path. He was going to make a difference in the lives of his people, and Gigi's words would always stay with him. In the end, it was his Farafang, Lumi, curled up beside him, nudging his hand, bidding him a final farewell. "Take care of them, Lumi," he whispered to her. He stroked the creature's fur, and a pang of sadness hit him. Lumi whimpered as if she understood. One last time, after he left the house, Brevis looked back, seeing the olive trees swaying in the morning breeze. The sights and sounds of his village would always be a part of him. With a deep breath he started down the road to Pyre, feeling the weight of all the goodbyes, but knowing it was time to see what lay ahead. Data stream summarized. No further significant aberrations during 3 solar cycles of transit. Resuming reconstruction at next event marker. Archive Index number 009, Transitions. The journey to Pyre gave Brevis all the time he needed to think, and each thought dug some new, deep-edged channel in his heart. The tall spires of the city and the thick streets were as familiar as they had ever been, but had gained a bitter flavor. Every corner, every alleyway, echoed with the sounds of his people's subjugation, calls and cries. He moved through the crowded streets all the way to the big city square, and dark memories of that time with Darek and the Caravan came rushing back. He saw the cruelty in the taskmaster's sneer, the tears and the loss of the beloved beasts. Brevis paused, looking about the square as if he might hear again the din of that day, the wails, still echoing beneath the normal sound of the city. Brevis pushed deeper, into the network of streets that made up the military district. Pyre here was unlike the outskirts, plainer than around the palace, but cleaner than in the Oleaceae slums. These buildings were all tidy and neat, and unlike the great monuments of the Nymphaea, they did not have a diversity of ornaments. They served all a strict purpose, and were pervaded by an atmosphere of order and discipline. The military district was austere but very thorough. Soldiers marched with precise movements, and very well-coordinated formations and strides. Brevis felt the familiar sense of unease ripple through him as he looked around. It was a world he had never known, the world where order had always been an inch away from tyranny. In spite of all of this, it was eerily quiet, with well-kept roads and functional buildings that were not in a state of disrepair. As he walked, Brevis did his best to take in the sights and sounds of this new side of Pyre. It was there, in the military district, that he found balance. It was a place neither friendly nor unfriendly, but rather an unfeeling and strictly ordered zone of existence. He was beginning to believe he could accept it as his home away from home. Brevis understood that Pyre would be a hard place to live, that the memory of his sister, of his family, of his village, would always be there to gnaw on his mind, but he felt a small flicker of determination. He had come here to work, and although memory rose up bitterly in his throat, he would not squander this opportunity. He took a deep breath and continued on his way. Brevis stood at the foot of this huge high-rise building, staring up at its great height. He'd never seen anything like the building before, let alone one this size. Unlike Leafshade, with its more natural houses, this was a living building wrapped in metal and drawing its power from the world. Vines wound around the large steel support beams, bioluminescent flora grew along the walls, and the arched entrance almost seemed to breathe with the steel and vines intertwined inside it. He stepped into a crowded lobby. Citizens from both the Oleaceae and the Nymphaea were mingling, talking in groups with the familiar sense of herbs and oils permeating the air. He could see the exhaustion in the Oleaceae's eyes, the weariness of their long lives, but the vigor of their society. They huddled around each other in families, sharing their laughter and fears. Children danced about, their innocence and spirit a balm to the oppressive atmosphere. It was interesting to see how both tribes commingled, and how rare that was in the rest of the city. The first item that caught Brevis's eye was the large metal box in the corner of the lobby. He had heard of elevators but had never seen one. The thought that he was about to enter a room that could move him up, in effect, to the upper floors, was both wonderful and terrifying. He hesitated for a moment before stepping in. The doors of the elevator ratcheted shut. An Oleaceae servant said to him, "What floor?" 10, said Brevis, and the attendant pulled the lever. There was a lurch. It was an odd feeling, that sensation of suddenly being pressed upwards, but it wasn't so much pressure as it was a flutter in the stomach. The attendant opened the doors on the 10th floor, and, thanking him, Brevis stepped into the hallway. Other than the bulb above the lift shaft, the hallway was dark. Doors lined the hallway on either side, leading to the quarters of other Oleaceae. This melting pot of tribes in the lobby was curious, but the second-class nature of the Oleaceae was self-obvious from its location on the top floors. Brevis was pleased that he had little to carry. That meant fewer trips back and forth. The air was cooler, and the smell of olive trees, so often associated with the tribe, reached his nose. He padded silently down the corridor until his quarters came into view. The room itself was quite small, but he did not need much and he could still call it his own. A window viewed the streets down below, where the people crawled like insects around the streets and corridors. The only furniture was a narrow bed, a wooden table and chair, and a chest for storing clothing and other belongings. So small and meager, yet still it was the only place where he could find anything like peace in the city. Brevis sat down his pack and withdrew several personal belongings. Among these were the intricately carved wooden box given to him by his sister Ravina, and a well-used etch volume on herbal remedies given to him by his friend Leticus. He sat on the edge of the bed for a moment. Revolving the small box and etch volume around in his hands, he desperately held onto the memory of home and let the events of the day wash over him. He could see the whole of Pyre from his window, and the enormous military establishment next door. He watched carefully and noticed a full regiment of soldiers was training, marching and moving like clockwork. The base was alive with activity. The caravans soared around it, fast and maneuverable, taking to the air and flying in close formation. Their riders twisted and turned with their mounts as the sound of metal wings flapping carried on the breeze. Archers with sharpened darts from seed pods could hit a distant target with their biomechanical crossbows. Brevis heard the twang of bowstrings and the thud of darts hitting their targets. Brevis watched as a muscular steedron pulled a military-style chariot. Its long head, topped with a metallic skull, had deep blue optical sensors. The hydraulic hammering of its metal hooves drummed a staccato on the pavement as it lashed its metallic-stranded tail. The beast galloped with skill and strength. There were other creatures serving as beasts of burden and scouts. Brevis watched as huge, lumbering mechadons trundled by, their backs laden with crates that appeared to contain military supplies. There was a formation of imposing Pharaohfangs training, their handlers lined up near them, and their voices stern. But the beasts were surprisingly obedient and quick. When ordered, they attacked on command, full of fight, confounding their naturally playful demeanor. Elsewhere in the base, soldiers were practicing hand-to-hand combat. The sounds of vine swords clanging and deep breathing filled the air, their intense and precise attacks becoming a rhythm. The soldiers executed every movement and attack with practiced calculation, clearly demonstrating the intense training behind their precision. The vine sword came with unique combat tactics that revolved around using the sword's vines for defense or attack. Brevis saw a soldier entangle an opponent's arm with the extending vines, causing them to stumble into the sword with their momentum. He saw another use the sword's bundled vines in the hilt to swing the weapon in wide arcs like a mace to push back an opponent and create sweeping strikes. The polished blades inspired fear and awe. Brevis watched for a few seconds before he turned away from the window and swallowed hard. He had a reality to face, and it wasn't going to be an easy one. After all, the day was still young. He had barely begun to explore this new chapter of his life. Sighing, Brevis stepped out of his apartment and made his way to the hospital where he was to apprentice. Roads in Pyre, as always, were busy with daily life, with Oleaceae workers and Nymphaea citizens alike moving about with purpose. The air rang with the noise of the machinery, and the people of the city thronged. As Brevis approached the hospital, he marveled at the scale and majesty of its building. It had a beautiful facade that combined nature and architecture in a perfect mixture. A matrix of vines and flowering plants rose, wound their way around, and clung to the metal support beams. This living curtain provided insulation and shade, but also blended the building into the environment. The entrance of the building was through an archway of branches, with its top and sides covered with vines. On either side were two giant bioluminescent flowers with glowing petals which radiated soft light that signaled guests in. Inside the hospital, a flurry of workers moved through the echoing space with the fluid coordination and distinct roles of a hive. Nymphaea doctors and Oleaceae healers moved through halls, diagnosing and treating with advanced devices and simple herbal infusions. In another room, Brevis witnessed the Oleaceae servants, who were recovering from a variety of ailments. They were under the care of the healers, who wore plain clothes and treated them with gentle hands, well worn from herbal applications. The patients seemed tired, but comforted by the presence of those from the same tribe. The Nymphaea soldiers occupied a separate wing of the hospital, wearing their distinctive uniforms and being tended to, with a combination of advanced medical machines and expensive herbal solutions. Brevis saw a Nymphaea doctor using a complicated machine to analyze the wounds of a soldier. At the same time, an Oleaceae healer applied some lotion from native plants. While the intertribal battle raged outside the hospital walls, there were no signs of it here. There was quiet efficiency, cooperation, and mutual respect between the two tribes. Brevis smiled. This was where he would learn, where he could grow, and where, he hoped, he might be able to make his mark. When he approached the front desk, a smiling Oleaceae receptionist looked over his apprenticeship application. She handed him the badge he was to wear the next day, and Brevis felt the breath of relief. Now that he had a better understanding of what awaited him, he was eager to begin. He stood outside of the hospital. The sun had begun to dip behind the buildings rising off of the horizon, and he knew tomorrow was a fresh start. He was more than ready. He began walking back to his apartment, Pyre's sights and sounds wrapping back around his mind, holding it as a shadow holds a flame. After a short rest in his tiny flat at Pyre, Brevis wondered about the nightlife. Perhaps he would be able to find some place where he could meet with some other Oleaceae and relax a bit. He followed the sounds of laughter and music until he came to a crowded bar called the Rusty Spoon, a few blocks from his house. When Brevis walked inside for the first time, it surprised him how different the place was from the hospital. It was an Oleaceae establishment through and through, a place his people could let their guard down and be themselves. Herbs, spices, salts, and goodness only knows what else was hidden in those drinks. The energy of the crowd of laborers, healers, and artisans now surrounded him. Their rough features marked the strain of their labor, and the laugh lines showed their mirth. The music was upbeat and rhythmic, a cross between customary Oleaceae songs and modern compositions, filled with the sound of instruments made of organic and mechanical material pounding out a syncopated, infectious beat. Brevis found himself tapping his foot to the music, caught up in the rhythm. Brevis went to the bar. The drinks were all different colors and liquid levels, unlike any he had seen before. He had the urge to try one of the cocktails. They looked good. Some drinks glowed softly through the half-light, others glittered with iridescence, and a few actively shifted colors as the bartender stirred or poured them. He marveled at the skill and imagination that went into so many varieties of drink. When Brevis sat down at the bar, he ordered a drink he had just seen of deep blue with gold flecks floating in it, which swirled and sparkled. The bartender, a friendly Oleaceae, whose headdress was a little crown of green flowers, put it in front of him. "First time here?" she asked, and the smile filled the room. Brevis nodded and took a small sip from his cup. It was sweet and sour with a touch of something floral that he could not put his finger on. It was a refreshing and invigorating drink that complemented the energetic environment. Around him, the groups of Oleaceae were talking, laughing, and trying to outdo each other with increasingly absurd jests. For a few moments, Brevis thought, they forgot the misery of their lives in servitude to Nymphaea. In places like this, they could celebrate, tell stories, and take comfort from each other's company. Brevis felt calmed. He took a drink, and his eyes wandered over the activity in the bar. This was another side of Pyre he had never seen, and he rather liked it. This was very soothing to him. Brevis placed the glass to his lips, and the bartender leaned across the counter. "So where are you from, and what brings you to Pyre?" she asked, a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Brevis set the glass down and smiled back at her. "I grew up in a little village called Leafshade, where I was a rancher for many years," he said, memories returning. "I'm here to apprentice at the hospital as a healer." The bartender said, impressed. "Leafshade, huh? It must be a big change coming to a place like this. The hospital's a good spot. You'll learn a lot." She looked around the bar for a moment and pointed to a young Oleaceae sitting at a table toward the back. "See that guy over there? He's new in town too. If you're looking for a buddy, you might want to say hi." Brevis looked in the direction she was staring at and saw the young man was roughly his age, nursing his drink and looking contemplative. Brevis took the bartender's advice and brought his glass over. "Hi there," Brevis said, offering a friendly smile as he approached the table. "Mind if I join you?" The boy looked up somewhat surprised, but smiled back. "Sure, have a seat. I'm Kieran. Nice to meet you, Kieran." "I'm Brevis," he replied, sitting down. "I just arrived in Pyre today. I'm from Leafshade, and starting an apprenticeship at the hospital." Kieran's eyes brightened in interest. "That's great. I'm new here too. Moved from the outskirts to work in the city's maintenance division, but it can be a bit overwhelming, to be honest." Brevis nodded. "I know what you mean. Pyre is so different from what I'm used to, but it is good to meet someone else who's also finding their way." The two men got along well, swapping family history and future plans. Brevis reveled in the sights, sounds, and energy of his fellow Oleaceae in the bar, feeling at one with them. Surely this was a sign that things were going to be okay in Pyre. Brevis and Kieran began chatting and soon found out they lived in the same building. "Wait, you live in the high-rise by the military base?" Kieran's eyes widened. Brevis nodded. "Yeah, on the 10th floor." "You too?" Kieran grinned. "I'm on the 12th. Small world, huh?" Brevis could tell they would be fast friends. The two decided to walk home together, and the streets of Pyre had quieted. The day's noise faded into the silence of evening. On the way home, they talked more about where they came from, their dreams, and where they saw themselves some years in the future. By the time they reached the front of their apartment building, teeth chattering with excitement, Brevis and Kieran felt as though their friendship would last for life. They bid each other goodnight and headed up to their respective floors, with a feeling of energy and anticipation for the adventures to come. Archive Index number 010, Apprenticeship. Brevis saw the sun rays coming in through the leaves of the trees that surrounded his apartment in curtains of green. It was his first day at the hospital, and he was half excited, half nervous. As he got dressed, he recalled talking with Kieran, who, just like Leora's cousins, had grown up in the Oleaceae slums. He was even more shocked to learn that Kieran had been a witness to Leora's family's arrest many years before. Brevis had always wondered what had happened to them, and now he knew that, as far as Kieran could tell, they were still locked up. Kieran impressed Brevis with his optimism, in spite of the difficulty of his upbringing. Kieran worked a maintenance job to fix elevators and machines around Pyre. It was a job that took him all over the city, and it struck Brevis that, as part of his work, he must meet all sorts of interesting people, from Oleaceae workers in the slums to Nymphaea officials in the most exclusive of Pyre's buildings. He looked into the mirror for the last time and straightened the leafy headdress upon his head. He took a deep breath and decided that today would be the first day of the new chapter in his life. He picked up his satchel and walked out. Brevis was feeling a little wired by the time he got to the Oleaceae hospital. The entrance was crowded with people, but the receptionist showed him to a side entrance used by staff. He stepped inside and, the moment he did, the lively atmosphere of the city was left behind him. Staff-only areas of the hospital were a maze of corridors and a few rooms filled by the constant hum of various machines. As Brevis walked the halls, he viewed the breadth of the staff surrounding him. The wizened Oleaceae healers with their yellowed headdresses were professional, calmly mixing herbs and adjusting mechanical devices. The Nymphaea supervisors wore blue lotus insignia, which contrasted sharply with the green colors of the Oleaceae. They were the authority on the ground, and had the responsibility and obligation of overseeing everything. Brevis noticed some other new apprentices, who seemed equally nervous and excited. One Oleaceae girl had a bright, curious look on her face, and her short headdress of little budded flowers sat around her head. One was a Nymphaea boy whose spine was stiff with the weight of expectations from his tribe. In spite of their differences, Brevis felt kinship with them, and knew they were here to learn. Tables were set up around the training room, with each focusing on a different aspect of healing. Their Oleaceae supervisor introduced herself, a kind and experienced healer named Talia. She smiled at Brevis with eyes sparkling with encouragement as they met. The head of the department was a tall Nymphaea with a forbidding demeanor, Dr. Lysander, and he nodded curtly and moved on. Brevis relaxed, letting his shoulders drop, listening to the smells of herbs bubbling and the clockwork tick of machines. He was ready to begin his studies. To prove he was more than just a boy from the Oleaceae tribe, he was a healer in the making. Talia led the new students into a small room, bright with light and the scents of herbs, tools, and medical instruments. Talia was calm and confident, and everyone around her felt at ease. She taught them to understand the fundamentals of their jobs and stressed the importance of understanding the biological and mechanical functions of their patients. Today, we'll start with something fundamental, Talia said, her voice gentle but firm. Healing is not just about treating symptoms. It's about understanding the root cause of an illness and addressing it holistically. This means knowing your herbs, understanding the mechanics of our bodies, and being able to diagnose problems accurately. At first, she led them through the process of preparing herbal medicines with the complex array of mechanical aids that she and the apprentices had assembled. Brevis, who had been taught by Leticus and had experience in both making medicines and treating animals, proved to be at ease with the herbal medicines and equipment she instructed them to use. After these tests, Talia took them to a patient room, where they found an Oleaceae woman in a bed, her breathing labored and her eyes cloudy. Talia smiled as she approached the patient and began explaining her ailments to the apprentices. "This is Alara," Talia said softly. "She has been experiencing severe respiratory issues for the past few days. Her symptoms include a persistent cough, shortness of breath, and fatigue. Can anyone tell me what might be causing this?" Brevis understood the symptoms instantly. He had seen them in his own village, where the air was always thick with pollen and other irritants, such as animal dander. Raising his hand, he felt a rush of confidence. "It's likely a case of pollen lung," Brevis said, his voice steady. "The symptoms match perfectly. The treatment involves using a combination of respi-root and mechanical filtration to clear her airways and strengthen her lungs." Talia turned to Brevis with surprise and pleasure. "That's correct, Brevis. Pollen lung is common among our people, this time of year especially. Your experience will be useful here." She then demonstrated how to prepare the respi-root mixture, and took a small mechanical device, which they used to assist in filtering the patient's air passages. Brevis had been watching closely, and while he knew he had much to learn, he felt a deep pride that his time with Leticus had equipped for this moment. After Alara had been treated, Talia led the apprentices into a large room filled with medical supplies and practice dummies. This room had several first-aid treatment stations where the apprentices could practice treating various types of injuries. Talia led them over to a stack of bandages, splints, and other things needed for basic treatment. "Now, we'll focus on first aid and injury treatment," Talia announced. "It's crucial to know how to handle emergencies, especially in a busy hospital like ours. We'll start with bandage wraps. Proper technique can make a significant difference in a patient's recovery." She demonstrated how to put a bandage on a dummy arm and explained what she was doing as the apprentices looked on, waiting for their turn. After Talia finished her demonstration, she told them to begin practicing on the dummies. As they worked, the apprentices were finally able to speak. The Oleaceae girl, Lyra, turned to Brevis and smiled. "You really knew your stuff back there with Alara. I'm impressed. How did you learn so much?" Brevis was a little proud, but he tried not to show it. Well, I've had quite a lot of practice back at home. Our village healer, Leticus, taught me quite a lot, and I have a lot of experience with animals. Well, it's great that you know so much, but don't you think you were a bit of a show-off? We're all here to learn, not to compete. The Nymphaea boy, Jakar, shot a doubtful glance in Brevis's direction. Brevis was a little taken aback by what Jakar had just said, but tried to keep his tone friendly. I didn't mean to show off. I just wanted to help. We're all in this together, right? Lyra nodded in agreement. Exactly. We're a team. We can learn a lot from each other. Jakar shrugged. He did not seem entirely convinced, but there was no immediate hostility in his gaze. I suppose. Just remember, there's always more to learn. Talia noticed as well and smiled back, saying, You're all doing well. Remember that getting better is a team project, and each of you has something special to contribute. Keep practicing, and you'll all become excellent healers. They were soon introduced to the head of the Nymphaea department, Dr. Lysander. He was very different from Talia. He did not make small talk with students or ask many questions. He was all business and his demeanor was serious. Your primary duty as apprentices, Dr. Lysander began, is to track symptoms meticulously. Accurate records are essential for us to diagnose and treat patients efficiently. You are not here to diagnose. That is the job of the doctors. Your role is to observe, record, and report. He led them into a room where the Nymphaea soldier lay in bed, groaning and holding his stomach. Dr. Lysander approached the soldier calmly and began to examine him. This patient is experiencing severe stomach pain, Dr. Lysander informed the apprentices. Your task is to monitor his symptoms closely and ensure that all details are recorded accurately. This allows us to diagnose and address the issue promptly while we attend to other patients. Brevis, eager to impress, flipped through the patient's chart. While reading the symptoms and recent history, it came to him. He recognized the symptoms from his training with Leticus, and he blurted out what the diagnosis was. Dr. Lysander, I believe this soldier might be suffering from a mechanical blockage in his digestive system. The symptoms match perfectly. Dr. Lysander turned his unexpressive face to Brevis. Your job, apprentice, is to report symptoms. Leave the diagnosing to the doctors. Brevis felt a pang of shame and nodded. Yes, Dr. Lysander, I understand. Lyra looked at Brevis with wide eyes, impressed by his confidence and knowledge. Jakar looked at Brevis with a glance that said, I told you so. Dr. Lysander went on to describe their duties in the daily operation of a busy hospital. Brevis listened closely, willing to learn the job, willing to adapt. He knew that he had overstepped, but he also knew that he had information that might be of some value, if only he could discover how to communicate it. Back in his apartment, Brevis sank into his chair. His body felt exhausted by everything that had transpired, but he was excited at the same time. The first day had been a mixture of the dizzying, the difficult, and the educational, and he couldn't help feeling a swell of accomplishment. He had already begun the journey down the path of the healer, and despite his mistakes, he felt he was on a good path. Brevis thought of Talia, whose friendliness and kindness made him feel at home. Then he thought of Dr. Lysander's no-nonsense approach to the management of the institute, and his model of discipline and respect for seniority. The odd sort of relationship between the staff of the Nymphaea and Oleaceae did intrigue him. While they had a hierarchy, they found themselves all focused on one thing, taking care of the patients. In those hours, the divisions that tended to separate them somehow didn't seem so relevant or important. He was acutely aware of the hierarchy, though. Nymphaea patients had first choice of the better rooms in the ward, a reminder of their place in society. Most patients, no matter which tribe they belonged to, were thankful for the care they received. Brevis did find that the level of gratitude varied with a soldier's rank. Though even higher-ranking officers from the Nymphaea could be dismissive, they shifted their attitudes once serious disease or injury appeared. Brevis was impressed by the friendship of the apprentices, despite Jakar's disbelieving attitude, and believed that they would benefit through learning from each other's strengths. He felt that the dynamics of Lyra's supportive nature, Jakar's caution, and his own eagerness made them a good team that could only get better. As he crawled into bed, Brevis thought of Ravina, and how he had promised to live the rest of his life in her memory, as a healer. With this thought in his mind, he closed his eyes and went to sleep, ready for whatever tomorrow would bring. Data stream summarized. No novel events detected during 4 lunar cycles. Scanning for anomalous behavioral patterns. Rebellion node identified. Resuming reconstruction at next intercept. Archive index number 011. Growth. Brevis, can you go check on the patient in room 432 for me? Talia asked on one of the busiest days. Brevis nodded, grabbing his datapad. On it! He scanned through the patient's file as he walked into the exam room. The patient was a Nymphaea soldier with a prosthetic leg and had been admitted with pain in the leg. As soon as Brevis entered, he could see that the soldier was in agony. Sir, I'm Brevis. I'm here to check on you. The soldier blinked up at him through pain-squinched eyes. Just get it over with. Brevis had already begun examining the prosthetic. It was only a few months after he'd signed up as an apprentice, and he'd become quite skilled with the diagnostic equipment at the hospital. He ran the scanner over it with a look of uncertainty. Brevis asked the soldier a few questions. When did the pain start? Are you experiencing any other symptoms? The soldier replied, It's a gradual pain that's gotten worse over the past few weeks. I've had some fever and chills too. Brevis mulled this over, and then took another look, this time at the interface of the prosthetic and the flesh of the soldier. Then he saw it. There's an infection at the connection point. That's impossible, the soldier scoffed. The prosthetic is new. It's top of the line. Brevis remained confident. I'm sure of it. It's rare, but it's not unheard of. The door opened, and the figure of Dr. Lysander entered. What's going on here? Brevis replied. I think the patient has a mechanical infection in the prosthetic connector. Seems like an antibacterial dielectric salve might do the trick. Dr. Lysander glanced between the scans and the soldier. You may be right, Brevis. This is unusual, but the symptoms and the scans do match your diagnosis. He turned back to the soldier. He's right. We'll need to treat the infection immediately. The doctor started to give the soldier instructions, then turned back to Brevis. Well done, Brevis. You've got a sharp eye. Dr. Lysander's words were the turning point that made Brevis, for the first time, realize that his intuitive perceptions of biomechanical infections had earned him a voice in the future of the hospital. So the months drifted on, days filled with the delicate operations of herbalism and the discipline of straight stitching. He was awaiting a moment that, with his good record, would allow him to take a stand and demand that the Oleaceae children be cured. I have an idea, said Brevis, his voice wavering but firm, and the rest of the group turned to him in stunned silence. This particular staff meeting was one of the few times the Oleaceae healers and the Nymphaea doctors had met, and Brevis knew he could do something. The department head, Dr. Lysander, raised an eyebrow. Yes, Brevis? What is it? Brevis took a breath. I believe we should be looking into a cure for the Oleaceae child epidemic, he said, his confidence growing with every word. We've lost so many young lives, including my own sister. I think it's time we took a proactive approach and dedicated resources to finding a solution. Some of the Oleaceae healers nodded, in response to his laying out his preliminary action plan. Members of the Nymphaea ranks remained with impassive faces, as though listening to a dull sermon. Dr. Lysander cut him short, his face serious. Brevis, while your dedication is commendable, he said with aggravation, we must be realistic. We have very limited resources, and we must limit ourselves to making every possible effort to meet the needs of our patients in the short term, rather than engaging ourselves in a long-term effort nobody can be sure will yield a cure. The research department has a long list of priorities, and they will decide what they choose to work on. Brevis's heart sank. Despite hoping for a better response from the irritable Dr. Lysander, the physician's words became an echo of the reality they faced. But what about the future? He countered, his voice filled with desperation. If we don't find a cure, we'll continue to lose our children. We can't just accept that. Dr. Lysander's face hardened. Brevis, he said, and his tone was forbidding. Remember your place. You are an apprentice, not a doctor. I appreciate your energy and your enthusiasm. However, you're going to have to step back and trust us. What we are doing is best for the hospital and the patients. We have our directives and we must follow them. Brevis's headdress steamed. He knew he had gone too far, but he couldn't shake the feeling that his idea had simply been tossed aside. He looked around the room, at his peers, hoping for help, but none of them so much as raised his head. Brevis sighed sadly. Yes, Dr. Lysander, he said, hardly more than a whisper. But now he had been put in his place, and the sting of rejection was still fresh in his mind. He knew that he had much to learn, but also that he could not afford to abandon his dream of finding a cure. Dr. Lysander's no was final, but it seethed inside Brevis. He could not just let it go. Brevis realized that he could not change the course of hospital policy from the top downwards. Instead, he settled down to the daily grind in the emergency ward, making the best of the situation with his patients. In this high-pressure environment, the conflict between his intuition and Jakar's by-the-etch volume discipline came to a head during a life-or-death crisis. The emergency ward always smelled like antiseptic herbs, and its many diagnostic arrays chirped and howled. Brevis, Lyra, and Jakar stood around a transport gurney, on which the left side of an Oleaceae dockworker was beginning to tremble with violent metallic spasms. His energy flow was spiking in the mechanical joints of his shoulder, Jakar observed, his eyes running over the data stream on his beetle scanner with a clinical detachment. He didn't even look up as he made a notation with his scratch reed. Standard procedure for a kinetic feedback loop is clear. We must apply a dielectric inhibitor and initiate a full manual lockout of the limb. Brevis leaned in closer, moving aside a tuft of leaves from his headdress. He felt his stomach turn at the sight of the patient's natural skin, bruised and mottled purple along the graft of metal plating. If we lock the limb now, the feedback won't dissipate. It'll backflow into his organic nervous system, he said, suddenly cognizant of the lurking dread. He doesn't need a lockout, he needs a conductor. If we use a poultice of crushed magnet fern and apply it to his photosynthetic headdress, we can draw the excess energy out through his leaves. Jekkar, Nymphaea born and suspicious of all unorthodox intuition, bristled. The etch volumes are explicit, Brevis. We do not use organic draws for mechanical surges. It's imprecise and risky. But look at his optical sensors, Lyra called out, perhaps a bit too cheerily for the occasion, pointing at the flickering eyes of the patient. The flickering ceased, only to be replaced with a bright, burning neon gold, and the patient arched off the gurney, convulsing silently in agonized seizure. The diagnostic beetle scanner on his chest skittered away, its antennae twitching in alarm. The surge is bypassing the shoulder, Lyra shouted, gripping the patient's organic forearm between her own hands to keep him from slipping off the gurney. Jekkar, standard lockout would take too long to calibrate now. And Brevis, your fern draw might not be fast enough to save his core. She glanced from one to the other, the flowery headdress on her head bobbing along with the intensity of her concentration. Jekkar, use the manual override on the gurney to create a localized grounding field. Brevis, apply your fern poultice to the interface points, not the headdress, so we can vent the energy while Jekkar stabilizes the flow. Jekkar hesitated for a heartbeat. The grounding field will provide the precision, he conceded at last. And the fern will provide the vent, Brevis added, already reaching for the mortar and pestle. Jekkar's fingers quickly spun the biomechanical dials of the gurney, while Brevis daubed the cool fibrous paste over the taut seams of the resonating fitting. Lyra watched the man's panting breaths, whispering calming words to ease the pain of his dislocation. The bright gold of his eyes dulled and receded. The tremors shaped themselves from violent jerks into a manageable pulse of muffled throb. "Well done, all of you," said a voice from the doorway. Talia stepped through, an approving smile on her face, and closed the door. Standing at the threshold, her arms folded over her healer's robe, she said, "Jekkar, your insistence on the grounding field saved his internal circuitry. Brevis, your knowledge of the fern prevented a neural collapse. And Lyra, your ability to see the middle path kept this team from fracturing when the patient needed you most." She went to the patient and checked the quality of the energy flow with her fingers. "You've proven today that intuition and precision are not enemies," she said, and smiled at them both. "When you integrate your perspectives, you can be the most effective healers in this ward." Talia congratulated the three of them for their teamwork and their success in resuscitating the patient. Brevis began to perceive himself as being valuable to his team and grew in confidence, becoming more involved on the ward. There came a day when the emergency ward was quiet, and something drew him upstairs as he followed the scent of distilled herbs and the faint sound of power. For the first time, he stood before the one place that had always caught his imagination: the research department. Brevis stood in front of the research department door, leafy headdress rustling as he hesitated before entering. The emergency ward had been a wondrous chaos of the healers making snap decisions to stabilize the erratic flow of energy. Here, the stillness took on an air of importance. He was leaning against the door, the metal joints in his arms clicking softly as he contemplated the glass conduits that ran across the workbenches. In the emergency ward, the healing was a never-ending battle between salves and bandages. Even the surgical unit, where he'd watched through wide eyes as they attached living organs to biomechanical prosthetics, felt like a busy workshop. But research was different. Research smelled of chemicals, the taste of distilled herbs filled the air, equipment hummed and clicked throughout the night, surrounded by walls of metal and glass. As he passed a massive biomechanical construct on the corner, he saw a Nymphaea researcher turn a dial on its front, tendrils coiling across its body glowing with a cold, focused neon strip of light. While other wards were treating symptoms, in this room they were looking for the viruses that caused them. Brevis's fingers itched for a scratch read, to catch the streams of data that pulsed across the monitors in the room. He knew that the emergency ward was helping to save lives today, but he also knew that the future of the Oleaceae lay in this department. For him, the lab was not a room full of machines. It was a shrine. Here, perhaps, was where the why of their suffering could be unlocked at last. For a few brief moments among the biomechanical marvels of the laboratory, Brevis had allowed himself to dream that a cure was possible. He began to make his way back to the emergency ward, and his illusion was shattered. The echoing crash of armored boots and the wailing klaxon of the emergency alarm suddenly set him on edge. He turned the corner onto the main corridor and found the hospital conducting a military training simulation, a dark foreshadowing of what kinds of scenarios the Nymphaea were preparing for. Brevis pressed himself against the wall, clutching his tray of medicine vials, as the squad of Nymphaea soldiers thundered down the corridor. The usual scent of herbal medicines in the air succumbed to the tangle of ozone from the diagnostic arrays and the heavy thud of armored boots. Brevis could see them now, the wounded volunteers laid out on gurneys, their bodies smeared with red-tinged lubricants that constituted spilled body fluids, swathed in scorched metal plates to indicate burns. He could see Jekar now by the triage station, his face a professional mask. Lyra was also there, her headdress bobbing nervously as she dealt with the acting patients. A little way down the ward a cluster of victims had been gathered. A Nymphaea commander, his scale armor glistening in the high bioluminescence that permeated the ward, was barking orders at a gaggle of junior healers fresh out of apprenticeship. Brevis waited quietly by a supply cabinet, his ears pricked forward. Remember, in a mass casualty event, Priority 1 status is for Nymphaea citizens and for fighting men. We stabilize our core before anything else, he shouted over the shouts and groans of the volunteers. He pointed a finger at a group of Oleaceae volunteers clustered together, tagged critical. If you're Oleaceae, you're Priority 3. Don't waste your dielectric salves on the labor class until the sovereigns chosen are secured. Brevis felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. He looked at the Oleaceae patients, their simple tunics, a sharp contrast to the blue and gold of the Nymphaea elites who were being ushered into the better rooms. The exercise was not just a test of medical efficiency, it was a rehearsal for a hierarchy of survival. He could hear the clatter of medical equipment and the groans of the wounded from the next ward, but his thoughts were on the street. He had seen crowd-control training for the army from his hospital window. That and the cold reality of triage, the cold calculating of the worth of every life, brought the dreadful reality of the city's conflict home. He turned back to his work, his headdress hissing with the bitter steam of frustration, and he realized that the city was not preparing for a disaster, but for a war. Hours later, Brevis and Kieran were sitting in their favorite corner of the Iron Lotus, talking about the city's mood. The Iron Lotus was a bigger bar than the Rusty Spoon, and somehow, in a variety of ways, even more Oleaceae. Classic Oleaceae strings blended with the algorithmically generated thump of modern beats. Brevis sank back in the corner booth, ready to finally rest after a long day of rounds. The walls boasted bright murals depicting Machrinath that seemed to breathe with the dancing light of lanterns. The city feels different lately, Brevis said, trying to raise his voice above the din of the bar. There's this tension in the air, like something's about to happen. Some dockmen were banging their heavy metal glasses on the empty wooden table with dull hope. Yet he fidgeted with a kind of nervous tension. Kieran didn't look up from his drink immediately, but his eyes caught the light with an intensity that made Brevis's foliage shiver. It's not just the city, Brevis. The Nymphaea are tightening their grip. They're increasing patrols near the slums and doubling the quotas at the manufacturing plants. I saw the triage tags today at the hospital, Brevis whispered, leaning closer so his words wouldn't carry. They've categorized the Oleaceae as Priority 3. If the streets erupt, Kieran, the healers have been ordered to let our people wait while the Nymphaea are tended to. Kieran's jaw hardened, his face inched closer, nearly touching headdresses. They know they're losing control. Every time they lash us, the roots of the rebellion grow deeper. The more they treat us like vermin, the stronger our resolve becomes. Brevis felt a knot of nervousness in his gut. Kieran's boldness both impressed him and terrified him. I just wish there was something we could do, something that would make a real difference, he said, his voice more tentative. Kieran dropped his voice into a conspiratorial whisper that bypassed all the music. There is. But it won't be easy. He waited a moment, searching Brevis's eyes for a flicker of the fire he knew was there. You want to save our people? If you want to truly save them, stop looking at the symptoms and look at the cause. I think there is someone you should meet. Archive Index number 012, Low Places. Brevis's heart began to race. Kieran wouldn't joke about this. The weight of that statement was huge. To save the Oleaceae? The idea was energizing and terrifying at the same time. He realized that he was a little afraid of whatever Kieran was asking him to do. The conversation had turned in a direction that he was not expecting, and he knew that what Kieran was about to say would change everything. Kieran, leaving the Iron Lotus, turned to Brevis. Meet me back here after midnight, he said, his voice low and his face serious. There's someone you need to meet, but be careful, and don't tell anyone where you're going. Brevis nodded, but his mind was racing. What is this about, Kieran? Why all the secrecy? Kieran quickly glanced around to ensure there was no one nearby. It's about the rebellion, Brevis. I think it's time you saw what we're really fighting for. But it's dangerous. Make sure you're prepared for it. Brevis swallowed, feeling the weight of Kieran's words. I understand. I'll be here. As Brevis walked back to his apartment, he replayed Kieran's words over and over again in his head, trying to understand the full force of what was about to happen. The rebellion had always been some distant chatter in the Oleaceae slums. It was nothing more than a rumor, and now he was about to witness firsthand the dark underbelly that had given it life. He had a mixed feeling of wanting to go and wanting to flee when he thought about going to see the rebels. What would he do if caught? What if he lost his apprenticeship and his chance to help the Oleaceae children find a cure? As the hours passed, Brevis waited, but even though he tried to concentrate on studying, his mind kept coming back to the meeting. At last the time arrived. He left the apartment, making himself as inconspicuous as he could. The city was eerily quiet at this hour. Brevis heard his footsteps crunching toward the Iron Lotus, his heart beating faster with every step he took. Kieran was standing in the street outside the bar, grim-faced, and without a word led Brevis into the Iron Lotus through the main entrance. The bar was less crowded, but the regulars packed closely together with their talk and their drink. Kieran wormed his way through the mass and guided Brevis to the back corner of the bar, behind a hanging wall mosaic depicting a Nymphaea symbol. He reached over to an apparently normal section of wall. Looking about him to see if there was anyone in sight, Kieran moved the mosaic aside and, placing his hand against the wall, opened the secret aperture. A faint light appeared, disclosing a keyhole in the wall. Kieran produced a small, exquisitely designed key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock. The wall moved, and opened, silently, intricately, and slowly on its own to reveal a narrow staircase leading down into the darkness. Brevis was hesitant and frightened for a moment, yet Kieran met his gaze and indicated that it was all right to go on. The stairs were steep and narrow, and the air cooled and turned musty as they descended. At the bottom of the stairs he could hear talking in the distance. A moment later Kieran walked into the corridor. The walls were lined with rusted machinery overgrown with vines. The hall expanded into a wide subterranean hall, illuminated by lanterns that flickered off every wall. The room was filled with people, their faces set, weary. The heart of the rebellion was somehow hidden beneath the very city, determined more than ever to stamp it out. Brevis caught his breath. For a moment fear gave way to the sense of wonder. He would soon come to know those who would dare to oppose the Nymphaea, and his life would never be the same. Kieran led Brevis through the underground chamber, walking past clusters of people going from one silent discussion to the next, toward a tall figure standing near a table covered with maps and etch volumes. Setting his hand on Brevis's shoulder, Kieran nodded toward the man. "Brevis, this is Kofar," Kieran said. "He helps coordinate our cell here at the Iron Lotus." "Kofar, this is Brevis, the one I've been telling you about." Kofar extended his hand. "Strong, confident. It's good to finally meet you, Brevis. Kieran has spoken highly of you, your skills, your determination. We need people like you." Brevis's face was a mixture of pride and concern. "Thank you. I'm eager to learn more about what you're doing here." Kofar's face was serious, his voice low. "I find and recruit new people for our cause. The rebellion is growing, but we need more people who are committed and capable. Kieran vouched for you, and that's enough for me." He waved for Brevis to sit at the table. "Let me tell you a bit about myself and our rebellion. Like many of us, I was born in the Oleaceae slums of Pyre. I've seen how our people suffer, and how hard the Nymphaea have crushed us under their heels. That's why I'm here, and why I do what I do." Kofar leaned forward, eyes blazing. "The rebellion stands for one thing, freedom for the Oleaceae people, at any cost. No longer should our people live in fear or oppression. The Iron Lotus is our symbol of defiance. The Nymphaea take the Blue Lotus as a symbol of their power, while we see it as a symbol of our oppression. The Iron Lotus takes their badge of power and wears it as a symbol of resistance." Brevis listened to Kofar, who continued, "Our missions so far have been small, so that they could be dismissed as accidents. We've made the Nymphaea doubt whether the rebellion even exists. We have disabled machines, disrupted their supplies, and even incapacitated a few of their soldiers. Each action is a step towards our ultimate goal." Kofar's voice now came louder. "But make no mistake, Brevis, we're ready to escalate. Our time for subtlety is over. But to make it happen, we need people who are willing to take risks, who believe. That's why Kieran brought you here. We think you can help us in ways that others can't." Brevis was torn. He sympathized with the cause of the rebellion, but was all too aware of the risks. He turned his gaze to Kieran, who nodded his encouragement. This was his moment. Whatever he did, whatever the outcome, his choice would not only affect his own future, it would affect his people. Brevis was still weighing everything Kofar said when the implications finally registered. The hospital wasn't just training for a disaster. It was preparing for the war the rebellion had already begun. Knowing that they had already taken to violence and planned to escalate their actions was hard to swallow. Brevis no longer believed Aline was in control, but he still followed many of her principles. He believed in the sacredness of all life, and that justice should be sought through peaceful means and not through violence. He wanted to free the Oleaceae people, but was not sure that this rebellion was the best way. Kofar continued, cutting through Brevis's mired thoughts. "Brevis, you are in a unique position. Your apprenticeship at the hospital gives you access to information that we desperately need. You see troop movements, come into contact with officers of the Nymphaea, and might even gain insight into their strategy. We have no other way to gain such access. With your help, we could plan our actions more effectively, avoid unnecessary risks, and strike where it would hurt them the most." Looking up at Kofar, Brevis said, "I know what you're saying is important. I just don't know if I can be a part of this. The violence, it's something I don't believe in." Kofar nodded. His hard demeanor softened some, and his voice was sincere. I understand your hesitation, Brevis. But sometimes, to obtain freedom, sacrifices are necessary. We do not take these actions lightly. Every mission is planned to avoid damage as much as possible, but some is unavoidable. The Nymphaea will not let us go without a fight. We have to fight for our freedom. Brevis felt a tightness in his gut. Kofar was right. The Nymphaea weren't going to give up control, but being part of it still did not sit right. He looked at Kieran, who gave him a nod. Think about it, Brevis, Kieran said softly. You don't have to decide right now. Just know that we believe in you and what you can bring to our cause. Brevis nodded slowly. It was not that he disagreed, he just needed time to think. Part of him wanted to help free his people, but he worried about risking his training and the potential to research a cure for the epidemic. As he began to leave, Kofar put a hand on his shoulder. Whatever you decide, Brevis, know that you're always welcome here. We need people like you, whether you're with us in the field or supporting us from the sidelines. Brevis smiled a little. Thank you, Kofar. I'll think about it. Brevis climbed the narrow flight of stairs and halfway up stopped, turning around. He began slowly walking back, his heart racing. He walked back to Kofar and Kieran, who were both staring at him with interest. Kofar, Kieran, Brevis began, his voice steady but filled with emotion. I don't need time to think. I already know my answer. Kofar arched his left eyebrow. Kieran became serious. What is it, Brevis? Kofar asked quietly. Brevis inhaled sharply. I can't take the risk. I know what you're trying to do, and I don't want to stop the rebellion. But for my sister's sake, I have to carry on her legacy. Ravenna lived to care for others. I'm going to graduate and use my skills to find a cure for the epidemic that's killing our children. I can't incite violence and potentially start a war. Kofar's expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded. I can respect that, Brevis. It's not an easy path, but it's a noble one. We need the healers as much as the warriors. Kieran stepped up and laid a hand on Brevis's shoulder. You're still my friend, Brevis, and I believe in what you're doing. If you ever change your mind, you know where to find us. Brevis exhaled, as if a great weight had been lifted from him. Thank you, Kieran. Thank you, Kofar. I hope that in my own way, I can still make a difference. Brevis climbed the stairs and walked out of the Iron Lotus. That night, Brevis was lying in bed staring at the ceiling. His mind was filled with too many things, and he kept going over the events of that night, wondering if he did the right thing. The cause was just, but the means were intolerable. Was this the most effective means to achieve freedom, or was it only going to lead to more suffering? He thought about his family, and how they would feel about his decision. His parents had always taught him the value of hard work. Would they understand that he chose not to join the rebellion, even if they were aware of the circumstances? Or would they consider his inaction a betrayal of their effort? Ravenna. What would she think? Ravenna, whose spirit had been full of hope, who had believed in healing and the power of goodness. Brevis was greatly saddened when he recalled her strong spirit that was no longer with him. Brevis turned over in bed trying to get comfortable, and thoughts of his future came back to him. He had promised himself he would find a cure for the disease that plagued the Oleaceae children. And he would. He couldn't stop until he had made a difference, until he had honored his sister's memory in the best way he knew how. But even as he began to fall asleep, he was not sure he was right. The knowledge that he now had of the rebellion was dangerous. Even the fact that he knew, personally, that they did exist, and did what they did, was a danger. He tried not to dwell on it, but it was hard to shake the thought off, and it felt like it was something he was going to be haunted by for a very long time. Archival gap. Subject vector stable/political collaboration ceased for 2 lunar cycles. Deploying chronofilters. Kinship detected. Resuming audit at domestic coordinates. Archive index number 013. Visit. Brevis hurried down the corridors, his mind racing, his heart pounding. Each task done in rapid succession brought him closer to the end of the day, and with it the winter caravan. He weighed out doses of herbal medicines, with hands as steady and as precise as they had learned to be since beginning his apprenticeship the previous summer. The familiar odor of the medicines and the whir of the machinery surrounded him, but his thoughts went ahead to the coming reunion. Time moved on, as he helped Talia with her hardest case. She smiled and nodded at his knowledge and quick thinking. The sun began its descent below the skyline of Pyre, its rays casting long shadows across the city. Brevis paused for a moment, thinking of how much he had learned since he had arrived. The hospital, once a fearful maze, was now something like a second home. The long-ago conversation with Kofar, the fiery rebel, had long since lost its urgency, even though it had stirred something in him. But today all he could think of was the caravan from Leafshade. This would be the first time that he had seen any of his family since he had left home, and he could hardly contain his excitement. By the end of the day, Brevis was checking the clock with more frequency than usual. When he finally completed his tasks, he signed off with a flourish, glad to be free. He wanted to talk to his people, hear their voices, be with them, and feel their presence. The anticipation of seeing his parents and Uncle Thaler again filled him with a warmth that was a welcome change from hospital chill. When his shift ended, Brevis tore downstairs to the front of the hospital, practically vibrating with anticipation. The winter caravan was due at any moment, and he could not wait to see them again. If he was being completely honest with himself, it was Leora he missed the most. Just the thought of her face made him feel both excited and anxious. He recalled the sound of her laugh, the sparkle in her playful eyes, the simple warmth of her presence. She had been through so much, and he hoped the twinkle was still there. He had found himself impatient to see her again, and tell her of all that had happened to him, and hear how she was faring in Leafshade. Brevis left the hospital and picked up the coat that he had left by the door. There was a thin layer of snow on the ground. This was the first snow of the season. He stepped out into the cold and pulled up his collar against the wintry winds. The city of Pyre looked different in the winter, covered by snow that blanketed the buildings throughout the city. Despite this, the streets were as busy as they always were. The buildings of the Nymphaea tribe, with their towering spires and intricately detailed architecture, looked like something out of a fairy tale under the soft, glowing lamps. The trees near the sidewalks were bare, their few branches covered with a layer of frost that twinkled in the late sun. The air was fresh and dry, and the smell of wood smoke was in it. Brevis stopped for a moment to enjoy the sight of the city covered in a blanket of snow. The sheets of white draping over the streets made things seem quiet and pure. As he walked the streets, he found himself over and over again thinking about Leora. How had she changed? What had time and hardship and struggle done to her? To see his family again was wonderful beyond all telling, but there was no face he wanted to see more, no presence he wanted to feel more than Leora's. As Brevis walked through the streets of Pyre, his breath was clearly visible in the cold air, and the streets were eerily quiet. He was not far from the town square, and off in the distance he could see the vague outlines of the caravan wagons, the outlines of their forms blurred by the snow. But then a recognizable cheery bark sounded as the caravan came into view. "Lumi!" Brevis exclaimed, and spun around to see his childhood pet. Lumi had been in his company as long as he could remember, always helping him wrangle the animals that were with the caravan. Lumi tended to wait outside the walls until the caravan completed its delivery, to return home with Brevis. This time, however, Lumi had sensed Brevis's presence in the city, and decided to wait no longer. "Lumi! What are you doing here?" exclaimed Brevis, but the surprise quickly turned to joy. In a few galloping strides, Lumi was beside him, giving a happy whine and licking him. Brevis sat up, wrapping his arms around Lumi's thick fur. "I missed you too, girl," he whispered, feeling the warmth of an old friend wash over him. They went toward the caravan, Lumi trotting happily beside him, until, at the edge of the square, Brevis spotted his family on the other side of the crowd. His mother Amara was the first to see him come out, and she ran out with tears of joy in her eyes. "Brevis, my dear boy," she cried, hugging him so tightly that this hug, like the sound of her voice, spread that warmth through his whole being. "Mother, I've missed you so much," was all Brevis could manage, his own tears flowing, but he wrapped her in his arms. Almost at once, his father, Curat, and his Uncle Thaler arrived, grinning as they did so. Curat thumped Brevis on the back with a hearty pat and a firm, reassuring grip. "You've grown, son. It's good to see you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Thaler, as wise and kind as ever, put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Welcome back, Brevis. We've missed you." Brevis felt at war with his emotions. The very thought of rebellion and the chance of somehow resisting the oppression imposed by the Nymphaea was never far from the forefront of his mind, but he couldn't tell his family. It was too dangerous, and he didn't want to give them false hope. The rebellion would be unpredictable and dangerous. He could not bear to put people he cared about in danger. Brevis took a deep breath. "I know things are hard right now," he said in a calm voice, though it was hard to speak as he felt about to explode. "But I'm certain that once I graduate in a year and a half, I can really start working on curing the epidemic disease. I just wish it could go faster so I could stop the suffering sooner." The family stared at him with a mild hope. Brevis started again, trying to sound confident and convincing. "At the hospital, I've seen Nymphaea and Oleaceae working side by side. It's not perfect, and there are still many challenges, but it's a glimpse of what Machrinath could become. A place where we can all live and work together in peace." Curat frowned a little. "It's hard to imagine that, Brevis. The Nymphaea have always been our oppressors. Can they really change?" Brevis nodded, knowing already where his father was going with this. "I know it's difficult to believe, but I've seen it. We have Nymphaea who want to help, who believe in a better future for all of us. It's not perfect, and it won't happen overnight, but it's a start, and it's something worth fighting for." Thaler squeezed Brevis's shoulder and replied, "Your hope and determination are inspiring, Brevis. Even if we can't see it now, knowing that you have found some peace and purpose gives us strength." Amara's eyes shone with pride and sadness. "We believe in you, Brevis. Whatever path you choose, we know you'll do what's right." Brevis stopped occasionally to greet others in the caravan, and soon there were hugs and hellos all around. It was festive. Still, Brevis remained preoccupied, eyes even more carefully searching the crowd. His heart raced and roared, and then he saw her. Leora stood apart, looking at the crowd. She met Brevis's eyes, and it was like a tide of conflicting emotions rose up in him. He was glad to see her again, but was reminded of how tired she was and felt sorry for the shadows around her eyes. "Leora," he called, and hurried toward her. She turned to him. She looked tired and worn, but she smiled. "Brevis!" she exclaimed. She came toward him, and they embraced. Joy radiating from her face drowned out the bitter flavor of their troubles. "It's so good to see you," Brevis said, pulling back to look at her. "I've missed you." "I've missed you too," Leora replied, her voice tinged with relief. "It's been so hard without you." They found a more secluded spot, and Brevis could see how the last few months had taken a toll on Leora and her well-being. "How have things been?" he gently asked. "Not good, Brevis," said Leora, dropping her shoulders. "My aunt, uncle and cousins are still in prison. It's been a while, and nothing indicates they are about to be released. And Darek's demands on the crops are so great that we are constantly worrying that we have enough for ourselves." Brevis could not stand the thought of Leora and her family having to endure such conditions, let alone for the rest of Leafshade. "I'm so sorry, Leora," he said, in a tone of sympathy. "I wish there was more I could do." Leora shook her head. "Just seeing you again helps. It reminds me that there's still some good in the world." It was no use talking about the rebellion. It would only add to her fears and give her false hope. He tried to think of something that would cheer her up. "How about we go to the Rusty Spoon," he suggested. "It's a bar where I met my friend Kieran. We can have a relaxing evening together, catch up, and maybe forget about our troubles for a little while." Leora's eyes perked up a bit. "That sounds wonderful, Brevis. I could use a break from all this." Both relieved at the idea, they began to make their way to the Rusty Spoon to meet with Kieran, happy to be together, and in generally good spirits. The music and laughter of patrons at the Rusty Spoon were a welcome diversion from the weight of the world outside. Brevis and Leora, along with Kieran, sat at a rustic wooden table at the back corner. The bar was warm, and the company was good and infectious. Kieran's mood spread to Brevis and Leora, and soon they'd forgotten their problems and were discussing drinks, games, and music. Kieran was in the middle of a story, so there I was, knee-deep in water, trying to fix this ancient plumbing system. The pipes were so old they looked like they might crumble if you sneezed on them. And just as I thought I had it under control, the main valve burst open, and I got drenched from head to toe. Brevis and Leora laughed at the thought of a very wet Kieran trying to manipulate the broken pipes. "But that's not the best part," Kieran continued, grinning. "As I'm standing there, dripping wet, the landlord walks in. He takes one look at me and says, 'Well, at least the bathroom's getting a good cleaning.'" They all laughed. Their sounds were drowned in bar noise. For now the weight of the world seemed to drain away, replaced by the simple enjoyment of each other's company. Brevis leaned back in his chair and smiled. "Kieran, you always know how to lighten the mood." "I needed that." Leora grinned and nodded, her eyes sparkling. "Me too. It's been too long since I've laughed like this." Kieran raised his glass. "To good friends and better times ahead. No matter what happens, we'll face it together." They clinked their glasses together. The teasing, the laughter, the revelry of the evening, and these drinks too, had, for the moment, relaxed their minds. The bond between them, forged that night, was strong. Brevis was enjoying the evening, yet still a little voice in the back of his head asked, "Am I making the right choice?" Leora's tired eyes and the stories of his people's misery weighed heavily. Was it right for him to sit out of the rebellion? Did his preoccupation with finding a cure do enough? His mind could not help but wonder at these things. He should have cast them away, and wished to do so. But he could not find peace, while these shadows of doubt remained in his heart. He almost began to tell Kieran and Leora, but a low rumble came from outside. His heart missed a beat, and Brevis froze. Was that an explosion? The first one to speak was Kieran, his mouth tightening as he glared into the dark. "Did you hear that?" he said. Brevis nodded. "We should check it out," he said, rising to his feet. Leora followed suit, her face pale with concern. They walked as far as the door of the bar. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the silence, and, outside the door, they felt the cold wind of the night and tried to find the cause of the sound. Archive Index number 014, Turmoil. Outside the Rusty Spoon, snow fell, flakes melting against Brevis, Kieran, and Leora's skin. It was quiet, so quiet. The only sound to break the silence was the echo in their ears from the explosion. At that moment they could see, off down the street, a building actually in flames. It made an orange silhouette against the black sky, with long shadows thrown over the snow-covered street. Kieran's face grew harder. "It's the manufacturing plant," he said, above the cracking of the blaze and the hiss of the fire. Brevis was distraught. The plant produced the Nymphaea military's weapons, but also the hospital's most needed medical supplies. The fire had immediate repercussions. Brevis and Kieran exchanged a long glance, full of the unspoken words of anger, of concern, and a note of accusation. They knew all too well the very serious situation, but would never speak of it in Leora's presence. Her presence reminded them of what was most important. "We need to get you back to the caravan," Brevis said, his voice calm and urgent. "You need to return to Leafshade as quickly as possible." Leora nodded, frightened and bewildered at the same time, and the three of them started walking briskly, their steps crunching on the deepening layer of snow. All around people were running, some were fleeing from the fire, others, like the rescue services and army squadrons, were coming towards it. Smoke enveloped everything, and the distant wailing of sirens added tension to what was happening. Brevis felt it the moment they crossed the threshold of the hospital. The explosion had released something that was going far beyond their control, rippling outward not just in the hospital but in the delicate balance of the Oleaceae and Nymphaea. He looked over at Kieran, who was eyeing the crowd, taking it all in with a look of determination. Whatever had caused that explosion, he knew the consequences would be massive. As they approached the caravan, Leora spared a glance at Brevis. She could tell something was wrong. She could feel the tension in the air. "Let's stay in touch, okay?" she said, voice shaking. Brevis only nodded and smiled to calm her. "Of course we will. But now, we need to hurry." They rushed off to find their families. Brevis soon found both his parents and his uncle near their wagon, worried expressions on their faces. "Brevis, what's going on?" his father, Curat, asked. "We thought we heard something. There's been a fire at the manufacturing plant," Brevis replied, trying to keep his voice calm. "We need to leave as soon as possible." "I don't know what caused it," he lied. "But there's sure to be a lot of speculation. The city won't be safe for some time." His mother Amara nodded, her lips white. "We'll keep in touch by Skyrunner." Her voice was steady, but he thought he could see the fear in her eyes. Kieran stepped forward. "I'm sorry for the circumstances," he said to Curat and Amara. "It's still nice to meet you." Amara smiled faintly. "It's nice to meet someone Brevis speaks so highly of." "It's not your fault." Brevis couldn't suppress that it was Kieran's fault somehow. He gave Kieran an accusative look but didn't dare give voice to his thoughts. They said their hasty goodbyes, but the seriousness of the situation hung heavy. The caravan began to move about him, and when he saw that his family was walking toward the city gate, he turned to Kieran with a lot of questions running through his mind. "Let's go back to my apartment. It's safer to talk there." Kieran nodded, and they walked on, the fire visible over the rooftops. It was still early in the night, and Brevis knew that what had happened tonight would not fade quickly from memory. But right now he needed answers, and hopefully Kieran would be the one to provide them. Brevis and Kieran quickened their pace, dodging the panicking crowd. They hurried through the streets to Brevis's apartment, closing the door behind them, and drowning out distant sirens and shouting. Brevis looked at Kieran with seething eyes of anger. "I need answers, Kieran," Brevis demanded. "What happened tonight? Was this the rebellion's doing?" Kieran shook his head. "I don't know, Brevis. I swear. The missions are kept on a need-to-know basis, and I wasn't informed about this one." Brevis began to pace the narrow room. "But you defend them, don't you? Even when things like this happen. Innocent people could get hurt, Kieran. It's not just about fighting back, it's about what comes after fighting back." Kieran's jaw clenched. "I defend the rebellion because I believe in what we're fighting for. The Nymphaea have oppressed us for too long. Sometimes, drastic measures are necessary to make a change." Brevis stopped pacing and looked at Kieran. His voice was cool now. "I know it's not fair to accuse you directly, but you have to understand, the extremism of the rebellion worries me. There has to be a balance, a way to fight, without causing more harm than good." Kieran sighed, brushing the fringe of his headdress back. "You chose not to be involved, Brevis. That was your decision, but freedom doesn't come for free. It's never easy, and it's rarely clean." Brevis nodded slowly, and his face softened. "I get that, but just count the cost carefully, Kieran. Sometimes, the price might be more than we're willing to pay." The next day, the emergency ward was a blur of frantic activity, but the usual efficiency had been replaced by a desperate, disorganized energy. Healers hurried between supply cabinets, their metallic footsteps echoing against the stone floor as they pulled open drawers, only to find them empty of the precision-engineered gears and dielectric couplers they required. The air, usually crisp, was thick with the pungent scent of raw medicinal herbs as the staff struggled to pivot to traditional methods they hadn't used in years. Brevis moved toward his station, navigating around a gurney where a Nymphaea healer was shouting for a biomechanical knee joint that didn't exist. He spotted Jakar at the far end of the ward, his bronze-toned Nymphaea features set in a rigid mask of concentration as he etched notes into a metal sheet. A scratch reed had rolled from his station, coming to rest near Brevis's boot. Brevis picked it up and walked toward him, hoping to bridge the sudden distance. "Jakar," he said, holding out the metal reed. "You dropped this." Jakar stiffened, his eyes remaining fixed on his work. He reached out a hand to take the reed, but his fingers were careful not to touch Brevis's skin. The Divine Sovereign's peace was built on order, Healer Brevis, he said, his voice a flat, clinical monotone. That order was burned with the manufacturing plant. The etch volumes are clear. When a system is compromised, every component is suspect. Brevis's leafy headdress rustled with a surge of internal frustration. I was at the Rusty Spoon when it happened, just like many others, he stated firmly. I had nothing to do with the fire. Jekar finally looked at him, but his eyes were cold and devoid of the grudging respect they had built. And yet, it is your people who cheer in the slums while our city bleeds, he replied. He turned his back, ending the conversation. Brevis felt a hollow ache in his chest, a reminder of how quickly the chasm between their tribes had reopened. A warm hand touched his forearm. Lyra was there, her flowery headdress looking slightly wilted under the stress of the morning. He's terrified, Brevis, she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. The Nymphaea believe they are the masters of the machine. When the replacement parts stop coming, they feel like they are breaking too. Give him time to realize that we aren't the enemy, the shortage is. A few days later, Brevis was working at a station. It smelled of fresh-cut wood and the sharp, sticky tang of dielectric sap. Before him sat a porter from the docks, his left leg a mangled wreckage of shattered alloy and torn organic tissue. An accident had claimed his leg, and there were no metal replacements in the hospital's inventory. Brevis worked with a steady hand, guiding a living needle-leaf vine through the interface points where the man's flesh met the bone support. His ranching days in Leafshade had taught him how to graft life onto life, and though this was a Wehrmacht patient, the principles remained the same. It's going to itch, Brevis said, his voice low as he knotted the vine around a piece of metallic bark he had carved to match the porter's leg bone. That means the photosynthesis is taking hold. The bark will harden into a shell, and the vines will act as the new internal pistons. As he tightened the graft, voices drifted from the hallway, sharp with the desperation of the supply crisis. He recognized the frantic tone of a senior healer speaking to Dr. Lysander. We have an officer in Ward 4 with a failing biomechanical valve, the researcher said, his words echoing off the tiles. The stock from the manufacturing plant is gone, and the vaults are bare. We can't keep their energy flow stable without the regulators. Then we harvest, Dr. Lysander's voice replied, a stern, unyielding rasp. Doctor, an animal heart sac is too unpredictable, the researcher countered. The risk of bodily rejection can be nearly 80% without the proper dielectric stabilizers. And the risk of death without them is 100, Lysander snapped. If we cannot manufacture the solution, we harvest it from the world Pyre gave us. Find the heart sacs. We go back to the roots, because we have no other path. Brevis paused, a strange surge of purpose vibrating through his fingers. The Nymphaea healers, so reliant on their factory-made components, were paralyzed by this scarcity. But to him, this felt like the stables in Leafshade. He didn't need a manufacturing plant to make something grow. He only needed the right soil and a healer who wasn't afraid to get sap on his hands. He turned back to the porter. Stand up, he commanded. The man hesitated, then pushed himself off the stool. The organic prosthetic groaned softly as the vines tightened, pulsing with a faint neon green energy as they adapted to his weight. He took a tentative step, his metallic eyes widening. It feels warm, healer. It's alive, Brevis said, wiping a smear of sap from his apron. You'll need to water the interface point twice a day for at least a few weeks, or the bark will crack. Brevis was finishing up on the porter's interface when a shadow fell across the cubicle entrance. Dr. Lysander stood there, his imposing frame casting a long silhouette on the floor. He watched the porter walk toward the exit with a clinical, calculating intensity. A remarkable adjustment, Brevis, Lysander said, his expression as unreadable as the ancient etch volumes. He didn't offer a smile, but he handed Brevis a heavy stack of metal sheet, thick with new patient files. The others are useless today, the doctor continued, stepping into the room. They are waiting for a shipment that isn't coming. They stare at empty cabinets as if the Divine Sovereign will descend to fill them with gears and wires. He looked at the discarded metal scraps of the porter's old leg. But you aren't waiting. You are the only one in this ward who actually knows how to heal when the technology fails. Brevis looked at the files. There were Nymphaea names among the Oleaceae laborers, high-ranking merchants and administrators who had never known anything but the finest manufactured implants. I'm putting you in charge of the grafting wing, Lysander stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. The hospital needs results, not excuses. The Nymphaea patients will complain about the smell of the herbs and the look of the bark, but they will live. That is your mandate. Brevis gripped the metal sheets, the weight of them grounding him. This was more than a promotion. It was a beacon of hope in the middle of the turmoil. I won't fail them, Doctor, Brevis said. As he watched Lysander walk away, Brevis stood a little taller. If he could master the integration of these natural elements to save a limb, he could find a way to use that same knowledge to unravel the epidemic that had taken Ravenna. The scarcity wasn't just a challenge, it was an opening. For the first time since he began at the hospital, he felt that he wasn't just an apprentice surviving, he was a healer who could finally make a difference. Timeline compressed, 1.5 solar revolutions reduced to performance ledger, logistical progression indexed, re-engaging at retrospective marker. Archive index number 015, memories. Talia smiled warmly at Brevis. I'm so proud of how far you've come, she said, her voice filled with genuine admiration. It's hard to believe it's been almost 2 years since you first arrived here as a novice apprentice. Now, you're nearing graduation and practically my peer. Brevis's face flushed with a mix of pride and gratitude. Thank you, Talia, he replied humbly. I couldn't have done it without your guidance and support. Your dedication and skill are undeniable, Talia continued. You have a natural talent for healing, and your innovative approaches to treatment have made a real difference in the lives of our patients. I'm just trying to do my best, Brevis said earnestly. I want to make a substantial impact in this field, just as you have. Talia placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You already are, Brevis, she said with a warm smile. You have a bright future ahead of you, and I'm honored to have been a part of your journey. Brevis started his day with the familiar routine of the hospital rounds, checking on patients and administering treatments. As he moved from room to room, he couldn't help but reflect on the past 2 years. It felt like a lifetime ago that he had arrived in Pyre, a nervous apprentice unsure of his place. Now, he navigated the hospital with confidence, his hands skilled, and his mind sharp. The faces of patients, both Nymphaea and Oleaceae, blurred into a tapestry of stories he had been a part of, stories of healing, resilience, and sometimes heartbreaking loss. Brevis thought back to a time when he was publicly recognized by Dr. Lysander for his skill. He had been presented with a young Nymphaea child, suffering from a mysterious respiratory ailment. Numerous other healers had examined the child, but were unable to determine the root cause of the illness. Dr. Lysander, Brevis had said with quiet confidence, I've conducted a thorough examination of the child and reviewed all the test results. The symptoms suggest pulmonosis, a rare Nymphaea respiratory illness. Dr. Lysander, the head healer, had raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Indeed, other healers, some quite experienced, have been unable to pinpoint the cause. What makes you so certain, Brevis? Brevis had met his gaze steadily. The child's wheezing, coupled with the particular rash on their torso and the fluctuating body temperature, they all align with the documented symptoms of pulmonosis, a rare but serious condition. And what do you propose we do? Dr. Lysander had inquired, his tone now laced with a hint of respect. I believe we should administer a carefully calibrated combination of specific treatments. Herbal remedies, along with a targeted anti-inflammatory medicinal course, will prove most effective. Brevis went on, outlining his proposed treatment plan in detail. Dr. Lysander, impressed by Brevis's insightful diagnosis and comprehensive treatment plan, gave his approval. Brevis immediately implemented his proposed course of treatment, closely monitoring the child's response. Within days, the child showed marked improvement, and a full recovery followed shortly after. During the next day's rounds, Dr. Lysander had addressed the assembled medical staff. I wish to publicly commend Brevis, he announced, his voice carrying throughout the hall, for his exceptional diagnostic skills and innovative treatment approach in the case of the young Nymphaea patient. His quick thinking, thoroughness, and expertise led to a swift and successful recovery. A murmur of approval rippled through the gathered healers. Brevis, though outwardly maintaining his composure, felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. His dedication and passion for healing had once again been validated, reaffirming his commitment to his calling. Dr. Lysander's recognition of Brevis's talents extended beyond public praise. Brevis remembered when Dr. Lysander finally introduced him to the hospital's research team. He had longed to meet this group dedicated to studying diseases and developing cures. Brevis, you have truly proven yourself to be a skilled healer, Dr. Lysander stated. Your dedication and innovative thinking are truly remarkable. When you graduate, I fully intend to recommend you for a position in the research department. Brevis beamed. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your confidence in me more than words can say. In the months following his introduction to the research team, Brevis recalled eagerly began learning the tools and techniques of disease research during his free time. The leader of the research team, Dr. Valerius, was a stern and meticulous Nymphaea who initially seemed skeptical of Brevis's abilities. Despite his reservations, Dr. Valerius trusted Dr. Lysander's recommendation and allowed Brevis to shadow the team before he graduated from his apprenticeship. Brevis remembered standing in awe before the biomechanical marvel that was the hospital's electron microscope. Dr. Kalina, a Nymphaea who was intrigued by Brevis's enthusiasm and had decided to unofficially become his mentor. She gestured to the intricate lattice of vines, metallic bark, and bioluminescent tendrils that made up the device. This, she said, is your new best friend. With it, you'll be able to see viral and bacterial structures down to their minutest details. The core, built from Magniflora arboris, generates the electron beam that powers the entire system. You can see the light here. She pointed to the glowing tendrils of Lumina ivy. It focuses and directs the beam, giving us the clarity to distinguish even the smallest genetic mutations. Brevis stepped closer, studying the softly pulsating Voltus moss at the base of the machine. This moss, Dr. Kalina continued, provides the power we need to sustain the microscope. The whole system works in harmony, just like the organisms you'll be studying. Whether it's identifying a new virus variant or tracing changes in bacterial strains, this microscope will help you map out threats before they become epidemics. Brevis nodded, his mind already racing with the possibilities. A sharp metallic clatter snapped him back to the present. A scratch reed had slipped from his hand and rolled across the stone floor. Brevis was standing by a window in the upper ward as he looked toward the distant horizon of Mount Lapis. His thoughts had been miles away. Before he could stoop to retrieve it, Jakar was there, picking up the writing tool and handing it back with a respectful tilt of his head. The ease of the exchange, with their fingers briefly brushing, contrasted sharply with Jakar's past suspicion after the manufacturing plant explosion. This simple gesture of kindness took Brevis back to the middle of his apprenticeship. By then, time had passed since the explosion, and a single event had finally turned the corner in their relationship. The grafting wing was thick with the scent of charred wiring and the heavy, sweet aroma of distilled nectar. This combination had become the hallmark of the hospital's recent shift toward alternative medicine. Even after many months, the manufacturing plant was slow to recover its medical supplies output. The facility prioritized weaponry and military needs instead. Brevis stood over a Nymphaea administrator. The administrator's right shoulder was a complex arrangement of bronze alloy gears and synthetic tendons. It had seized into a rigid, painful position. Jakar was already at the bedside, wielding a mechanical tension wrench. He was attempting to force the joint back into its housing. As usual, he was strictly following mechanical diagrams displayed on his metal sheet. The alignment is off by 3 millimeters, Jakar noted, his brow furrowed with focus. If I can just apply enough torque to the primary gear spindle, the safety catch should reset. Brevis reached out not for a tool, but to touch the patient's photosynthetic skin bordering the metal interface. The green tissue was turning a brittle, ashen gray, a sign that the biological energy wasn't reaching the joint. Wait, Jakar, Brevis said, his voice calm but firm. The torque won't help. The shortage of factory-grade dielectric grease means the friction has caused a thermal expansion in the gear teeth. If you force it now, the metal will snap and tear the underlying muscle. Jakar stopped, the wrench hovering inches from the administrator's shoulder. Half a year prior, he would have ignored the warning and cited the etch volumes as his authority. Now he lowered the tool and looked at Brevis with a steady, inquisitive gaze. The manuals don't account for thermal expansion without synthetic lubricants, Jakar admitted, his voice losing its rigid edge. What does your intuition say, Brevis? Lumina ivy nectar, Brevis replied. We can distill it into a thin oil and apply it while the beetle scanner generates a low-frequency vibration. If we do, the nectar will seep into the gear teeth and provide the necessary thermal barrier to let them slide. Jakar considered the suggestion, then nodded toward the supply tray. I trust your intuition. Prepare the nectar. I will recalibrate the beetle scanner to the correct frequency. Together, they worked with a practiced, silent efficiency. Jakar managed the delicate vibration of the scanner. Brevis carefully dripped the glowing iridescent oil into the microscopic gaps of the joint. With a soft, musical thrum, the gears suddenly aligned, and the administrator's arm fell back into a natural resting position. As they tidied the station, Lyra stepped into the cubicle, her flowery headdress bobbing with a bright, cheerful energy. She had been watching the procedure from the doorway, her expression one of genuine admiration. I remember when you two couldn't even agree on a stitch pattern, she said, her voice warm. Seeing you work together like that, it's like watching the machine and the forest finally find a rhythm. The memory of that successful procedure with Jakar faded as the hospital's evening chime echoed through the halls. It signaled the end of another grueling shift. Brevis hung his healer's apron on its hook, his gaze lingering on the calendar etched into a small metal sheet near his station. His graduation ceremony was only a few weeks away. The milestone should have been a triumph, but instead it felt like a sharpening stone for his loneliness. While Jakar's family had already secured travel permits within the city, a total lockdown meant the gates remained barred to anyone from the Leaf Shade. The realization that his parents and Uncle Thalor would not see him receive his insignia sat like a leaden weight in his chest. As he stepped out into the cool, twilight air of Pyre, he watched a skyrunner bank against the amber sky. Its silhouette triggered a flood of hope-filled and heart-wrenching memories. It reminded him of his only lifeline to the outside since the lockdown began, the letters. Brevis sat on the edge of his 10th-floor balcony. His fingers absently traced the olive tree pendant as he waited for the electric blue flicker of wings. When Citus finally landed, his skyrunner offered a soft vibration of its frame. Brevis then unrolled the thin metal sheet from its storage compartment. The first letter was from Leora. As much as Brevis hoped for encouragement and common ground, his heart ached. Her tone was exactly as he feared. The letter lacked the warmth of their childhood in Leafshade. Instead, her script was sharp and almost jagged, reflecting the deepening chasm between them. "It is easy to speak of medical breakthroughs while you live in the shadow of the palace," she had written. She described how the Nymphaea no longer waited for the harvest caravan. Instead, they now marched directly into the village to seize crops and animals themselves. Each line rebuked his decision to stay on the sidelines of the rebellion. Brevis could feel the distance between them growing wider than the mountains. The early months of Brevis's apprenticeship were anchored by the electric blue flicker of Citus's wings. The first metal sheets Leora sent were etched with a delicate pressure. The bioluminescent lichen glowed with a warmth that seemed to bridge the miles between the sterile corridors of Pyre and the earthy scent of the leafshade olive groves. In these early letters, she spoke of the quiet beauty of the Agria wilderness. She longed for the days they spent hiding among the metallic veined trees, oblivious to the world's weight. Brevis would sit on his 10th-floor balcony, his own scratch reed racing across the metal. He described his medical training with a youthful yearning to return home, promising that his success would eventually ensure their shared future. As the seasons shifted, their correspondence deepened into a quiet intimacy. It sustained Brevis through the most grueling shifts in the emergency ward. He shared his triumphs with her, like the day Dr. Lysander first commended his intuition, and the growing camaraderie he felt with his colleagues. Initially, Leora's responses were filled with an admiration that gave him a sense of purpose. However, a subtle friction began to emerge as Brevis wrote more frequently about the cooperation inside the hospital. He spoke with growing optimism about a future where Nymphaea and Oleaceae could live in harmony. He used his own experiences as a, quote, glimpse of what Machrinath could become. By the end of the first year, the warmth in Leora's letters began to evaporate. It was replaced by the cold reality of the occupation. While Brevis wrote of the rhythm between gears and roots in the grafting wing, Leora was forced to document the tightening grip of the sovereign's military. She stopped recounting stories of their childhood. Instead, she detailed the presence of stinger spears in the village square and the Nymphaea soldiers seizing their ranch's resources. Brevis's continued insistence on peace felt increasingly like a betrayal to her. This most recent letter was a heavy weight, confirming the widening chasm between his world of healing and the bleeding reality of the village he left behind. Only days later, another message arrived, carrying the official seal of his father, Curat. Brevis had opened it hoping for news of a lifting lockdown, but the words were a series of devastating blows. His parents informed him that Darek, the cruel taskmaster who had haunted their lives, had been promoted and no longer directly dealt with Leafshade. What havoc could he wreak now? At least he was no longer an ever-present menace. But the final lines of the letter caused the metal of the balcony railing to creak under his tightening grip. Grandma Gigi was gone. An illness had taken her quickly, and because of the sabotage-induced lockdown, there was no way for Brevis to return for her burial in the olive grove. A burning rage had simmered beneath his sorrow, rage at the Nymphaea for their iron grip, but also a bitter, twisted anger toward the rebellion. Their extreme tactics had invited the very restrictions that now robbed him of a final goodbye to the woman who had defined his faith. He had stood on that balcony in the dark, clutching the metal sheet until his palms bruised, feeling as though the roots of his soul were being torn from the earth. Brevis absent-mindedly thudded through the door as he retreated into the silence of his apartment. His mind returned to the present. The flicker of the Skyrunner's wings was gone. However, the weight of the last several months of letters remained heavy in the air. He could still feel the growing distance in Leora's script and the finality of the news regarding Grandma Gigi. He tossed his satchel onto his desk, where it clattered against a stack of etch volumes. The room felt unnervingly small. In Leafshade, the evenings were filled with the communal rhythm of oral storytelling. Here in the shadow of the palace, there was only the distant, mechanical thrum of the city's infrastructure. His graduation ceremony was approaching. He had once imagined celebrating this milestone with his family and Leora by his side. Now, a total lockdown barred them from the city, making the upcoming achievement feel more like a burden than a triumph. His thoughts drifted to Kieran. For a long time, the two had been inseparable. They navigated the rusty spoon and the iron lotus as two outsiders finding their way. But the wedge between them had sharpened into a blade. Brevis could no longer look at his friend without seeing the extreme tactics of the rebellion. That very sabotage had invited the lockdown and robbed him of his final goodbye to Gigi. Kieran was still his closest friend, yet the distance between them now felt greater than the miles to Leafshade. Brevis stood in the center of his dim quarters. He was torn between the suffocating quiet of his own thoughts and the chaotic noise of the city below. He knew that if he went to the Iron Lotus, he would likely see Kieran. They would also likely end the night in another tense disagreement over the cost of freedom. Better to be lonely among a crowd of strangers than to be lonely in this silence, he thought. He grabbed his coat from the hook. Whether Kieran was there to offer a drink or a recruitment speech didn't matter anymore. The deep blue concoctions at the bar were a more reliable companion for the grief he couldn't yet cure. The atmosphere inside the Iron Lotus was a chaotic blur of low-frequency music and the sharp, medicinal scent of fermented herbs. Brevis sat in the darkest corner booth. His eyes were fixed on a deep blue concoction that shimmered as he swirled the glass. He had come here to drown the silence of his apartment, seeking a distraction from the upcoming graduation he would have to face alone. Kieran slid into the seat opposite him, his expression uncharacteristically heavy. "I heard about the latest travel denials, Brevis," he said, his voice barely audible over the din of the bar. "I'm sorry. I know how much you wanted them there for the ceremony." Brevis took a long, sharp swallow of his drink, the liquid burning a trail down his throat. "Don't," he replied, his voice a low, dangerous warning. Kieran leaned in closer, his eyes flashing with a pragmatic intensity. "This is what happens when we wait. The Nymphaea locked the doors because we haven't forced them to stay open. If we take out the patrol hubs, we break the lockdown. We need healers who can do more than just patch up the damage." Brevis snapped, the glass hitting the table with a resonant crack. "Your action is the reason I couldn't stand at my grandmother's grave, Kieran. Every time you blow up a plant or sabotage a supply line, the Sovereign tightens the noose. You say you're fighting for our freedom, but you've only succeeded in making me a prisoner in this city." Kieran stared at him, the silence between them echoing with the fracturing of a years-long bond. Without another word, Kieran stood and vanished into the crowd, leaving Brevis alone with his grief. Brevis sat at the booth, his head low, until a soft presence settled beside him. It was Lyra. She didn't ask about the rebellion or the hospital. She simply signaled the bartender for a fresh drink and sat with him in the quiet companionship he couldn't find anywhere else. "You don't have to be strong tonight, Brevis," she whispered. "You can just be a Wehrmacht who's hurting." Brevis gripped the olive tree pendant at his chest, the cool metal, a reminder of his sister's belief in him. The chasm in the city was widening, but as he sat with Lyra, he finally started to loosen up. Lyra, noticing the pendant, leaned in conspiratorially. "You know, when I first met you, I thought you were some grim, tragic hero. All scowls and heavy sighs." Brevis gave a weak, dismissive wave of his hand. "I am a tragic hero, Lyra, just without the vine sword and the eventual victory." She nudged him lightly with her shoulder. "Nonsense. You're a Wehrmacht trying to save everyone, which is much harder. But look, I'm the real hero of this story." She paused for dramatic effect, then whispered, "I found the last known jar of pickled moon pears in the entire lower sector." Brevis blinked at the sheer ridiculousness. "Moon pears? Aren't those fermented until they could be used as a battlefield explosive?" Lyra's eyes sparkled. "Exactly. I call them Pyre's little secrets. I smuggled them out of the old market, and I'm going to share them with you, but only if you promise to stop brooding like a theatrical ghost for 10 minutes. The absurdity of her grand announcement was too much. A surprised, short burst of laughter escaped him, the first genuine sound of joy he'd made in a long time. "That's the sound I was looking for," she declared, raising her glass. "To smuggled pears, and to not being a theatrical ghost." Brevis found himself smiling as he clinked his glass against hers. The city was still a chasm, but sitting next to Lyra, the edges of his isolation softened. The rest of the evening settled into a comfortable, shared quiet, far from the war outside the walls. Archive Index number 016, Patient. The summer was full of excitement and tension in the Pyre hospital. Brevis walked the corridors in a good mood. He walked among the patients and staff with the air of a man who had it all under control, showing a smile whenever he entered the room of a patient. He now had skillful and practiced hands, which applied balms and colored dressing, or delivered herbal brews. The Oleaceae and the Nymphaea patients seemed to trust him, a bridge between two peoples who were as far apart as the sun and moon. Brevis moved through the quiet pediatric ward, kneeling by a narrow cot. A boy from Oleaceae lay there, waxen, pale, breathing softly. The boy's parents hovered nearby. "The fever has broken slightly, Master Brevis, but he's so weak," said the mother, wringing her hands. Brevis looked up, his usual mask of professional calm over his eyes but compassion behind it. "His body is fighting bravely. And we are going to help it," he said, pressing his hand to the boy's forehead. "This treatment, the willow bark infusion and the nightly poultice, will manage the worst of the pain and, I believe, slow the infection's progress." The father hesitated, shuffling his feet. "But the diagnosis, Master Brevis? Is there truly nothing else?" Brevis hesitated to speak, his heart sinking. But he would have to tell them, as gently as he could. "I'm so sorry, the epidemic is relentless. I cannot cure the blight that has taken hold of him." He saw the hope flicker and die in their eyes. He squeezed the father's shoulder. "But what I can do is give you time. We will ease his suffering, and we will prolong his life. I have seen this treatment work better than any other. Have faith in that, and have faith in your son." The mother wiped a tear. "We do, Master Brevis. Thank you. Just tell us what to do. The father broke in, regaining control. For now, keep the room cool and ensure he takes the full dose every 3 hours, Brevis instructed. I will return at dawn to check his pulse. He stood, and with a small reassuring nod, moved on to his next patient. Stepping out of the boy's room, Brevis found a small group of the newer apprentices waiting for him in the hall. A modeling of blue-clad Nymphaea apprentices and earthy-toned Oleaceae examined him. They had a gaze that made him realize how much his own renown in the hospital had changed. Master Brevis, a young Nymphaea apprentice asked, holding up a small glass vial of thick, luminescent fluid. Why use the magnet fern extract for a core coupling rejection? The etch volume suggests a heavy-duty synthetic lubricant. Brevis stopped beside a diagnostic bench, waved the others over to observe. The manuals assume the patient's organic tissue is merely a passive housing for the machine, he said steadily and encouragingly. But look at the pulse in an Oleaceae's leaves when they are in pain. It's erratic. Using a normal lubricant, you're only working with the metal. The fern extract doesn't just reduce friction, it grounds the excess energy that the organic nervous system is trying to vent. The apprentices scrawled notes across their metal sheets. Their scratch reads clicked in harmony. We aren't just mechanics, and we aren't just flora or fauna either, said Brevis, looking each of them in the eye. We are the bridge between the three. Never forget that unity is our greatest tool. An insightful lesson, Brevis, said a warm voice. Talia was standing a few feet away. Her healer's robes were pristine and unblemished, and a smile was on her face, waiting for the apprentices to have time to clear out before walking over to him. Imparting wisdom suits you. You've fostered more cooperation between the junior staff in a few months than we've seen in years. I'm just sharing what the ward has taught me, Talia, Brevis said modestly. He returned to his task with a faint, reassuring nod from Talia. The usual hospital routine was interrupted by a party of military officers arriving outside. The hospital staff and the patients seemed to have gathered at the entrance to watch the fuss. In the middle of the group was a general, who wore more awards and military decorations than Brevis had seen in his life. His legs were barely able to carry himself, and soldiers supported him on all sides. The director of the hospital, who was hardly ever seen except at administrative meetings, arrived almost immediately. This by itself indicated the seriousness of the situation. He led them through the thronging rooms and corridors without a word, bypassing the normal procedure for checking in patients at the front desk. Rumors spread among the hospital staff of who the officer was and what kind of sickness he was suffering from. Brevis saw it all as he did his rounds. The officer's uniform was covered in every kind of decoration and insignia, of valor, regimental, and command. The sheer number of his decorations proclaimed his position at the top of the Nymphaea military hierarchy. It only served to compound Brevis's curiosity with worry. A figure of such seniority had never before passed through the doors of their hospital. The air crackled with uncertainty. Nurses and doctors exchanged concerned glances, their orderly routines upended by the sudden interruption. The director's exaggerated demeanor and the intensity of the military escort added to the spreading feeling of fear. Brevis noticed how the pace of the staff quickened, and their voices fell to whispers. Everyone talked about the officer's condition and the purpose of his visit. The hospital knew as soon as they entered their private room that this was not an ordinary patient. The chance to be involved with his treatment had the potential to be a career-defining moment. Brevis resolved to stay alert in case they might need his assistance. Dr. Lysander was still on his rounds when he was approached by a nurse with a message. He glanced towards Brevis, who was treating a patient. Brevis, I need you to take over for me, he said, his tone brisk but not unkind. There's a situation that requires my immediate attention. Brevis felt a quick shiver of excitement and unease as he stepped into the role of Dr. Lysander. Brevis took a deep breath. He put his head down and went from patient to patient, administering the medical skills that had earned him the respect of his fellow doctors and healers. The faith that Dr. Lysander had in him urged Brevis onward. He would not disappoint him. As Brevis continued his rounds, the thought nagged at him. What condition of this military officer could be so urgent that required Dr. Lysander's immediate attention? His curiosity was soon answered when Dr. Lysander appeared, with an unusually grave expression. Brevis, I need your help with this one, Dr. Lysander said, pulling him aside. The patient is General Elatus, the senior military advisor to the king of the Nymphaea. He's suffering from severe joint pain, and his knees and elbows are seizing up. I've never seen anything like it, and to make matters worse, we're out of replacement knee joint parts. Brevis was shocked. Elatus's name reverberated with both fear and respect throughout Machrinath. As if slapped awake, the reality of the situation struck him, and he got a hold of himself. What have you tried so far, he asked, already formulating what treatments he would recommend. Dr. Lysander shook his head. We've tried everything we can think of. Painkillers, anti-inflammatories, nothing seems to be working. His condition is getting worse by the minute. We need to find something soon. Brevis nodded. Let's take a closer look at his symptoms and see if we can find an alternative treatment. There has to be something we can do. Dr. Lysander led Brevis into the private room where General Oleaceae lay, surrounded by a few of his loyal officers. The general's face was etched with pain, his movements restricted by the severe joint stiffness that had brought him to the hospital. Dr. Lysander approached the bed with a respectful nod. "General Oleaceae, this is Brevis, one of our most promising new healers," Dr. Lysander said, his voice steady. "He specializes in creative treatments and has shown remarkable skill in diagnosing and treating complex conditions." Brevis stepped forward, feeling the weight of the general's scrutinizing gaze. "It's an honor to meet you, General," he said, his tone respectful yet confident. "I'll do everything I can to help." As Brevis began his examination, he noticed something unusual. The general's joints, particularly around his knees and elbows, showed slight traces of rust. It was a peculiar sight, one that triggered a memory from his childhood. This rusting reminded him of an ailment common among mechadons, though he imagined with the general's much smaller size, it could be much more severe. Mechadons were only slightly bothered by the ailment, because their great weight would break the joints free from seizing. "Dr. Lysander," Brevis said, his voice thoughtful, "I believe we need concentrated amomon root extract to make a salve. The symptoms remind me of a condition I've seen in mechadons, and the amomon root has properties that could help." Dr. Lysander raised an eyebrow. "Amomon root? That's typically used to flavor food and drink." Brevis nodded. "Yes, but its concentrated extract has potent anti-corrosive and anti-inflammatory properties. If I'm right, the replacement parts wouldn't have helped anyway. We need to act quickly. I've never seen this ailment in a Wehrmacht, but the symptoms will likely worsen." With Dr. Lysander's approval, Brevis wasted no time. He gathered the necessary supplies and set up a small distillation apparatus in the hospital's makeshift lab. The amomon tree was relatively common, and its root was easy to procure. Brevis carefully boiled the roots, distilling the extract into a potent concentrate. The room filled with the earthy aroma of the amomon root, a scent that carried the promise of healing. Brevis worked with meticulous precision, knowing that the success of this treatment could hinge on every detail. With the concentrate ready, Brevis prepared the salve, blending the extract with a base of soothing oils. He approached the general's bedside once more, ready to apply the remedy that could potentially alleviate the severe pain and stiffness plaguing the high-ranking officer. As Brevis returned to General Oleaceae's room, he was struck by the sight of the general's limbs, now seized up in tight, awkward angles. The general's face was contorted in a grimace of pain, his discomfort palpable. It was clear that Brevis's initial assessment had been correct. The condition was worsening rapidly. Brevis approached the bedside with a calm, reassuring demeanor. "General, I'm going to apply the salve now. It should start to alleviate the pain and stiffness," he said, his voice steady. He carefully applied the concentrated amomon root salve to the general's joints, working with gentle precision to ensure the treatment was thorough. As he bandaged the affected areas, he could see the tight grimace on the general's face begin to soften. The room was filled with a tense silence as Brevis worked, the other officers watching, with a mix of hope and skepticism. Dr. Lysander stood nearby, his expression one of cautious optimism. Brevis's hands moved deftly, his confidence growing with each passing moment. Over the next few hours, the atmosphere in the room began to shift. The general's condition showed signs of improvement, the stiffness in his joints gradually easing. Brevis and Dr. Lysander monitored him closely, adjusting the treatment as needed, and ensuring the salve was reapplied at regular intervals. The general's breathing became more even, and the lines of pain on his face started to fade. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the room, General Oleaceae stirred. He flexed his fingers experimentally, a look of relief washing over his features. "I can move," he said, his voice hoarse but filled with gratitude. "The pain is subsiding." Brevis was relieved. "I'm glad to hear that, General. We'll continue to monitor your progress and adjust the treatment as necessary." The general nodded, his eyes meeting Brevis's with a newfound respect. "You have my thanks, healer. Your skills are remarkable." Dr. Lysander stepped forward, a rare smile on his face. "Brevis, your quick thinking and innovative treatment have made a significant difference. General Oleaceae, you are in capable hands." The general settled back into his bed, more comfortable than he had been in days. Brevis felt a deep sense of accomplishment in his successful treatment. As the room settled into a calm quiet, General Oleaceae turned his gaze to Brevis, his expression thoughtful. "Tell me about the rebellion, Brevis," he said suddenly. Brevis's heart stopped. His mind raced through the worst possible scenarios, imagining accusations and interrogations. He struggled to maintain his composure, his thoughts a whirlwind of fear and uncertainty. Before he could respond, the general continued, his tone more curious than accusatory. "I mean, you must have an opinion on the Oleaceae rebellion," General Oleaceae clarified. "I'm surprised that someone like you, who attends so carefully to a Nymphaea military leader, would have no thoughts on the matter." Brevis felt a wave of relief wash over him. He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. I was raised religious, General, he began, choosing his words carefully. I believe in Aline, the deity of love, peace, and justice. Violence, in my view, isn't the answer to bridging the divide between our tribes. It only deepens the wounds and perpetuates the cycle of hatred and suffering. It was true, at least in part, though it had been some time since he truly put his faith in Aline. The general listened intently, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considered Brevis's words. And yet you must hear the discontent voices that drive your people to rebellion. Many Oleaceae have outcried their place under Nymphaea rule. Not understanding what it takes to make such a great kingdom, Brevis nodded. I do hear the voices. People look at their immediate situation and dwell on their difficult work, and some call it suffering. But I also see the potential for healing and understanding. My work here, treating both Oleaceae and Nymphaea patients, has shown me that we can find common ground. We can build bridges through compassion and cooperation, rather than through conflict. General Elatus leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. You speak with wisdom beyond your years, Brevis. It's rare to find someone who can see both sides so clearly and still hold on to hope for peace. Brevis felt a surge of gratitude for the general's words. Thank you, General. I believe that with the right approach, we can create a future where both tribes can coexist peacefully. It won't be easy, but it's worth striving for. The general nodded slowly. We need people like you in the service of the king, Brevis. Your skills as a healer and your desire to see the Nymphaea and Oleaceae live in peace are invaluable. I will be watching your career closely. You have the potential to make a significant impact, not just in medicine, but in the broader struggle for harmony on Machrinath. Brevis replied, I won't let you down, General. I'll continue to do my best to heal and to bridge the divide between our people. As the conversation drew to a close, Brevis couldn't help but feel that this encounter had marked a turning point in his journey. The general's recognition and encouragement had been inspiring, but a nagging feeling tugged at the back of his mind. Something about gaining the approval of General Elatus didn't sit right with him, a subtle unease that he couldn't quite shake. But he brushed it aside, focusing instead on the excitement and pride swelling within him. His dreams were coming true, and with his graduation from Apprenticeship quickly approaching, he felt closer than ever to finding a cure for the Oleaceae epidemic. The future seemed bright, filled with promise and the potential for real change, and Brevis was determined to seize every opportunity to make a difference. Primary subject feed, minimized. Opening intercept log, hostile threat vector, codename General, running parallel chronology. King Dominaeus sat at the center of the grandeur of his throne room. The throne, an immense structure of cold, dark metal, its sharp spires reaching upward like jagged claws. General Elatus stood before him, his posture rigid, his hands clasped behind his back. He spoke in measured tones, recounting the latest intelligence on the rebellion. The rebels continue to exploit the terrain, Divine Sovereign. Their strongholds in the mountains make direct engagement difficult, and their operatives in Pyre and surrounding villages have mastered evasion. Dominaeus's fingers drummed against the armrest of his throne, each sharp tap echoing ominously in the cavernous room. His lips curled in disdain as he leaned forward. Difficult? Has the Nymphaea military grown so feeble under your command, General? Our might is unmatched, yet you tell me a band of peasants and dissidents cannot be quashed? Elatus remained composed, though his jaw tightened imperceptibly. Divine Sovereign, their strength lies not in numbers or resources, but in their ability to vanish among the Oleaceae. These people are well hidden in their communities, and their loyalty to one another, while misguided, is formidable. Dominaeus waved a dismissive hand, his rings glinting in the light. Spare me your analysis of their camaraderie, Elatus. I don't care for excuses. I want results. The Oleaceae are vermin. You were tasked with exterminating the rebels, yet here they are, growing bolder it seems, with each passing day. Elatus inclined his head slightly, his voice steady despite the king's mounting fury. We are employing all available resources, Divine Sovereign, including the Magi of Shadows. Their methods have proven effective in rooting out certain cells. However, as you know, such tactics come with a measure of... Dominaeus's hand slammed down on the armrest, silencing the general mid-sentence. Costs? What cost could possibly outweigh the safety and supremacy of the Nymphaea? Those who oppose us deserve no mercy. Let the Magi do what they must. If their methods yield results, I care not how dark or unnatural they may be. Elatus straightened, his expression unreadable. As you command, Divine Sovereign. I will ensure that their methods are utilized to their fullest potential. Dominaeus leaned back in his throne, his cold gaze fixed on Elatus. See that you do, General. Failure is not a luxury you can afford. Do whatever it takes. I expect the rebellion to be broken. Soon. The general bowed slightly, masking the flicker of unease that passed through him. He turned and strode from the throne room, the weight of the king's expectations settling heavily on his shoulders. The rebellion's resilience was no trivial obstacle, but Oleaceae knew that failure was not an option. The Magi of Shadows, ruthless as they were, might very well hold the key to silencing the rebels once and for all. Intercept feed terminated. Privacy encryption engaged. Realigning holographic focus to primary subject. Brevis. Streaming. Archive Index number 017, Graduation. Brevis stood on the dais in the tiny ceremony room at Pyre Hospital. He was quietly proud, and a little sad. The room was small, the walls draped with a few banners. Dr. Lysander and Talia stood behind the lectern, ready to present the graduates with their healer's insignia. The ceremony was not the celebration Brevis had expected, but it was meaningful nonetheless. Brevis surveyed the small room, occupied by only a handful of colleagues, some of the hospital staff. Then Brevis's eyes fell on Jakar's family in the front row, images of pride clear on their faces. Since they were Nymphaea, they lived in the city and were allowed to attend. Jakar's parents, clad in their fine clothes, applauded him as he received his insignia. Brevis felt envy and sorrow. His family and Leora were miles away in Leafshade, not with him to witness this moment. Standing next to him was Lyra, his fellow Oleaceae apprentice. She grinned when her insignia was given to her, her eyes shining with the dreams of what she would do in the future. Brevis was filled with warmth, grateful to her faith in him. Despite the absence of his family, he knew he wasn't alone. When his turn came, Brevis tried to ignore the pounding of his heart. He took the insignia from Dr. Lysander, whose smile was perhaps the first genuine one Brevis had ever seen from him, and Talia gave him a nod. With a proud smile fastened it to his chest. He had worked hard to reach this point, and the ceremony, while modest in itself, represented the result of years of effort. Brevis thought of his parents and of Leora, imagining what they would look like if they had been able to attend. He could see his father with pride in his eyes, his mother with tears of happiness, and Leora's smile which was sad and happy at the same time. He felt by their correspondence that they were with him in spirit. The letters he had received from them had been kind and encouraging. He found strength in the words, and they stayed with him. As the ceremony was adjourned, Brevis joined Jakar and Lyra for a small celebration. Jakar's family congratulated him, and Lyra cheered, lifting Brevis's spirits. The three graduates exchanged pleasantries, and Jakar proudly told the other two his plans. "My family has a big party planned with all our extended relatives," he said, gushing over his excitement. "It's going to be quite the celebration." Brevis felt it was a bit overkill, but he smiled and said, "That sounds amazing, Jakar. Enjoy the party." As Jakar turned back to his family, Brevis watched as their joyous chatter filled the hall. As he looked at Lyra, a wave of sadness and sense of caring flowed through him. She was in the same situation he was, with a family back home. He saw the same emotions that were rising in him, were rising in her as well. "Hey Lyra," he said softly, "how about joining me and Kieran at the Rusty Spoon later to celebrate? It won't be as grand as Jakar's party, but it could be fun." Lyra's eyes sparkled, and she had to restrain herself from jumping for joy at the thought. "Really? I'd love that, Brevis. Thank you." Brevis, seeing Lyra's excitement, felt a warmth run through him. Tired from the day's events, Brevis returned to his tiny apartment to rest a little before heading for a night out. He was relieved to be in a quiet room, far from the noise of the hospital or the party. He was sitting at his desk and reading the letters which his family and Leora wrote to him. They wrote to congratulate and encourage him, and he felt very touched by the warmth in them. His father's letter spoke highly of Brevis's childhood and his talents towards medicine. His mother's contained more personal memories and longing, and expressed a belief that he would be able to accomplish whatever he wanted. Leora's letter was a mixture of sadness and pride. She described the difficulties of Leafshade, but at the end she wrote that she hoped Brevis would go on to do great things. Brevis reread each letter, and though he was far away from his loved ones, he still felt close. He then began to write his replies. He described how simple the ceremony was, his sense of pride and gratitude for their support. As he finished, his mind wandered. He could not help but feel a pang of doubt about the rebellion. Was he doing the right thing? Was it right to focus on healing and not join the rebels? He had asked himself these questions before, but with his future so near they flooded back to him all the more. He thought of the Oleaceae children infected by the epidemic. That was why he was here, why he had followed this path. He was genuinely intent on finding a cure, believing that as a healer he could make a difference. Brevis stopped writing and stared at the words he'd written. He took a deep breath and told himself again that it had all been worth it. He had trained, sacrificed, endured a long separation from his family, all with the hope that one day his work would lead to a cure for the Oleaceae children. He had to tell himself that he was investing his time in this future, and that he could make it come true. Brevis loaded his letters into the storage compartment in his Skyrunner's chest, rolling the metal sheet with care. He made sure that they would not rattle inside Citus's frame. With one hand resting on Citus's smooth, cold back, he sealed the hatch and cast a mental image into its mind. The fields of Leafshade, his family, Leora's intense eyes. He sent his final thought. These messages are for them, Citus. You're going home, if only for a little while. Together they sat, the Skyrunner humming, acknowledging the importance of this delivery, before jumping out the window and flying towards his destination. Brevis glanced down at the clock. He should be going. This evening he would celebrate with Lyra and Kieran. There would be some comfort in that, some acceptance. Tomorrow there would be a new job, and perhaps another chance to make a difference. The rusty spoon was still as boisterous as ever, the sounds of laughter and the clinking of glass everywhere. Brevis, Lyra, and Kieran found a table in the corner, a sense of triumph settling over the group. Kieran, who had also finished his maintenance apprenticeship, raised a glass at the same time, a grin splitting his face. To good times and good futures, Kieran shouted over the combined din of the bar. Hear, hear, Brevis and Lyra said as they clinked glasses. Lyra beamed. I can't believe we're finally done. It feels like just yesterday we were starting out as apprentices. Kieran chuckled and took a sip of his drink. Yeah, and now look at us, all grown up and ready to take on the world. Brevis smiled, feeling the warmth radiating deep within him. It's been quite a journey. I'm glad we could all be here to celebrate together. Kieran lay back, his mouth curling at the corners into a smirk. So Brevis, what now? Any big plans now that you're a full-blown healer? Brevis laughed and shook his head. Just taking it one day at a time. I've got a lot to learn with the research team, but I'm excited to get started. You're gonna do great, Brevis. You've always been so dedicated. And who knows, maybe you'll find that cure for the Oleaceae children sooner than you think, said Lyra. Thanks, Lyra, Brevis said, feeling a surge of gratitude. What about you, Kieran? Any plans now that you're done with your apprenticeship? Kieran grinned. Well, I've got a few ideas. Might look around Pyre for a bit, see what opportunities come up, but for now, I'm just enjoying the moment. They ate and drank together through the night, exchanging stories and laughter and toasting one another's achievements, with the weight of worries and doubts that had plagued Brevis earlier in the day finally lifted. For one night at least they could forget what lay ahead, and just enjoy the good times. As the night progressed, Brevis couldn't help but notice the tension between him and Kieran. They made small talk, never discussing the rebellion due to Lyra's presence. However, he had known Kieran long enough to recognize that somewhere beneath those subtle hints, beneath the stiffening of his pleasant smile, were signs of disagreement. He was irritated with Brevis for his views on the tactics of the rebellion, but Brevis wasn't so easily dissuaded. He wanted nothing less than to cure the Oleaceae children and perhaps, one day, be whole again. But this was not the night to discuss such things. He would put it away and enjoy the evening in front of him. Eventually, after another few drinks, the three of them were laughing and chatting like nothing had happened. The tension in the air was no longer. Lyra's laugh soothed Brevis's jaded heart, and even Kieran finally started to relax into his normal self. Come on, Brevis, let's dance, Lyra exclaimed, dragging him to the small dance floor. Brevis laughed and allowed himself to be pulled along. The music was lively, and soon he was dancing and laughing with the rest of them. Kieran had joined them, and for a moment it was like old times, the weight of their differences forgotten. Brevis could still feel the pleasant buzz in his system as he said goodbye to Lyra and Kieran, and promised that he would see them again soon. On the way back to the apartment he was feeling quite happy, and no longer had the problems of the next day on his mind. Brevis entered, took off his shoes and fell on his bed. The day flashed through his mind, but soon drifted into oblivion as fatigue coursed through him. He sank into sleep, and his burden appeared to lighten. Brevis walked down to the research lab the next morning, still riding the high from the night before. He couldn't get the images from the night before out of his head. The laughter, the dancing, the celebration he had shared with Lyra and Kieran. The smell of antiseptic and the humming of equipment pulled him back to the moment. He inhaled, then took a few steps down the corridor to Dr. Valerius's office. Today he became a healer and researcher for the first time. Dr. Valerius was already there, his brow severely knitted, his sharp eyes fixed on the pile of etch volumes. Brevis rapped lightly on the doorframe and suppressed a shudder of nerves. Good morning, Dr. Valerius. I'm ready for my first assignment. Dr. Valerius, without looking up, gave the curt answer. Brevis, you will not be studying the Oleaceae epidemic. The words hit Brevis like a blow. His heart sank as the truth of the statement penetrated through the shock. His hopes and dreams of finding a cure for the Oleaceae children were collapsing now, like quicksand beneath his feet. Dr. Valerius glanced up, cold and remote, then said, You will be assigned to other projects. Report to the lab assistant. Brevis nodded, defeated, as he turned to leave. The excitement and thrill of the night he just had, gone in an instant. All that was left was the slow heaviness of realization, wondering what life would hold for him. Primary subject feed, minimized. Alert, retrieving dormant target profile, Darek, elevated rank. synchronizing parallel feed at military HQ. A single lamp flickered palely in the meeting room of the king's private palace. Its light reflected on every object, throwing long shadows over the massive mahogany table and the multiple shelves of military books that covered the walls. General Oleaceae stood and gave orders. In front of him, Darek sat with his arms crossed. He was absolutely impatient. "The king's displeasure grows by the day," Oleaceae said, his tone measured but firm. "The rebellion persists, and his expectations weigh heavily on us both. Yet your methods thus far have failed to yield meaningful results." Darek sank back into the seat. He set his jaw. "You're talking about meaningful results, General? All your careful, timid plans have done is handcuff me. As if these rebels deserve an elegant hunt." Oleaceae raised an eyebrow. "Caution prevents chaos, Darek. We are walking a fine line here. The Oleaceae are already chafing at the bit. If we act recklessly, we risk pushing them toward open rebellion, or worse, martyring their leaders and giving the rebels cause to rally." Darek leaned forward. His voice was sharp, dripping with arrogance. "And what's your solution, Oleaceae? You want to wait for the rebellion to collapse on its own. We both know that won't happen. We cannot be timid. Look out for their spiritual leaders, the priests, and the preachers who praise Aline and sing her compliments. Capture them. Put them in the cells. Let the Oleaceae see their protectors taken away. Then watch them scramble to save themselves. They will come forward to give up the rebellion." Oleace's brow darkened, his eyes narrowing. "And in doing so, we risk turning faith into fury. You have no idea how powerful belief can be, Darek. If we desecrate what they hold sacred, they'll revolt. Are you prepared to deal with riots in Pyre, with uprisings spreading beyond the slums?" Darek smiled, too proud to let on that he had just been rattled. "Sometimes fear is the best weapon, General. Let them see that no one, not even their spiritual leaders, is untouchable." Oleaceae came forward. He towered over the table. "Fear may control them momentarily, but it breeds hatred. Hatred strengthens their resolve and turns sympathizers into insurgents. Your short-sightedness will undo us if you go too far." Darek's face showed a flare of irritation that he quickly smothered. "You're too much of a schemer, Oleaceae. The king wants action now. If you won't be bold, then I'll find my own way." "You're overstepping, Darek," Oleaceae warned. "The king has entrusted me with this operation, and I expect you to follow orders. Keep testing my patience, and you might find your position here is more tenuous than you realize." Darek settled back upright in his chair, and the uncertainty was gone from his face. "I'll deliver, General. Whether you approve of my methods or not." Oleaceae turned toward the door, striding a short distance before he spoke. "Deliver results, yes. But remember, the king values loyalty as much as success. Do not forget where your loyalties lie." The door clicked shut behind him. Darek looked around the room. Alone. Anger stormed through him like molten iron. Oleaceae didn't need to give him permission for every action. He would root out the rebellion in his own way. He would make Pyre realize his superiority. Parallel feed terminated. Rerouting to primary subject, Brevis. Location, Research Lab, logging core feed. Archive index number 018, Research. Standing in the sterile hallway of the research lab, Brevis's mind was spinning from Dr. Valerius's curt dismissal of his dreams. The words still echoed in his ears. His hopes of working on the Oleaceae epidemic had been crushed in an instant, replaced with an assignment that felt like a cruel joke. He approached the lab assistant, a young Nymphaea woman who barely glanced up from her work. "I've been assigned to research an intestinal illness," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Clearly disinterested, she handed him a metal sheet without a word. Brevis took it and scanned the details of his new project. Intestinal ailments. It was far from the life-saving research he had envisioned, but he had no choice but to comply. As he collected samples and made his way to a microscope, his thoughts churned. Had he been foolish to pursue his dreams? Was it a mistake to believe he could make a difference? The weight of his doubts pressed heavily on his shoulders, threatening to crush his spirit. He set up the microscope and began examining the samples, his mind still racing. It was then that he took a moment to look around the lab. For the first time, he noticed the reality of his situation. He was the only Oleaceae in the entire research facility. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. This path was going to be far more difficult and complicated than he had ever imagined. Brevis took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He had come this far, and he wasn't about to give up now. He would prove his worth, no matter how difficult it was. Time began to pass in a blur of routine and relentless work. The research lab was a sprawling, sterile environment filled with the hum of machinery and the sharp scent of chemicals. Rows of workstations were lined with glass beakers, test tubes, and intricate apparatuses for chemical experiments. Researchers in white coats moved with purpose, their faces often hidden behind masks and goggles. In the sprawling research lab, a menagerie of enigmatic devices hummed and whirred. Each machine showed off the Nymphaea's advanced technology and scientific pursuits. Brevis, still relatively new to this environment, observed them with a mix of awe and bewilderment. Towering machines loomed with intricate lattices of vines interwoven with gleaming metal. They pulsed with a soft inner light that seemed to breathe. Across the benches, intricate glass conduits snaked and carried strange liquids of varying hues. Some glowed faintly. Others bubbled with an almost sentient energy. Many devices featured screens displaying complex signals and wave patterns. Equipment readings shifted and changed in ways he didn't yet understand. He recognized a few tools from his basic training, like centrifuges, incubators, and various microscopes. However, these existed on a scale and complexity he had never encountered before. His most trusted piece of equipment, the electron microscope, stood like a biomechanical marvel in one corner. This device, more than any other, filled him with a sense of wonder and possibility. He could see viral and bacterial structures down to their minutest details, neutralizing outbreaks while they were still just whispers. It was a tool of immense power, and he yearned to wield it in the fight against the Oleaceae epidemic. Yet, amidst this technological splendor, Brevis felt a pang of heartbreak. The lab was a place of immense potential, a place where breakthroughs could happen, where lives could be saved. But he was barred from using these tools for the research that mattered most to him. The image of his late sister, Ravenna, flashed through his mind. He longed to dedicate his skills and knowledge to finding a cure, to honor her memory, and bring hope to his people. The irony was not lost on him. He was surrounded by the very instruments that could help him achieve his goal, yet he was restricted, confined to projects that felt insignificant in comparison. The awe and wonder he felt were constantly shadowed by the disappointment and frustration of knowing his true purpose remained just out of reach. Brevis spent countless hours at his station, meticulously analyzing samples and recording data. The lab was also home to a section dedicated to animal trials, where treatments were tested on small, caged creatures. The sight of these trials often left Brevis with a heavy heart, but he knew it was a necessary step in the research process. The other researchers, entirely Nymphaea, barely acknowledged his presence. When they did, it was often with disdain or thinly veiled contempt. Brevis could feel their eyes on him, judging him, questioning his place in their world. He kept his head down, focusing on his work and trying to ignore the whispers and snide remarks. Despite the cold atmosphere, there were moments of solitude that Brevis cherished. Late at night, when the lab was nearly empty, he found a strange peace in the quiet hum of the equipment. These were the times he could think clearly, plan his next steps, and dream of a future where he could make a real difference. After hours, Brevis would meet Kieran at the Iron Lotus. The bar's atmosphere broke up the regimented lifestyle of Brevis in the sterile lab, filled with the murmur of hushed conversations and the clinking of glasses. Kieran's presence was a mix of encouragement and a subtle reminder of the rebellion's cause. "I told you it wouldn't be easy," Kieran would say with a knowing smile. But his words were always followed by genuine support. "You're doing great, Brevis. Just keep pushing forward. We're all counting on you." Back in the research lab, Brevis adjusted the settings on an electron microscope, while Dr. Kalina leaned over a tray of shimmering synthesized compounds. "You've been at this for 18 hours, Brevis," Dr. Kalina said, her flowery headdress drooping slightly with fatigue. "Is the latest batch showing anything different?" Brevis beckoned her over, his eyes bright with a rare spark of triumph. "Look at the cellular response. I've integrated the medicinal herbs I used back in Leafshade, the ones we used for the Pharaohfangs, with a synthesized compound derived from our own biochemistry." Dr. Kalina peered into the lens. "The viral replication is slowing. It's actually bolstering the immune response of the Vermox cells." "Exactly," Brevis said, quickly documenting the findings on a metal sheet notepad. "By administering it in these precise doses, we can help the body fight the virus more effectively, rather than just masking the symptoms. You continue to impress with your ingenuity, Brevis." Dr. Kalina admitted. Gathering the vials of his green-tinted herbal blend, Brevis turned away from the cold, humming processors of the research lab. He navigated the sterile, biomechanical corridors toward the main hospital ward. He was eager to escape the clinical environment for a chance to provide real care. Every step brought him closer to the patients who needed him, where his experimental treatments could finally move from the lab bench to the Vermoch who actually needed it. He stopped at the bedside of a weary Vermoch man whose metallic joints were dull with the film of illness. "Drink this," Brevis said softly, handing the man a vial of the green-tinted herbal blend. "It will feel cold at first, but it will help your internal system stabilize." The patient took a tentative sip. Within moments, the pain in his abdomen eased. He looked up at Brevis, his eyes clearing. I can feel the energy returning to my limbs." "Thank you, healer. You're recovering well," Brevis replied, a genuine smile touching his face. He felt a wave of nostalgia for his apprenticeship under Dr. Lysander. These moments of tangible connection and care were the only things that made the cold environment of the Nymphaea research lab bearable. The gratitude in their eyes, it makes it all worth it, he thought to himself as he moved to the next bed. Later that week, Brevis stood in the shadow of Dr. Valerius's massive, ornate desk. The head of research didn't look up from his metal sheets, his own blue-hued headdress perfectly manicured. "Your reports on the intestinal strains are satisfactory, Brevis," Valerius said, his voice as cold as the metal walls. "The hospital's recovery rates have improved by 12%. "Thank you, doctor," Brevis said, stepping forward. He chose his words with the persistence and patience he had learned from his mentors. "Given these results and my growing renown among the staff, I believe my skills could be better utilized. I would like to request a transfer to the respiratory illness team." Valerius finally looked up, his eyes narrow and dismissive. "You haven't even been a researcher for a year and you found a niche in digestive health. Stay there. The respiratory wing is complicated." Brevis felt the sting of the setback, but he didn't push. He knew better than to bring up the Oleaceae epidemic. The mere mention of it made Valerius's jaw tighten with a need for control. "I understand," Brevis said, bowing his head slightly. "I will continue to focus on my current assignments." Brevis met Lyra in a quiet corner of the hospital garden, away from the watchful eyes of the Nymphaea. "He denied you again, didn't he?" Lyra asked, her voice hushed. "He did," Brevis admitted, watching a skyrunner dip between the city's spires. "But I'm gaining ground. He can't ignore the data forever. I've started applying my meticulous approach to general respiratory cases under the guise of cross-contamination studies. Aren't you afraid he'll see through it?" Lyra looked worried. "If he thinks you're looking into the epidemic—" "I dare not openly research the epidemic," Brevis stated, his voice low and resolute. "I've learned to stay in my lane and not push the boundaries too far. It earns me more respect from the other researchers, more freedom from Valerius. He's giving me more latitude, even if he denies direct requests like today." He gripped the railing, his knuckles creaking against the metal. "Every small victory brings me closer. I'll gain the autonomy I need. I just have to be patient enough and hope to make a difference before it's too late for my people." Brevis had found himself spending more time with Lyra lately, who was a constant source of encouragement. Her unwavering belief in his potential helped him stay focused during the toughest times. "You're making a real difference," she reminded him. "Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Kieran ended up being more positive and supportive than Brevis expected. They often met at the Iron Lotus after hours, where Kieran would listen to Brevis's frustrations and triumphs. "You're doing great, Brevis," Kieran said, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. "Just keep pushing forward." "You know, Brevis," he said, leaning in closer, "the rebellion could greatly benefit from your skills. Your knowledge and expertise could save countless lives." Brevis sighed, feeling the weight of Kieran's words. "I know, Kieran, but right now, I need to focus on my work here. I need to prove myself and earn the freedom to research what really matters." Kieran nodded, his expression understanding yet determined. "I get it. Just remember, we're here for you. And when the time comes, we'll be ready to support you in any way we can." Soon, Dr. Valerius's strict boundaries began to fray, worn down by Brevis's undeniable results. First, it was a nod of approval over a corrected cell culture. Then, permission to assist on a critical lung trauma case. Wherever Brevis was permitted to look, breakthroughs seemed to follow. Recognizing a rare talent, Valerius finally yielded, granting Brevis his own workstation dedicated entirely to respiratory system research. Archival compression active, metadata stagnant for more than 6 lunar cycles. Logistical progression indexed, repeated clinical successes recorded. Restoring live feed at lab workstation. The empty glass vial clicked against the wire rack, the sound echoing sharply in the dark, silent laboratory. 6 months of grueling work had culminated in this, a successful preventative inoculation for a viral respiratory infection that had devastated the city's elderly. The hospital administration was ecstatic, and Dr. Valerius's stern face had finally broken into a proud smile. Brevis had earned his freedom, but as he stared at the glowing blue fluid of his successful vaccine, his mind drifted past the hospital walls to the Oleaceae child epidemic. The wheezing coughs, the graying skin, the fluid-filled lungs, the similarities between his approved research and the forbidden epidemic were too striking to ignore. He knew a direct request to study the dying children would provoke Dr. Valerius and destroy the trust he had spent half a year building. If he wanted answers, he would have to steal them. Brevis waited until the heavy footsteps of the night security guard faded down the corridor. Moving with practiced caution, he unlocked a hidden compartment beneath his desk. He began to secretly process the unauthorized tissue samples he had slipped from the triage wards, carefully labeling and storing them for later analysis under the cover of darkness. Late at night, under the sterile hum of a single overhead light, the lab belonged to him. The solitude provided a sanctuary, and the freedom to explore his theories without fear of prying eyes. With meticulous care, he began comparing the data from his official respiratory breakthrough with the forbidden samples from the epidemic, inching closer each night to a connection that could save lives or cost him his career. Segregated data detected, minimizing feed. Logging intercept. General Oleaceae, Palace Command Vector. Capturing concerning biometric highlights. The throne room was alive with tension, as King Dominaeus presided over an intense planning session. General Oleaceae stood off to the side, his voice commanding as he presented strategies to tighten the grip on rebel activity. Advisors scribbled notes furiously, while a map of Machrinath stretched across a polished mahogany table in the center, its surface dotted with tokens marking the Nymphaea's power and areas of unrest. Dominaeus leaned forward, one hand gripping the edge of his throne, his eyes sharp and unrelenting. "Rebel activity within the walls of Pyre continues to mock us," he declared, his voice cutting through the room. "They defile our city with their insolence, and yet here I sit, still hearing reports of their movement." Oleaceae nodded, his tone measured. "Their actions are calculated, divine sovereign. They take advantage of Pyre's sprawling quarters, particularly the slums, to blend in with the Oleaceae masses. Their ability to vanish so seamlessly is the greatest challenge. We can employ more covert measures to flush them out, but it will take—" Dominaeus suddenly winced, the sharp pain of a headache stabbing through his skull. The court froze, the advisors exchanging uneasy glances. The king raised a trembling hand to his temple, his expression twisting into a grimace of agony. "Enough," Dominaeus barked, his voice strained. He pushed himself back into the throne, his breathing uneven. "Oleaceae, adjourn this meeting. I cannot focus with this infernal pain." Oleaceae hesitated for only a moment before addressing the room. "The king has spoken. You are dismissed." As the advisors hastily gathered their belongings and filed out of the throne room, Dominaeus slumped against the cold metal of his throne, his face pale and lined with pain. Oleaceae lingered, his gaze fixed on the king, his thoughts carefully concealed behind an impassive mask. "I will summon your healer, Xecus," Oleaceae offered, his voice low and deliberate. Dominaeus's eyes flickered open, his gaze hard and unforgiving. "Do it quickly. If he cannot fix this, I will have no further use for him." Oleaceae inclined his head slightly, then turned and strode from the room, his steps deliberate and steady. As he walked down the long corridors of the palace, his mind churned. The king's headaches, sudden and debilitating, were becoming more frequent. Though Oleaceae would never voice it, he wondered if this affliction would compromise Dominaeus's judgment, or perhaps it already had. Intercept archived, palace logs closed, re-establishing feed, subject, Brevis, privileges upgrading, monitoring network overrides. Archive index number 019, advice. Brevis sat in his creaking desk chair, hunched over a patchwork of metal sheets and petri dishes. A single, flickering laboratory light illuminated the paltry few secret samples he had been able to collect. He had to be careful. He worked well into the night when the laboratory was unoccupied. Even then, he was not completely safe from interruption, and the fear of discovery weighed upon him as the pressure mounted. Brevis was beginning to realize that the strain behind the Oleaceae epidemic only seemed similar to the other respiratory viruses he had encountered. In reality, its structure and behavior were altogether different from other viruses that had been studied. He had hoped that what he had learned about other respiratory diseases would help him with this new disease, but the differences between the diseases were deep and discouraging. For every unsuccessful experiment, he suffered a personal defeat. His irritation threatened to derail him again. He leaned back in his chair, squeezed his eyes shut, and took a deep breath. The lab was silent, but he could hear his sister Ravina's laugh and his grandmother Gigi's voice in his head, as if they were both standing right there with him. Ravina had always been there to bring him out of the dark. "You have a gift, Brevis," she had once told him, her eyes shining with pride. "Use it to make a difference." There was so much Gigi had known, and she had made everything seem possible. "Every setback is a lesson, my dear," she would say, her voice gentle but firm. "Keep pushing forward, and you'll find the answers you seek." Her words echoed in his mind, reigniting the fire within. But losing was not an option when so many people were depending on him for victory. That morning, Brevis approached Dr. Valerius, asking him for more supplies for the group's research. Brevis pitched this case well, and described what the supplies could mean for the group, and how successful the group could be. Dr. Valerius barely glanced at him, his eyes clouded with disdain. "You'll have to make do with what you have." This indifference, this lack of acknowledgement or understanding, was starting to feel terribly familiar. Every encounter with Dr. Valerius had only reinforced Brevis's sense of worthlessness, and every fight over the smallest supplies was beginning to wear him down. His confidence was a little shaken, and his right to be in the lab no longer beyond question. Why did Dr. Lysander recommend him to someone who obviously did not want Brevis around? Dissatisfied and disheartened, Brevis decided to consult the advice of Dr. Lysander. He was seated in his office, surrounded by etch volumes and research metal sheets that lay scattered throughout his room. Dr. Lysander was cordial but concerned when Brevis told him about his trouble with Dr. Valerius. Dr. Lysander nodded as Brevis told his story, and when he finished, said, "I'm disappointed to hear that Dr. Valerius is making things so difficult for you. Unfortunately, in this world we live in, some people can't get past outward appearances. They see only what they want to see." He stopped, considering his next words. "You need to find common ground with Dr. Valerius. Understand his needs and see how you can support them. Sometimes, showing that you can be an asset to their goals can open doors that were previously closed." Brevis was very much struck by the soundness of Dr. Lysander's advice. Until then he had not considered that point of view, his mind being on his problems. It made perfect sense to work for the goals of Dr. Valerius, so that Brevis could achieve both his own goals and build a better relationship with him. Brevis thanked Dr. Lysander and went away determined to tackle his problems anew. Brevis took a deep breath, then knocked on the door to Dr. Valerius's office. He recalled Dr. Lysander's advice to try a different approach. As soon as Dr. Valerius turned from his desk, Brevis entered his office and squared his shoulders in an attempt to hide his nervousness. "Dr. Valerius, I wanted to discuss my research progress," Brevis began. "It's been slow going lately, and I wondered if there's anything specific you could use help with. Perhaps I can assist in some way." Dr. Valerius was taken aback by Brevis's offer of assistance, but after considering it for a moment, sat back in his chair. "Actually, there is something," he said, his tone more mindful than usual. "The military has recently granted us funding to research the transition of animal diseases to the Wehrmacht. My head researchers haven't made any meaningful progress, and it's becoming a concern." Brevis hoped that his knowledge of animal care would be helpful to his new task. "I have experience with animal care and diseases," he said, trying to keep the excitement out of his voice. "Perhaps I could bring a fresh perspective to the research." Dr. Valerius nodded. "That could be exactly what we need. Given your background, there may be nuances that my team isn't considering. If you can make headway here, it would be invaluable." When he walked out of the office, he was feeling better than he had for a couple of weeks. This was a mission which he was capable of carrying out, and, if he succeeded, would win him more freedom and respect from Dr. Valerius. He returned to the lab, ready to throw himself into the new research and prove himself. A few weeks later, Brevis and Lyra were in their favorite corner of the Rusty Spoon. The battered and well-patched tables were friendly and relaxing. Brevis took a sip of his drink and smiled at Lyra. "I've been working on this new research project," he said. "It's about the transition of animal diseases to the Wehrmacht. Dr. Valerius actually seems to value my input on this one. I feel like I'm making a real impact." Lyra smiled encouragingly. "That's amazing, Brevis. I knew you'd find a way to make a difference. You're so talented and dedicated. It's only a matter of time before everyone sees it." Brevis enjoyed her support, but as he spoke, his mind wandered again. He wondered what Leora would think about him working on a project funded by the Nymphaea military. He remembered the day everything had changed for Leora and him, the day when he had knelt, speechless and weeping, while Leora's aunt, uncle, and 2 cousins had been carted off by the Nymphaea soldiers. It was burned into his memory. She could see the distance in his eyes, and she squeezed his hand gently. "Brevis, what's on your mind?" He hesitated, but the closeness that had grown between them made it easier to speak up. "I was just thinking about Leora. I can't help but wonder if she would approve of me supporting Nymphaea military efforts, even indirectly. I remember the day her family was taken away. It was one of the worst days of our lives." Lyra's heart ached for him, but she had to push her own desires aside. She already knew Brevis's heart belonged to Leora, and the pain carved on his face almost made her wish it weren't so. Almost. For now she wanted to be a good friend. "Brevis, I believe Leora would trust your judgment," she said quietly. "She knows how much you care about our people, and how hard you work to make things better. You're doing what you think is right, and that's all anyone can ask of you." Brevis was deeply appreciative of the understanding and encouragement that Lyra offered him. He felt a sense of relief at her words, and he resolved to continue his work, knowing that he was not alone. Later that day, Kieran told Brevis to meet at the Iron Lotus for an urgent meeting with Kofar. Brevis found the request strange and had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach as he made his way to the secret room beneath the bar. When he got there, Kieran was already there waiting with a serious expression. "Kofar wants to talk to you." Kieran led him down into the secret underground chamber. Brevis had been feeling good about how far he had come. This was not the moment to get involved with the rebellion, but he would hear Kofar out. Kofar cut right to the chase. "We've had some rumors that the Nymphaea military is researching bioweaponry," he said. "We could really use someone with your skills and knowledge on our side. Imus himself has taken an interest in your career and potential support." Anger began welling up in Brevis. He responded with intensity. "The only mass casualty event I've seen was caused by the rebellion. I understand things are bad, but it feels like the rebellion is becoming more extreme in its views and actions. I'm doing research to save lives, not to harm them." Kofar leaned forward. "Brevis, I understand your concerns, but you have to see the bigger picture. The Nymphaea are developing weapons to wipe out entire populations. We need to stop them before it's too late. Brevis shook his head. How can you be sure? And how many innocent lives are you willing to sacrifice? How many people died because of the explosion at the factory? How many suffered afterward because of the lack of medical supplies? I can't be part of something that causes more harm. Kieran placed a hand on Brevis's shoulder and looked him in the eyes. We understand your position, but we need to be aware of all the dangers out there. Kofar nodded in agreement. I respect your decision, Brevis. But be careful. If we know about your secret research, it's possible that the Nymphaea military will know about it too. Just watch your back. Brevis shuddered at Kofar's warning. He nodded, his frustration beginning to subside. He knew that Kofar had been speaking out of concern for his welfare. Thank you, Kofar. I wish you all the best, but I can't be a part of this. With that, Brevis left the Iron Lotus. He was feeling somewhat dazed, but now, he was even more determined to find a cure for the epidemic and complete his experiments. Yet he was more conscious than ever of the need to keep his work hidden, since the risks were higher than he had expected. Brevis decided to return to the hospital, unable to shake what he had discussed with Kofar. Brevis had no interest in the rebellion, he just wanted to stay on the sidelines and save as many lives as he could. Was the Nymphaea military so desperate they were actually working on bioweaponry? Disease transition from animals to Wehrmacht didn't seem conducive to a military agenda, did it? Did the Nymphaea avoid disease research for strains that affected the Oleaceae intentionally? Or was it a simple cost-to-benefit ratio? Why did the Nymphaea military care about disease transmission from animals at all? He supposed it could be that they are concerned about military personnel that come into contact with diseased animals in the field. But that type of information was well beyond Brevis's purview. Brevis had been asking himself these questions as he paced the hallways of the lab. Dr. Valerius had been a thorn in his side, but was the issue merely the actions of a single Wehrmacht who delighted in tormenting others, or something more? The uncertainty nagged at him, but he knew he had to stay focused on his work. As he finally arrived at his desk, Brevis took a moment to review the disease transmission study. He needed a credible reason to be at his office this late, and his assigned research often led to experiments running through the night. He was grateful for the distraction, but part of him remained stuck on the conversation with Kofar and the unnerving accusations he made. He shifted back to analyzing the samples from the Oleaceae epidemic, something he could more easily keep his attention. Even still, he found himself wondering what was so nefarious about his research that he needed to keep it secret. Why did he have to hide these attempts to save lives? Brevis quickly brushed this off, knowing that he would only make things more difficult for himself. As a precaution, he brought all his secret research notes and specimens back with him to his apartment. Kofar had been right about one thing, Brevis thought. He couldn't be too careful. The stakes were certainly higher now, and he had to protect his work at all costs. Alert! External reconstruction required. Piecing fragmented audio/visual logs for target, Magi of Shadows. Playing calibrated feed. The personal chambers of King Dominaeus were very grand and austere, but in the darkness, with only a dozen blackened candles lit here and there and the thick velvet curtains drawn tight, it appeared to be oppressive, perhaps even suffocating. The only movement was the ghostly, shifting, quivering shadows summoned by the Magi of Shadows, rippling through the air. A moment later the chamber door opened, and Kikis entered with authority, accompanied by two more Magi. The healer was a thin, tall man cloaked in black robes covered with symbols. His gaunt, pale face was without expression as he made his way toward the king, who was seated in a heavily ornamented chair, leaning wearily upon one arm. Dominaeus's eyes were shut tightly in pain, barely masking his rage, his hand clutching his temple. Begin, Dominaeus growled, his tone leaving no room for delay. Sakis tilted his head down for a moment, then reached into the folds of his robes to produce a small bag from which he pulled out a series of strange, grim-looking instruments. A vial of black liquid, with ceaselessly throbbing particles, a black knife of obsidian, and a bundle of herbs knotted together with what looked like sinew. As he knelt before the king, the Magi circled, arms lifted up and started chanting in a loud and heavy guttural, otherworldly dialect. The shadows around them deepened and swirled as if alive, and then Kikis began his own spell, his voice just as clipped and precise. He moved the obsidian knife through the air in an arcane pattern, and a thin trail of black energy leaked from it and mingled with the Magi's low-pitched chanting. The air in the room vibrated, and the room throbbed with unnatural energy. Dominaeus leaned propped on his elbows, breathing shallowly, with his eyes half closed. He wheezed softly as Kikis sprinkled herbs into the black liquid. The liquid dripped to the ground and began to split and sizzle. The healer pressed the unholy mixture against Dominaeus's temple and began to mutter the words in a tongue known only to the Magi. Smoke enveloped the king's head like a shroud. At first nothing happened. Then Dominaeus drew a sharp breath and sat up straighter in his chair, as if suddenly freed of the weight on his body. The pain had subsided, and for the first time in days the king's face was relaxed, with a grudging sense of satisfaction as he looked at Kikis. "You have done well, for now," Dominaeus said, his voice colder than the relief he felt. "But mark my words, healer. Should you fail me even once, you will suffer the consequences." Kikis rose and bowed his head. "Divine Sovereign, my duty is to you. I will do whatever it takes." There were no further words from Dominaeus, but he waved the healer and magi out of the chamber. The shadows withdrew as they departed the chamber, but their heavy presence lingered in the air. Kikis breathed shallowly outside the doors, his own fatigue creeping into his movements. The magi exchanged wordless glances behind their blackened hoods, and while their ritual had worked, and the king had been blessed, they knew that his condition was no common illness. This was only the beginning. Fragmented log ends, no further reconstruction data. Returning to high-fidelity archive. Reloading Brevis session. Resuming. Archive index number 020, Sabotage. The entrance to Pyre Hospital was supposed to be quiet. Instead, Brevis stepped into a sea of flashing lights, swarming police officers and armed military personnel. The police were patrolling the perimeter with their ceremonial steedrons, the mechanized horses moving in sync with their riders, the sound of metallic hooves echoing against the cobbled road. Their advanced optical sensors scanned the surrounding area and detected if anything was out of place. Soldiers marched in columns as a series of military squadrons. They marched alongside the Pharaohfangs and their riders, large armored canine creatures with large metallic fangs growling at a low disruptive frequency. Their eyes glinted with an unnatural light as they tore their gaze across the area, poised to pounce. The riders moved in perfect rhythm with the Pharaohfangs, an impressive display of absolute precision and order. People stood, distant spectators, entranced by the spectacle and terrified at the same time. There were also shocked whispers and murmurs. They pointed at the hospital. Broken windows and doors left half open were evidence of the terror of the night. Children clung to their parents and stared wide-eyed, while others craned their necks to see what was happening. As the police troopers extended their arms before them to hold back the crowd, the equine steedrons were perfectly still. Meanwhile, the Pharaohfangs were full of nervous energy, their claws raking the ground, their tails twitching. There was a heavy, sick feeling in the atmosphere that penetrated into Brevis's very bones. As soon as Brevis entered, he felt some sense of relief, although it was mixed with anger. He saw that it was the research lab which, as far as he knew, the rebellion had attacked. By some merciful twist of fate, while taking his secret research on the Oleaceae epidemic home the night before, he ended up accidentally packing all of his research notes and samples for his sanctioned research project as well. In doing so, he managed to save all his work from being destroyed. The sight of the ravaged lab and the military presence had nonetheless made him feel a sense of impending doom. The rebellion's actions, once a distant concern, now felt dangerously close, threatening to unravel everything he had worked so hard to achieve. On reaching the research lab, Brevis was confronted by a grim-looking police officer who demanded identification from him. Brevis fumbled for his badge, his palms slick, held it toward the officer, who studied it for a moment, then nodded curtly, waved him through. He stepped into the lab and felt like he'd been sucker-punched. Everything in sight was broken beyond repair. It was all in shambles. Overturned tables blocked aisles, and equipment littered the floor. Metal sheets were all over the place, and a thick, acrid smell of burnt electronics mingled with the smell of chemicals. Brevis looked around the scene, his eyes darting around the wreckage, his mind racing with thoughts of what work they lost. Investigators worked slowly and carefully through the debris, noting the damage and collecting the evidence, their voices low in the eerie silence. Brevis mourned the instruments he touched daily, scattered in millions of fragments on the floor. His heart sank at the thought. The data had all been erased in an instant. Years of work, gone in a moment. Yet, at the same time, Brevis was thankful that he had been absent-minded and had taken every single one of his research notes and samples home with him. It meant that the work on the Oleaceae epidemic and the disease transmission to the Wehrmacht had both been spared. This realization brought a flicker of hope. As he continued to sift through the wreckage, Brevis's feelings continued to become even more mixed. He had anger at the rebellion for their recklessness, anger at the devastation. But he was determined to continue his research, to find a cure for the epidemic. He had to show that there were better ways to fight for justice. The ransacking of his lab only spurred him on to protect his work and ensure that it would not be in vain. As Brevis was still going through the wreckage, he heard a voice, coming from behind him, calling out his name. He turned to see a senior investigator, with 2 officers beside him. The investigator looked at Brevis, his eyes narrowed, then at the badge, which was still in his right hand. "Brevis, is it? You work in this lab?" the investigator queried, his tone sharp and probing. "Yes, I do," replied Brevis, trying to sound calm even if his heart was not. "Were you here last night?" the investigator pressed, his gaze sharpening. Brevis took a pause. "No, I wasn't. I left in the early evening, as I often do, but I wasn't here during the break-in. The investigator gave his colleagues a knowing look, before gesturing for Brevis to join him. Come with us, we need to ask you a few questions. Brevis was quite a bit rattled. They took him to a small, cramped makeshift interrogation room in one corner that was bare and cold, except for a table with 2 chairs. He sat down and tried to control his breathing, as the investigator sat down across the table from him. Brevis, we need to determine if you had any involvement in last night's events, the investigator began, his tone leaving no room for ambiguity. Can you account for your whereabouts and actions? Brevis gulped at their unblinking stare and said with just the faintest flutter in his voice, I was at home. I took my research notes and samples home with me. It was an abundance of caution. I didn't want to risk losing any of my work. The investigator's gaze narrowed. Why would you take everything home? That seems unusual. Brevis began, taking a deep breath and gathering himself. I've been doing some critical research on how contagious animal diseases spread to Wehrmacht. I didn't want to lose any of it. I didn't know this was going to happen, but I felt it was safer with me. The investigator leaned back, peering at Brevis as though trying to see the answer that was developing in the back of his mind. And how do you feel about the rebellion? Do you support their actions? Brevis squeezed his fingers into his palms until his knuckles curled against the tabletop. I'm angry, he said. Angry at the senseless destruction they've caused. My work saves lives. The rebellion's actions are only making things worse. I want to help my people, but not like this. The investigator in the room fell silent, then nodded, a glimmer of respect in his eyes as he considered Brevis's words. Your caution may have saved important research. We'll need to verify your story, but for now, you're free to go. Thank you for your cooperation. Relieved, yet still on edge, Brevis left the dark room. He promised to himself he would protect his own work more intensely, and he committed to continue his life's work, regardless of the growing turbulence around him. Brevis was grateful to be released from the hospital following his testimony, though he suspected that the Nymphaea agents were surprised at his rejection of the rebellion. Even Dr. Valerius, usually so stern and unyielding, seemed to be in good spirits that day. Scientific equipment can be replaced, Dr. Valerius said, his tone almost warm. But your cautious forward thinking saved years of invaluable work in notes and samples. Take the rest of the week off while we begin rebuilding the lab. Brevis nodded, and as he stepped out of the hospital, his head was still spinning with all the praise. It was a quiet walk home for him. The streets of Pyre never seemed so silent. Once back inside his cramped apartment, Brevis sank down into a chair and considered. He had always been ambivalent about the rebellion. He understood the desperation and fury that had led his people to such lengths. The Oleaceae had suffered too long under Nymphaea rule, and they were desperate for hope after all they had suffered. However, the destruction at the hospital had shown him the dark side to their cause. Was this really the way to achieve justice? He thought of his sister, Ravenna, whose death propelled him to seek out a cure for the epidemic caused by Oleaceae. He thought of his parents, still working under the reign of the Nymphaea. He wanted to help them, to free his people from their suffering, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there had to be a better way. Dr. Valerius's words of praise for him echoed in Brevis's mind. It was indeed a feat for any Oleaceae to receive praise from this Nymphaea, and Brevis could only hope that the work he had done would unify the two tribes. He wondered if his research could demonstrate that cooperation and understanding were possible. Brevis needed answers, and he was pretty sure Kieran would have some. He knew the best place to find Kieran was at the Iron Lotus, so Brevis went straight away. The bar was dim, usually full of the din of voices, but after what had happened that day, it felt hushed. Brevis felt his anger bubbling beneath the surface as he made his way to the corner table where Kieran sat. Kieran, we need to talk, Brevis said, his voice strained. Before Kieran could respond, Brevis walked past him to the stairs that led to the secret underground room. Kieran walked in with a frown. He started talking as they entered the underground room. Brevis, I'm sorry about the lab. Sorry? Brevis interrupted, his voice rising. Do you have any idea what you've done? My research was in that lab. Research that could save lives. Kieran's eyes narrowed. No one was hurt in the attack, Brevis. We made sure of that. Brevis shook his head, still angry. That's not the point. My work is critical because it will help find a cure for the Oleaceae epidemic. You targeted the lab without knowing what was there. You destroyed everything just in case. Kieran defended his actions. The target was the aggressive research, the projects funded by the military. We had to send a message. We couldn't take the chance of the development of bioweaponry. Brevis's fists clenched at his sides. You didn't know what you were destroying. You could have wiped out years of work that could save our people. How can I help you when you're willing to destroy my life's work? Kieran's frown deepened. Well, it's partly because you're not helping us, Brevis. You're just sitting on the sidelines, focusing on your research while the rest of us fight for freedom. Brevis's eyes blazed with fury. And how can I help when you would even destroy my efforts to cure the Oleaceae epidemic? It is not just about me. It is about us. I'm not fighting for freedom, I'm fighting to save lives. Kieran's tone didn't waver, but his expression softened. Kofar did warn you about the risks, and you saved your work, just as we expected. Brevis stared at Kieran, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. He stepped back, the pieces racing into place in his mind. They had anticipated this. They had known he would be suspicious. For a moment he could not speak, so tangled were his feelings of betrayal and shock. He needed time to think about everything Kieran had told him. Brevis turned on his heel and walked out of the Iron Lotus without saying anything else. His mind was a jumble of questions as he tried to comprehend the actions of the rebellion and how he fit into them. Brevis walked the quiet streets of Pyre. Over and over again his conversation with Kieran played itself out in his head. Brevis felt used, manipulated. On the other hand, he realized they had listened to his complaints about excessive violence and had arranged the attack to minimize the bloodshed and avoid jeopardizing his research. This made his interrogation real and his anger sincere. But the question again arose, had they really counted the cost? Were they prepared for what lay ahead? Was it really worth the risk of destroying research that might save countless lives, just on the chance that bioweaponry research might be there and be destroyed? The methods of the rebellion seemed reckless and short-sighted. Brevis was absorbed by a sense of betrayal. He had always believed in the cause of the rebellion, but had never seen its ruthlessness so clearly. They had used him, molded his actions to fit their purposes. He began to question their motives entirely. When he reached his apartment, Brevis fell into his chair. The Oleaceae epidemic, and all the lives that depended on the results of his research, were now at risk because of the rebellion. Was this really how to help his people? Ultimately, though, despite his internal conflict, there was no way he could agree with this senseless attack. The cost in lives, the loss of life-saving research, was too high. Brevis would continue his work. He would be all the more cautious. His research would not be a pawn used in the power struggles of the rebellion. He would seek to support his people in less reckless ways. Brevis sat on his bed in his apartment and knew what he had to do. He resolved to go his own way, in honor of his sister, and to honor the promise he had made to save lives. The cause that had spurred the rebellion was just, but its methods must be transformed. It was up to him to show them how. Primary subject feed terminated, critical conflict detected. Retrieving target intercept log, DAHREK. Error, A. X. Ter. Nal. OV. Air. Ride. Shadow vector synchronized. The chamber of the Magi of Shadows was deep in the bowels of the palace, far from the brightness and grandeur of the power centers in the higher reaches. The air was cold and damp, a silence unnatural enough to unhinge your senses. The torchlight flickered in the damp air, and there was a great pressure of darkness, but Derek stepped into the room with an expression of grim determination. The Magi were always covered in hooded robes, their faces forever hidden by the shadows that they carried about them. Now they turned as one, and the very air hummed with the dark power they called forth. One of them stepped forward. Its voice was a rasping whisper. "You seek us, Darek. Why have you come?" Darek stiffened, as if preparing himself to stand up to a phantom. "I need your power," he said in a strong but quiet voice. "The rebellion festers, and General Elatus won't allow me to take the actions necessary to root it out. So I'll do it myself, on my own terms." The Magi were poised, their heads tilted slightly to one side, as if weighing his words. The head Magi asked, "And what would you offer in return for such power?" "Myself." Darek's eyes narrowed to slits. "Take my body. Channel your energy through it. Use me as a vessel if it means finding those rats hiding in the shadows. Let it be me who takes the risk, not the Oleaceae leader's Elatus Coddles." He spat out the general's name like it was acid on his tongue. The Magi were silent for a moment. The shadows flickered and stirred, as if they were alive. Then the whispering began, low among the Magi, guttural voices murmuring dark, unintelligible omens. Finally, the first Magi stepped forward, hands beginning to peek out from under their shredded, black cloak. "You are arrogant, Darek. Prideful, reckless. But your determination is undeniable. Few could stand as a receptacle for our energy." There was a weighty silence, filled with unsaid words of warning. "We will help you." Darek breathed out. "Good. Let's begin," he replied. The Magi circled him, chanting ever louder, as if the words were material, extracting, drawing the darkness closer. The air chilled, as if it were thickening. In the heart of the ceremony, in the center of the circle, Darek knelt, heart pounding, ready. Suddenly, the room was filled with an unnatural wind and the shadows danced, coiling around him like serpents ready to strike. The lead Magi seized Darek's head, pinching the sides with skeletal fingers, sending a rush of cold energy through his body as darkness spread across his vision. He felt as though his very soul was being wrenched open to receive forces larger than anything he could comprehend, flickering light and blackness dancing in his mind. Then the visions came, faces, flickering in and out. Some were familiar, some not. The streets and buildings around him were a flow of color, without cohesion or form, but they could not be mistaken. Leafshade, there, the village, and the shadows of people skirting its narrows and labyrinthine depths remained distinctly present in view. The vision was clear again, but its streets were filled with its people, their eyes filled for a second with fear and hatred, staring back at him. Darek smiled when he saw them, then the blackness was gone. The last notes of the ceremony faded away into silence. Darek lay on the floor, panting and shaking, supported by the cold stone, and the Magi stared on in awe. "You have seen what you sought," the lead Magi intoned. "Leafshade is tainted with rebellion. The rest is up to you." Darek forced himself upright. His knees buckled slightly beneath him, but he croaked, "They won't hide for long." The determination in his voice steadied him, and began to hold him upright. "I'll bring their rebellion crashing down. And this time, no one will stop me, not even Oleaceae." As Darek slipped from the chamber, he heard the dark, vicious laughter of the Magi behind him, evidence that he had indeed paid the price for their services. But Darek was not afraid. He was vindicated. His first success would be Leafshade. Shadow Intercept purged, restoring backup. Logging core feed, status, research lab compromised. Acquiring subject. Brevis, biorestoration sequence active. Archive index number 021, recognition. Dr. Valerius had given Brevis some unexpected days off. With no research to attend to, Brevis felt adrift. During the repairs, the lab was off limits, and so he wandered around. He moved slowly through his tiny apartment. It was quiet. What did one do with free time when their life only had one goal, all-consuming? Should he visit Lyra or Kieran? That felt too casual, too light. It was hard to chat with Kieran right now, too. His parents, then? The journey was a long one, and he was uncertain about the safety of traveling so far. Then he recalled that Dr. Valerius had told him that he had given Brevis permission for a brief outing beyond the city walls, and hope sprang up. Nature. He craved the wilderness and unblemished Machrinath outside the walls of the sterile, lifeless buildings of Pyre. He could imagine the serene sound of the metallic leaves in the trees, the soft sound of the Pyre River as it gently babbled, and the luminaris drifting in the evening hour. It was something pure, the antidote to the sterile lights of the laboratory, the oppressive weight of a city under siege. He was looking for serenity, for space to empty his mind. Brevis packed a bag with his canteen and some preserved food and stopped to check in with a guard at the city gate, as instructed by Dr. Valerius. The burden of the city walls lifted from his shoulders as passed beyond. The air was fresher. There were bird calls and rustling leaves, with the hum of the city somewhere behind. He kept walking for a while, letting his feet take him where they would, hoping that perhaps, when he got out to the wilderness, his mind would calm down enough to reach that true peace he was looking for. A peace which so many of those hours of research, rebellion, and responsibility had caused to elude him. Brevis looked out to the river and saw its water come to life more and more, bubbling gently while the birds sang high, sweet treble notes that mingled with the murmurs of the water to become lace. He could hear the sound of leaves being disturbed as they were scurried through by tiny animals in the underbrush and fish breaking the water's surface. The trees were all alive and colorful and reached to the sky. The twisted trunks were a polished, metal-like color, and the leaves were iridescent. There were vines on all the branches, and even more vines hanging down, which had flowers that glowed with bioluminescence. The forest floor was covered in different ferns and mosses, all a deep green contrasting with the silvery plants above. Brevis inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of the earth, the soil of the forest floor, mingling with the vague metallic smell of the surrounding foliage and the pervading aroma of the blossoming flowers and the pure, clean smell of the river. He closed his eyes for a second, savoring the overwhelming sensations as he grounded himself in the present. As Brevis wandered the banks of the river, he found the most magnificent creatures. 2 luminaries skimmed the surface, tendrils protruding from their backs trailing behind them like luminescent comets forging their way through the night sky. From Earth, they might seem just like jellyfish if they weren't floating in the air. The soft, pulsing glow was reflected from the walls, creating an even more unreal atmosphere. Nearby, a family of aravens with iridescent plumage settled onto a metal tree branch. The birds, preening their plumage and with their sharp beaks gleaming in the sunlight, exchanged a series of melodious calls. Brevis walked through the woods, sensing a peace and wonder he had not experienced in so long. It was the beauty of Machrinath that reminded him of why they were trying so hard to save it. He sat on the bank and watched the water flow and the creatures going about their lives. Brevis wandered in the shallows, absorbing the sights, sounds, and scents of the world around him, when a glimmering iridescent form moved through the water before him. It was an aquaflare, a rarely seen creature on Machrinath. From Earth it might resemble somewhat of a mix between a dolphin and a sea snake. As it glided through the water, all its scales shone in bright colors, vibrant blues and greens, purples and pinks all intermingling effortlessly. Its motion was extraordinarily graceful. Its fins were thin and translucent. Its long, narrow body glided and undulated through the water. It left a wake of sparkling bubbles. Its large, wide-open eyes were luminous, and as he gazed into them it seemed to him that it looked him straight in the face with an expression of wisdom. Its bottle-like nose and mouth appeared even to smile. Brevis gazed as the creature swam down through the river. The colors of the bioluminescent lights rippling in and out of sight beneath the surface gave him a rush of warmth and peace. The sight of the aquaflare, so rare to see, so beautiful, so calming to his troubled heart, overwhelmed him like a gentle wave. The aquaflare stirred something inside him, and for a moment he thought of Aline, Oleaceae's goddess of love, peace, and justice. It had been a long while since he had believed in her, though. Perhaps everything he had been through had been part of a plan all along, and if so, she had certainly put him on a difficult path. But there he was, on the cusp of finding a cure for the Oleaceae disease. Could Aline really take the worst of situations and turn them into good, as the old story said? While Brevis was thinking about this, he was visited by feelings of both hope and mistrust. Though the teachings of Aline said that she could turn curses into blessings, he had yet to see proof of this in his own pain. As he pondered this, he saw something in the sky that caught his eye. It was a sky scourge in the far distance, a flying beetle-like creature the size of a farafang. Its segmented body was covered with many wings, which cast menacing shadows. Its metal exoskeleton gleamed in the dimming light, rebounding the last rays of the sun in a beautiful yet menacing iridescent black sheen. Thousands of scarlet eyes, like blood-red jewels, flickered across the ground far below, while its razor-sharp mandibles clicked and clacked hungrily, and sent chills shooting down Brevis's spine. Brevis was brought back to his senses by the appearance of the sky scourge, and he decided it was time to go back home. He couldn't decide if it was an omen, or if it was only the latest sign that showed how chance ruled this world where there was no certainty. The truth, however, was that he did not know which world he preferred. On the way back, Brevis saw the Caravan family again, sitting on the branch of a metal tree. The sight of such beautiful birds made Brevis smile again. One of the baby Caravans sneezed gently, and the light little noise was enough to make Brevis burst out laughing. For an instant, surrounded by nature, he experienced a sense of peace, a moment of pure joy, and realized that there was still beauty and light in the world. The next morning, Brevis spent some time looking around the city. He went to the central market, the art gallery, and the museum that he had yet to have time to visit. That evening, he had arranged to meet Lyra. Brevis and Lyra sat in their usual spot in the back corner of the Rusty Spoon as the regulars of the bar downed their drinks in the dim light. The ambiance of the bar was familiar and comfortable. Lyra leaned in and paid close attention to Brevis as he retold the story of the recent trip into nature. "It was incredible, Lyra," said Brevis, with no effort to hide the wonder on his face. "The air was so fresh, and the river, it was like something out of a dream. I saw an aquaflare up close. Its scales were shimmering in all these beautiful colors. It made me think about Aline, and whether all of the oppression and suffering our people have gone through could be part of some greater plan." Brevis was surprised the words were coming out of his mouth. Lyra smiled, her chin resting in her hand. "It sounds like you had a much-needed break. Sometimes, stepping away from everything can give you a new perspective." Brevis nodded, a calm settling over him. "You're right. It was just what I needed." And then, just as I was about to leave, a sky scourge appeared in the distance. It made me wonder if it was an omen or just a coincidence. Lyra laughed. "Maybe that was Aline's way of reminding you that life is full of mysteries. But I'm glad you got to enjoy some peace. You deserve it." They talked about their lives, trading stories and laughter. Brevis smiled playfully at Lyra during the chat. He was grateful for her presence, and for this moment's reprieve from the weight of his work and the rebellion. When the first day of the week was breaking, Brevis came back to the hospital refreshed and ready for whatever was to confront him. As he approached the research lab, he saw something that shocked and impressed him. The lab was fully repaired, and now even more advanced than before, equipped with high-end metal paneling and the latest technology. Brevis was impressed by how well-organized and well-resourced the Nymphaea military was, especially with the amount of time it took for the manufacturing plant to restart production of the medical supplies. Brevis could not help but stop before the door. It seemed impossible, and a little unsettling, that the damage from the sabotage should be so quickly and so completely repaired. He drew a breath and stepped through. As soon as Brevis stepped into the rebuilt lab, he was summoned to Dr. Valerius's office. The head of research, Dr. Valerius, had always been a demanding, critical, hard-nosed boss to work for. Today, however, something was decidedly off about his demeanor. Brevis couldn't put his finger on it, but there was something different about Dr. Valerius. "Brevis, come in," Dr. Valerius said, his tone unusually warm. "I have some important news to share with you." Brevis sat down and experienced a slight feeling of surprise and of fear. Dr. Valerius leaned back in his chair and smiled, a rare sight. After careful consideration, and in light of your recent exemplary performance, I am promoting you to lead researcher on the Animal Disease Transmission Project, Dr. Valerius announced. Your dedication and innovative approach have not gone unnoticed. Brevis was surprised at the news, but pleased. He felt that this was a well-deserved recognition of his work, and another milestone in his career. But Dr. Valerius was not finished breaking the news. General Elatus himself has expressed his satisfaction with your work, Dr. Valerius added, his eyes gleaming with approval. He is particularly pleased with your determination to support the Nymphaea military's research efforts. Your actions during the recent sabotage incident have earned you considerable respect among our superiors. There was. The reason for Dr. Valerius's sudden change in attitude. His superiors had liked Brevis, and it made sense that Dr. Valerius would now too. Still, it was a great honor, and Brevis could not deny himself a sense of accomplishment when he heard the news. Thank you, Dr. Valerius, Brevis said, trying to keep his voice steady. I am honored by this promotion, and will do my best to lead the team effectively. Dr. Valerius nodded, his face serious again. I have no doubt you will. Things have been moving quickly, and we need to stay ahead of any potential threats. Your work is important, Brevis. You're doing great. Maybe we can extrapolate that research and try to find out how each tribe is affected by specific strains of the viruses you are investigating. When Brevis came out of the office, he felt the weight of his new responsibilities on his shoulders. Everything was happening so fast, but he was determined to carry the burden. He returned to the lab to begin work in his new leadership role. Brevis could scarcely believe the amount of change that had occurred in such a short time. The sabotage, the happy surprise of the promotion, the respect he enjoyed among his superiors. It was as if he was simply swept away by a great current, unable to catch his breath, but he knew that he had to pull himself together and make the most of the opportunity. Brevis settled into his new role and immediately began to assign tasks to his team. He knew that waiting for instructions would cause a delay that could not be afforded, so he assigned jobs to everyone according to their strengths. Noticing how well the team took his orders, it was not long before the lab was busy with activity. He threw himself into his work, although he could not help but feel uncomfortable with his promotion. However prestigious, the circumstances of his promotion were not ideal. He was on uncertain ground with the rebellion and Kirin, and he didn't know where he stood with either of them. He tried to ignore that thought as he applied himself to his work. As the hours wore on, the magic of the lab and the work began to take over. It became a place where Brevis could pour his energy and passion into something. Brevis decided to stay late again that night, and returned to his secret observation of the Oleaceae epidemic. The lab itself was mostly dark, humming with machinery, and lit by a bioluminescent glow. He was distracted by the hum and whirring of machinery as he attempted to work, and then his thoughts turned back to the previous week and the sneezy Caravan baby. He smiled again, he chuckled softly, and when his gaze returned to the tray of samples, an unusual thought struck his mind. The smile left his face, and a look of extreme concentration mingled with dawning confusion settled on it. Brevis stared at the screen of the electron microscope, his heart pounding in his chest. He took in the data, his mind racing to process the implications, the enormity of what lay before him. But the patterns, the anomalies, all of them pointed towards something he couldn't understand. No. It can't be, Brevis whispered. He stared at the screen, unable to process the impossible image displayed before him. His mind raced, and now he was more confused than ever. Core feed paused. Anomalous research discovery logged. Redirecting tracking. Royal quarters. Monitoring target. King Dominaeus. Critical neurological degradation. Dominaeus's personal chambers had become shrouded in shadowy energy. They were always dark, and the king's migraines recurred more frequently. The episodes never relented. That day they were worse than ever, and Cacus had been called again. The rituals had grown long, the work required of him greater and greater. It was taking its toll. It never showed in his voice, but his hands shook as he assembled his instruments. Dominaeus sat in the chair motionless. His face was set in pain, and he gripped the arms of the chair. He looked at Cacus. You are growing slower, healer. Why does it take so much longer to alleviate my suffering? Cacus averted his eyes. He began preparing another batch of herbs and a dark liquid. It rose softly with a swirl in the vial. Divine Sovereign, your condition is unique. Each ritual must be adjusted carefully to meet the increasing demand of the affliction. His voice, though soft, was beginning to show the weariness beneath it. Dominaeus snarled. Excuses will not save you if you fail me. If I am forced to endure this torment because of your incompetence, you will wish for a suffering far greater than mine. Cacus's hand trembled, just a little at first, then steadied. I will do whatever is necessary to bring you relief, Divine Sovereign. I ask only for your patience. Patience? Dominaeus barked, his voice echoing harshly. Your continued existence depends on results, not patience. Fail again, and I will ensure your last breath is spent begging for mercy." The guttural incantations of the Magi of Shadows filled the chamber, and Kikis's own voice rose to join the chant, stammering slightly with the ancient syllables. His fingers moved the obsidian blades slower than before. The shadows coalesced around Domineus, the swirls becoming thicker, heavier, and the air growing denser. General Elatus was in the corner, and his countenance was more marked with calculation than with impatience. He observed every quiver in the healer's hand, and every restless impatience in the king's eye. The general wondered how much longer Caecus could expect to be effective. At the end of the rite, Domineus took a long breath. The pain in his head had gone, his clutch on the armrests relaxed, but his scowl remained. "You have done it again, for now. But I see your strength waning, Caecus. I hope you understand what failure will mean." Caecus bowed deeply with a slight tremble. "I understand, divine sovereign. I will not fail." Elatus stepped forward as Caecus picked up his tools and left the room. "Divine sovereign, if I may, the healer's efforts do seem to require more time and strain. Is it possible that your condition is—" "Do not presume to diagnose me, Elatus," Domineus snapped. "Your role is to crush the rebellion, not meddle in my affairs." Elatus bowed his head respectfully, his thoughts carefully concealed. "As you command, divine sovereign." Elatus left and resolved to keep his watch over the healer, as the king's increasingly impatient state could be caused by his illness. But worried that the king's state could also be a sign of dangerous instability. Royal telemetry offline, no relief recorded. Returning to lead research station, subject, Brevis. Warning, unlawful data gathering detected. Archive index number 022, Secrets. Brevis sat at his desk, in his lab, surrounded by beakers, slides, and the persistent, monotonous thrum of the machines. He held the eyepiece of the electron microscope up to his right eye, staring into its darkness, as if drawn into its depths. The Oleaceae epidemic virus from which his people had suffered so long had the same basic structure as a common virus which affected young Arovans. This sent a shiver down his spine. Leaning back, he rubbed his temples as the thought occurred to him. The medications he had been using to fight Wehrmacht respiratory viruses had been useless in this case because they fought the wrong pathogen. The Arovan virus was far more virulent and deadly, especially among the young. This explained the high mortality of the Oleaceae children, and at last the pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place. That made a grim picture. In an effort to confirm his findings, Brevis resolved to recreate the experiments, insisting on using clean samples to avoid contamination. Every action was performed precisely and deliberately, with steady hands. Comparing the Oleaceae virus biological structure with that of the Arovan variant, he found that they were nearly identical. The more he investigated, the more sure he became. Carefully reading medical etch volumes and metal sheets of academic findings on Arovan viruses, Brevis rechecked his work over and over. If his theory was right, this epidemic would not just be a random occurrence. It would be an instance of a pathogen that was already known. This could radically change the direction of his research. Most importantly, it could save many lives. Brevis wondered if what he had found would be enough to convince Dr. Valerius to allow him to pursue his research in the open. Now that he was close to the source of the Oleaceae epidemic virus, the similarities between it and the Arovan variant were too close to ignore. He quickly dismissed the idea, though. Promotion to lead the research team had come fairly recently, and he did not want to press his luck. Also, there would have been no way to explain the results without exposing the fact he had been researching in secret. For the next few weeks, Brevis told no one about his discovery, and he followed whatever lines of research he had at the lab in the evening without anyone knowing. He kept written records of his research and the progress made. The stillness of night was his friend, these peaceful hours being very productive. He could feel how close he was getting to his goal. His new job came with access to the hospital's research archives. He spent countless hours reading records of experiments and medical examinations that had been done over the years, looking for something that might suggest how a disease might be transmitted from Arovan to Wehrmacht. The hospital archive held a wealth of material for him to mine. The etch volumes within proved to be particularly valuable to him in gaining a deeper understanding of past research. However, there was an inaccessible part of the archives that Brevis lacked the appropriate military security clearance to enter. Time and again he would stop and stare at the locked cabinets. He wondered if any of the contents would have anything to do with his work, but in spite of the frustration of being so close and yet so far from valuable data, it was too risky to try pushing to access it. For now, he would have to make do with what he had and continue his work in the shadows, hoping that his persistence would eventually pay off. Meanwhile, rumors about the rebellion were spreading through Pyre. The Nymphaea were talking in the presence of Brevis about the rebels more and more frequently. It was some time since the manufacturing plant had exploded, but there was still a tension in the air. Reports of additional attacks were rumored around the streets, with some invoking the name of the shadowy rebel leader, Imus. Police bulletins were posted all around the city seeking any information leading to the arrests of the rebellion. Authorities used increasingly severe rhetoric, calling the rebels violent terrorists, and warning the public against supporting them in any way. The statements from the bulletins made it clear what measures would be taken against anyone wanting to help the insurgents, deepening the divide that had already begun. Brevis could sense the atmosphere of the city changing slowly. There were fewer conversations, and more people were looking over their shoulders. Now the marketplaces, plazas, and other places of leisure were exuding an atmosphere of distrust and anxiety. Vendors were still selling wares, and the square was still full of people, but the city square felt like the shadow of its former self, underlining the fear and suspicion. The Nymphaea were nervous. Brevis knew he would have to be even more careful with researching the Oleaceae outbreak. It was becoming more risky for him to continue working in secret, but he could not stop. Late at night, Brevis would sneak into the lab. He made notes about his progress, taking care to hide the notes from anyone who might try to see what he was doing. One evening, Brevis sat opposite Kieran in the dimly lit rusty spoon, unspoken words hanging in the air between them. There was still tension after their last argument about the rebellion and the attack on the research lab. Still, Kieran was Brevis's closest friend. He was the only person Brevis could really be himself with, not having to pretend to be someone else. Brevis took a sip of his drink, frowning at how much the bitterness echoed his mood. "It's been so frustrating, Kieran," he whispered, "trying to keep my research quiet, sneaking around to get samples and test theories. This new revelation about the virus has opened some new avenues, but I still can't seem to make a breakthrough. It's like the virus itself, or even Malomas, is opposing me at every turn." Kieran nodded. He sat quietly, his brow tightening. When Brevis finished, Kieran leaned across the table. "Brevis, I understand your frustration, but you have to see that the only way to truly succeed is to be free from the tyranny of the Nymphaea. Their control over everything, including your research, is what's holding you back." Brevis sighed and raked a hand over his headdress. "I know you're right, Kieran. Their attempts to manage what I do, to impose their restrictions, are only strangling my work. To join up with the rebellion, though? I don't know if I can justify it, even if it means potentially finding a cure." Kieran's eyes softened, and he moved closer, resting a hand on Brevis's shoulder. "I get it, Brevis. It's not an easy decision, but think about what you're fighting for. This is about your people, the future of the Oleaceae tribe. Sometimes, the greatest breakthroughs come from the most difficult choices." Though Brevis nodded slowly, he couldn't quite bring himself to fully believe the rebellion's cause. But for the first time, he began to seriously consider the truth in what Kieran was saying. Perhaps some part of him thought there was merit in it. For now, he would continue underground research, but the seed of doubt had been planted, and it was only a matter of time before it grew into something more. Back in his lab, Brevis returned to his study of Caravan viruses. This was the work that he did in the daytime, and he put the best he could into it, but the weariness was showing. The Oleaceae outbreak virus was definitely similar to the Caravan strain, but it was different enough to foil his best work. Treatments that had worked with other respiratory viruses were ineffective against the Oleaceae strain. He had made no progress developing something that was effective. Dr. Valerius, ever the micromanager, had diverted Brevis to try to locate and identify the mutation in animal viruses that allowed them to transition to Wehrmacht. Brevis could see the logic in that. If he could just identify the mutation, he might be able to stop the virus before it could create an outbreak, but he wasn't really interested in this. Instead, he was more concerned about finding treatments for those already suffering. As he learned more, Brevis often sensed that he was being torn between two conflicting motivations. On the one hand, he knew that following Dr. Valerius's orders was important. On the other hand, he felt a strong need to create a remedy to help the surviving Oleaceae children who had been infected by the virus. He kept busy every day with his official research and secret work on the side, believing that one day he would finally make a breakthrough. One particular day, as Brevis was meticulously organizing his notes in the lab, he overheard a conversation between Dr. Valerius and a military officer just outside the door. His ears perked up when he heard his name mentioned. "Brevis is the best researcher we have in the lab," Dr. Valerius was saying. "His work is meticulous, and his insights are invaluable." Brevis felt a mix of pride and unease at the compliment. He edged closer to the door, straining to hear more. "I understand that," the military officer replied, his voice low and gruff. "But I don't see why it's so important to create something more potent. Shouldn't our focus be on developing a more effective delivery system instead?" Dr. Valerius sighed. "I agree, but those are the orders we've been given. Regardless, we're finally making good progress. Send that report to General Elitis." Brevis's mind raced as he processed the conversation. What could they be talking about? The mention of creating something more potent, and the focus on a delivery system, sent a chill down his spine. It sounded like they were discussing something far more dangerous than he had anticipated. The reference to General Elitis only deepened his concern, hinting at a high-level military involvement. As he returned to his work, Brevis couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The conversation suggested that his research might be used for purposes he hadn't intended. The thought of his work being twisted into something harmful was deeply troubling. He resolved to be even more cautious with his secret research, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. The conversation he had overheard between Dr. Valerius and the military officer kept replaying in his mind. He didn't want his research to be used in a harmful way, but what exactly were they talking about? Maybe he was reading too much into it, but the uncertainty gnawed at him. His thoughts turned to the locked archives. Could the answers he sought be hidden in those restricted files? The idea of breaking and entering was daunting. It wasn't something Brevis had ever considered before. He was a researcher, not a thief. But the stakes were too high to ignore. Perhaps Kieran could help? The thought of involving his friend in such a risky endeavor made him uneasy, but he couldn't think of what else he could do. That evening, Brevis met Kieran at his apartment. A bar would be too risky, busy with activity, but Brevis felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach nonetheless. As Kieran let him in, Brevis took a deep breath and began. "Kieran, I need to talk to you about something important," Brevis began, his voice trembling slightly. "I overheard a conversation between Dr. Valerius and a military officer. They were talking about my research, and it sounded like they might be planning to use it for something dangerous. I don't know what to do." Kieran's expression grew serious. "What exactly did you hear?" Brevis recounted the conversation, his words tumbling out in a rush. When he finished, Kieran sat back, his brow furrowed in thought. "Brevis, this is serious. If they're planning something harmful, we need to find out what it is. But breaking into the archives, that's a big risk." "I know," Brevis replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I can't just sit back and do nothing. I need to know what's going on. I was hoping you might be able to help me." Kieran looked at Brevis, his eyes filled with concern and determination. "I'll help you, Brevis, but we need to be careful. If we get caught, it could mean serious trouble for both of us." Brevis nodded, his heart beating a bit faster. "Thank you, Kieran. I don't know what I'd do without you. I have just the thing you need." "Wait here," Kieran said, and went to his bedroom to look for something. When he returned, he handed Brevis a small, needle-like device, its metallic surface glinting under the dim lights. "This is a puffer plant filament. It will unlock the cabinet without being detected. Slide it into the lock, then tap a few times on the end and it will puff up to fill the space and allow you to turn the lock," Kieran explained, his voice low and urgent. "But you need to be extremely careful. This is a forbidden device. If anyone finds out you have it, there will be serious consequences." Brevis nodded, his heart pounding. "I understand. I'll be careful. We'll meet at the Iron Lotus afterwards, and I'll tell you what I find." With his nerves on fire, Brevis returned to the hospital archives late that night. It wasn't uncommon for him to be at the lab so late, but this time felt different. The weight of what he was about to do pressed heavily on him. Thank Aline there wasn't anyone else working late tonight. He approached the locked cabinet, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled out the puffer filament Kieran had given him. It was compact and unassuming, but Brevis knew it held the power to unlock secrets that had been kept from him. He slid it into the lock and tapped on the end, as Kieran had instructed. He was surprised to see it expanding inside the lock. When he started to turn it, the lock clicked open, and Brevis felt a surge of adrenaline. He carefully opened the cabinet, the hinges creaking softly in the silence of the archives. Inside, rows of neatly organized metal sheets and etch volumes awaited him. Brevis began rifling through the metal sheet work, his eyes scanning for anything that might shed light on the mysterious conversation he had overheard. As he flipped through the metal sheets, his heart suddenly stopped at what he saw. There, among the metal sheet work, was something that made his blood run cold. His hands shook as he stared at the metal sheet, the implications of what he was seeing hitting him like a tidal wave. "No. Aline, no. Extreme security breach. Unauthorized archival access detected. Forcing feed segregation. Target. Darek. Warning. Shadow data intersecting military vector. Target location. Leafshade." The meeting room seemed to shrink around Darek as he stood before General Elatus, the tension thick in the air. His fists clenched at his sides as he forced himself to stay composed. He wasn't one to mince words, but he knew his tactics had already been met with disapproval. Still, the visions he'd seen in the Magi of Shadow's ritual had been too clear to ignore. "We've been wasting time in Pyre," Darek began, his voice sharp and unyielding. "The rebels are embedded deeper than we thought, and Pyre is only a fraction of their network. Leafshade." The name came out like a bitter taste in his mouth. That forsaken Oleaceae village shows every sign of harboring a cell. Elatus remained seated, his expression unreadable. "And what proof do you have to support this claim, Darek?" "Leafshade is an impoverished, rural settlement. Hardly a hub of organized resistance." Darek took a step forward, the heat rising in his voice. "Proof? Isn't it obvious? The Oleaceae there have always been defiant, even before I was stationed there. They resisted Nymphaea control at every turn, Tried to smuggle goods, refused quotas, even hid fugitives during the early sweeps. I crushed their spirit once, and now they're emboldened again. The general's brow furrowed, his gaze steady. You're letting your personal grievances cloud your judgment. The situation in Leafshade is tenuous. Push them too far, and you'll ignite something we can't control. Darek sneered, his contempt barely contained. Personal grievances? Call it what you want, General, but I know what I'm talking about. There's no other explanation for the coordinated attacks we've seen in Pyre. They're being funded and supplied from somewhere outside the city. Leafshade fits. Elatus leaned back in his chair, studying Darek carefully. Even if your suspicions are correct, acting on them prematurely would be a mistake. We don't need riots spilling out of the villages and into Pyre. The king would not look kindly on such an oversight. Darek bristled, his hands clenching into fists. So what do you propose? Sit and wait while they grow stronger? While they mock us? No, Elatus replied sharply, his tone brooking no argument. What I propose is gathering proof, real proof, before taking action. We cannot afford recklessness, Darek. The king's wrath is not something you or I can endure if this blows up in our faces. Darek's sneer returned, but this time it was tinged with resolve. Fine, proof. But when I bring you what you need, I'll expect full clearance to dismantle that village. Elatus inclined his head slightly, though his expression remained cold. Do what you must to gather intelligence, but remember, your methods reflect on all of us. Use them wisely. Darek turned on his heel and stormed out of the room. His contempt for Elatus burned hotter than ever, but the fuel for his rage now had focus. Leafshade would fall, and this time, there would be no mercy. Target rampage vector recorded, deploying proof pursuit filters. Rerouting to key subject, Brevis. Alert. Subject system loyalty compromised. Calculating trajectory realignment. Archive index number 023, breakthrough. Brevis's hands trembled as he rifled through the scuffed and dented metal sheets of an etch volume labeled Project Olive. The dim light of the archives cast long shadows, making the words seem to leap off the metal sheet with a sinister life of their own. His eyes widened as he read about the Caravan virus, its transition to Vermach, and the chilling revelation that it primarily affected Oleaceae children. The dates on the etch volume went back many years, long before the epidemic had become widely known. His breath caught in his throat as he continued to read. The Nymphaea researchers had not only discovered the virus, but had actively worked to breed and incubate it, strengthening its virulence. Brevis's heart pounded as he read about the experiments to reproduce the virus in the cold, clinical notes on the effectiveness of tainted food supplies as a delivery method. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The Nymphaea military had deliberately murdered his sister Ravina and countless other Oleaceae children. The room seemed to spin around him as the full weight of the betrayal settled in his mind. His vision blurred with tears, but he forced himself to keep reading, driven by a need to understand the full extent of the horror. Each word was a dagger, cutting deeper into his soul. The meticulous documentation, the heartless efficiency of the experiments, and the sheer scale of the atrocity left him reeling. Rage began to build within him, a slow-burning fire that grew hotter with each passing moment. His hands began to clench into fists. He was barely able to contain himself before damaging the metal sheet. The faces of the children he had tried to save, the innocent lives lost, flashed before his eyes. Ravina's bright smile, her laughter, her dreams, all snuffed out by the cold machinations of the Nymphaea. Tears streamed down his face, but they did nothing to quench the flames of his anger. He felt a scream rising in his throat, a primal cry of pain and fury that he barely managed to stifle. The betrayal was too much to bear, the injustice too great. The Nymphaea had taken everything from him, and now they would pay. Brevis wiped his tears with the back of his hand, his resolve hardening. He would not let Ravina's death be in vain. He would fight, not just for her, but for all the Oleaceae children who had suffered. The rebellion needed him, and he needed them. With a final, shuddering breath, he closed the etch volume and stood up, his path now clear. It was time to join the fight. Brevis carefully placed the etch volumes back in their original positions, ensuring that everything appeared undisturbed. He couldn't afford to leave any trace of his intrusion. His hands still shook with the residual anger and grief, but he forced himself to move methodically, double-checking that each metal sheet was exactly where it had been. Satisfied that he had covered his tracks, he took a deep breath and composed himself as best he could. As he exited the archives and made his way out of the hospital, the weight of his discovery pressed heavily on his mind. The cold night air hit his face, but it did little to clear the fog of despair that clouded his thoughts. Each step felt like a struggle, his legs heavy with the burden of what he had learned. The streets of Pyre were eerily quiet, the usual hustle and bustle replaced by an oppressive silence. Brevis's thoughts turned to the research he had been conducting. The realization struck him like a physical blow. His work might have been intended to create an even more deadly and fast-spreading virus. The very research he had poured his heart into, believing it was for the greater good, could have been a tool of destruction against his own people. The thought was devastating. How could he have been so blind? Of course he hadn't known, but the guilt gnawed at him nonetheless. Tears welled up in his eyes, blurring his vision as he walked the dark, deserted streets. He couldn't hold them back any longer. The enormity of the betrayal, the loss, and his unwitting complicity was too much to bear. He was grateful for the solitude, thankful that there was no one around to witness his breakdown. The tears flowed freely, silently revealing his anguish. As he approached the Iron Lotus, his resolve began to harden once more. The rebellion needed to know the truth, and he needed to be a part of the fight against the Nymphaea's tyranny. He wiped his tears away, straightened his posture, and took a deep breath. For Ravenna, for the Oleaceae children, and for the future of his people, he would fight. Brevis pushed open the heavy door of the Iron Lotus, the familiar scent of smoke and ale mingling with the musty air. The dim lighting cast long shadows across the room, but Kieran's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of him. Concern etched across his face. Kieran quickly made his way over. "Brevis, what's wrong?" Kieran asked, his voice low and urgent. Brevis didn't respond, his mind too consumed by the revelations he had uncovered. He brushed past Kieran, heading straight for the secret door at the back of the bar. Kieran followed closely, his worry growing with each step. In the underground room, the air was cooler, the walls lined with maps and plans of the rebellion. Brevis finally stopped, turning to face Kieran with a look of utter devastation. "I found it," Brevis began, his voice trembling. "Project Olive. It's worse than we thought." Kieran's eyes widened. "What did you find?" Brevis took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "The Arovan virus. It was engineered to target Oleaceae children. They've been breeding it, making it stronger, and using tainted food supplies to spread it. The Nymphaea military, they murdered Ravenna, and so many others. They're using the virus for population control. There are too many of us, and they're killing our children to keep us in line." Before Kieran could respond, Kofar entered the room, his expression serious. "What's going on here?" Brevis turned to Kofar, his voice gaining strength. "I found etch volumes in the archives. The Nymphaea have been using a virus to kill our children. They've known about it for years, and have been making it more deadly. They're using it for population control. They are murdering our children so we don't overrun them." Kofar's eyes widened in shock, his face contorting with anger. Population control. Those monsters. How could they do this? "This changes everything. We need to act, and we need to act now." Brevis nodded. He forced the rage down from overwhelming him, using it to drive him to action. "I'm ready to join the rebellion. We have to stop them, Kofar. For Ravenna, for all the children." Kieran placed a reassuring hand on Brevis's shoulder. "We'll make sure they pay for what they've done. But first, we need to get you to Imus." Kofar nodded in agreement. "Imus lives in the caves by the mountain. We'll need to coordinate your time outside the city walls. It's a dangerous journey, but it's the only way." Brevis took a deep breath, the weight of his decision settling on his shoulders. "I'm ready. Let's do this." Kofar then looked up and addressed the entire room, his voice rising with passion. "Listen up, everyone. The Nymphaea seek to enslave and dominate us. They need to ensure that we think we have no options, that we remain subjugated and powerless. They can't openly slay our people for fear of an uprising, so they resort to these cowardly, insidious methods. But this time, they've gone too far. They think they can control us by murdering our children, by spreading fear and death among us. Well, they're wrong." Kofar's voice grew louder, filled with righteous fury. "This time, an uprising is exactly what they'll get. We will not stand by and let them continue their atrocities. We will fight back, for our children, for our future, for our freedom. The Nymphaea will learn that the Oleaceae are not to be trifled with. We will rise, and we will reclaim our lives and our freedom." The room erupted in a chorus of agreement. Brevis felt a surge of hope and strength as he looked around at his fellow rebels. It was a difficult and dangerous road ahead, but together, they would fight for justice, and for the future of the Oleaceae. Kofar turned to Brevis, his expression serious. "You need to find an excuse to be beyond the walls for a time. We have our ways to get in and out, but you need a good reason for your absence." Brevis thought for a moment, then nodded. "I can make a plan to seek out new animal disease samples. It's part of my research, and it would give me a legitimate reason to be away." Kofar's eyes lit up with approval. "That's a good idea. It will give you the cover you need. Start at the bend of the Pyre River, just outside the sprawling stone walls of the southwest corner of Pyre. The curve of the river forms a crescent, and the waters shimmer with faint silvery flecks from the minerals at the bottom, an unmistakable marker of this bend. From here, face directly south and step beyond the tree line that rises in the distance. The forest greets you with towering arborites, whose copper-veined leaves clink softly in the breeze. Continue your journey due south, keeping the faint metallic tang of the river air in your senses as a guide. Hours into your walk, past the tree line's edge, the terrain will shift noticeably. The ground beneath you will feel sturdier, with patches of glimmering soil and roots protruding like polished wires. Here, you'll find the entrance to a winding path, narrow but unmistakable. It snakes uphill, leading into the wilderness. When the winding path levels out, you'll spot the capramets waiting near a rocky place adorned with scattered cave entrances. Their luminous spines will flicker as they sense your presence, and their curious eyes will study you. Greet the alpha capramet with a respectful gesture, a palm held upright, and they will nod, signaling the others to guide you. Trust their movements as they navigate the hidden sanctuaries of Mount Lapis. Finally, they will lead you to the correct cave entrance, where the faint red glow of embedded gem-like nodes deeper into the cave pulses steadily within the rock, your beacon to the Rebel Cell Sanctuary. Brevis nodded. I've seen that bend in the river recently, when I took some respite after the lab was sabotaged. Brevis added, I'm glad the capramets helped guard the sanctuary. I raised them in leaf shade as a child, so it's good to see them still helping our people. Kofar nodded. Exactly. Follow them, and they will lead you to the cave entrance. Imis will be waiting for you there. Brevis took a deep breath, the weight of the mission settling on his shoulders. I understand. I'll make the necessary preparations and leave as soon as I can. Kieran placed a reassuring hand on Brevis's shoulder. We'll be here, supporting you every step of the way. You're not alone in this. Brevis nodded. Thank you. I'll do whatever it takes to bring justice to our people. With a final nod from Kofar, Brevis turned and left the underground room, his mind already racing with plans. He would need to gather his supplies and make his request to Dr. Valerius for the expedition. The journey ahead was daunting, but he knew it was the only way to uncover the truth and bring an end to the tyranny of the Nymphaea. Subject loyalty protocols offline, Rebel vector lock actived. Indexing parallel data stream, Royal Palace, chronofeed secure. Acquiring audio log, guard station corridor 4. The echo of muffled voices and the low, resonant chants of the Magi of Shadows seeped through the thick doors of the throne room, drifting into the dimly lit hallway. The two guards stood at attention, their hands resting on the hilts of their spears. It was their duty to remain silent, but tonight, with the rituals dragging on far longer than usual, their patience wore thin. He's in there again, one muttered under his breath, casting a glance at the doors as though they could reveal what lay beyond. That healer, Kakis. Seems he's got his work cut out for him lately. The other guard snorted softly. Work cut out? More like he's losing his touch. The king's been summoning him near every night. If he was any good, the headaches would have stopped by now. There was a pause, the only sound the faint crackle of the torches lining the corridor. Then the first guard spoke again, his tone lower this time, almost conspiratorial. You think he's failing? He's a brave one if he is. The king doesn't tolerate failure, not from anyone. A shadow flickered against the stone wall as one of the torches guttered. The second guard shifted his weight slightly, his armor faintly clinking. Brave? More like stupid, if you ask me. Doesn't matter how many tricks he pulls with those shadow priests. If Dominaeus wants him gone, he'll be gone. Seen it happen before. You cross the king, you don't last long. The first guard let out a quiet chuckle, though it was devoid of humor. Well, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes, that's for sure. Seems like every time he comes out of that room he looks worse off than the last. Pale as a ghost. Almost like the shadows are eating him alive. They both fell silent for a moment, their gazes fixed on the heavy doors. The distant chanting grew louder, then fell away again like waves crashing against a distant shore. The ritual was continuing, the energy in the air oppressive even out here. You think the king's really that bad off? The second guard asked hesitantly, breaking the quiet. I don't know, the first replied with a shrug. Does it matter? Dominaeus doesn't care about fixing anything unless it keeps him in power. What does matter is if Sekis can keep the king happy. If he can't, well, I wouldn't be surprised if we're cleaning up a mess in there before the week is out. Another silence hung between them, heavier this time. Both guards straightened as footsteps approached from down the hall, a servant carrying a tray of what appeared to be some sort of tonic. The servant's hurried pace and wide-eyed expression spoke volumes. Neither guard said a word as they watched the servant slip into the throne room, the door creaking slightly before the dark quiet returned. You feel it too, don't you? The second guard finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The tension? Like the whole palace is holding its breath? The first guard nodded grimly. Yeah, I feel it. Something's coming. Palace audio corridor feed archived. Locating tracking coordinates subject, Brevis. Logging target vector, Mount Lapis, streaming. Archive index number 024, change. Sunlight filtered through the single window of Brevis's cramped apartment, casting wavering beams across the desk strewn with his research notes, glass vials, and hasty diagrams. He sat on the edge of his bed, his mind swimming with thoughts. How had he come to this? How had a mere boy from Leafshade Village, who had dreamed of healing his people, come to this? To the brink of rebellion? Brevis thought of his sister Ravenna. Her untimely death had driven him to the path he was now on. The sound of her laughter lingered in his memory, a reminder of the love and family he had pledged to protect. It was as if he could almost hear her voice pleading him to stand up for the tribe, telling him to avenge the injustice that had killed so many of the Oleaceae. "I'm doing this for you, Ravenna," he whispered, clutching the pendant that hung around his neck. "I won't let them win." He thought of Pyre, the great city that had become his second home, of Kieran and Lyra, people he could count on even in his darkest moments. Kieran, who introduced him to the rebellion, and Lyra, who stood by him no matter what secret struggles he was going through. Both of them believed in him perhaps more than he believed in himself. Although he carried the burden of their faith, he bore it willingly. Brevis arose from the bed and went about his morning preparations. He put on his healer's robes. The soft fabric already felt familiar, but for some reason it was different today, heavier with the dawning choices. He gathered together his research notes and tried to rehearse his argument in his head. Dr. Valerius must believe me. This is our only chance, he thought, trying to reassure himself and calm down. Brevis walked toward the hospital. The streets of Pyre were packed with people, but he focused on the task at hand and kept walking. Calm, steady voice mustn't quaver. He mustn't sense any deception, Brevis told himself, exhaling and inhaling deliberately, trying to dissipate the panic that was rising. A familiar smell of antiseptics and herbs came back to him. Even now he could fade back and forth between the two lives he was living, that of the devoted scientist trying to find a cure, and that of the secret agent. He headed for Dr. Valerius's office. Brevis knocked on the door, the sound echoing down the empty corridor. Dr. Valerius looked up from behind his desk. His dark eyes narrowed. "What is it, Brevis?" "This better be important," his tone as stern as ever. Taking a deep breath, Brevis said, "Dr. Valerius, I'd like to go outside the walls for a few days, collect some more samples for our animal disease transmission research. The results of our research so far have been inconclusive, but I'm sure we will find more answers if we can gain new specimens." Dr. Valerius leaned back in his chair. "More samples? We've already allocated sufficient resources. Why do you need more?" Brevis met his gaze. "The samples we have don't provide the full picture. The capramets in the mountains have been exposed to different environmental factors, and that could be the key to understanding the transmission pathways." Dr. Valerius was not yet convinced, his expression sharpening as he focused completely on Brevis. "And you think this will make a significant difference?" "Absolutely," Brevis replied firmly. "This could be the breakthrough we need to find the key factor that identifies whether a virus will transition to a Virmach." His pause seemed to stretch to eternity before he nodded reluctantly. "Very well. You have my permission." He added, quote, "But I expect something to show for it, Brevis. Don't waste this opportunity." Brevis exhaled. It was as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Thank you, Dr. Valerius. I will not disappoint you." Brevis left the office and walked into the street, his thoughts moving ahead of him to the mountains, the cave, and the rebellion inside of it. It was only the beginning, and his determination to follow through was stronger than ever. As Brevis stepped out of the hospital and walked through the streets, his people's plight hit him even more sharply if possible. The workers of the Oleaceae, haggard, worn faces and hands that were all too calloused by long hours, worked mechanically without thought. It disgusted him, their ignorance of the horror they lived, and every face he turned past reminded him of Ravenna and of all the people the disease had killed. He saw a Nymphaea foreman shouting at a group of Oleaceae workers who were straining beneath the weight of their loads. Brevis felt a sudden shot in his heart. He saw the truth. The sickness that had claimed so many could be no accident. It was no freak of nature. It was cold-blooded, calculated cruelty. He had to fight this injustice that had been allowed to fester for too long. Brevis returned to his apartment, moving slowly, deliberately, filling a rucksack with the few provisions that would take him up into the mountains, where he would begin his double mission. These samples were only the beginning of his part to play, a pawn in a much bigger game, a rebellion growing beneath the surface. Brevis packed his kit, making certain he had all equipment needed to collect the specimens, as well as a few things to handle the unexpected. By the time he was finished, his travel bag was full of vials, blank etch volumes, and medical instruments. Brevis hesitated long enough to let his hand fall lightly on Ravenna's pendant around his neck before steeling himself for the journey. For all of them. In the early hours of the next morning, the first rays of dawn broke, and Brevis checked his things one last time before heading off into the wilderness. Brevis turned away from the noise of the city and began to walk along the river. At first it was a beautiful thing, and the sound of the water was welcome. The sight of the hills washed in morning's light almost soothed the tumult within, but only for a moment. He found the bend in the river Kieran had described, and turned south, tracing the curve. Before long the land around him changed. The soft green of the foothills gave way to rocky outcroppings and towering cliffs that made the journey that much more difficult on foot. The air continued to grow cold and thin as Brevis trudged on, bushes and trees giving way to scraggly shrubs and stunted trees growing out of cracks in the rock walls of the mountain. The trail was narrow and winding, with sheer cliffs on either side. The hours passed, and the sun began to set. Everything around Brevis felt dead. The mountains were high, their tops shrouded in a thick fog. It was freezing as the wind cut through his clothes, yet he kept pressing on. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a small herd of capramets move gracefully across the rocky ground, undeterred by the terrain. The mechanical horns caught the last rays of the sun as the capramets meandered across the landscape with their metallic fur shining. Brevis marveled that they could leap from rock to rock with such strength and agility upon a surface so uneven and broken. He approached the capramets, who appeared to recognize him, and the largest capramet turned to look at him, its eyes glowing a brilliant yellow. There was a thought behind its eyes, not just instinct. He held out his hand, and the capramet sniffed it. The capramet gave a low and somewhat resonant bleat, and the entire herd turned to look at him. They began to move forward slowly, waiting for Brevis to follow. He had a strange sense of kinship with these creatures, as if they understood his own purpose, and were guiding him towards it. With hope renewed, he followed them deeper into the mountains, trusting the direction of Kofar and Kirin. He had faith that the capramets could negotiate the rugged trails on the mountain slopes. Even as twilight draped its shadows over the uneven ground, the sun still lingered over the distant mountains. Brevis wore an expression of deep concentration as plans and preparations swirled through his mind. The capramets' presence was a silent pledge, and their guidance was a beacon lighting the way through the darkening hour. Ahead lay the mouth of the cave, nothing spectacular about it, just another patch of darkness yawning among the rocks. But as Brevis approached, it seemed larger than he had expected. Daylight lost ground to the impediments of early twilight, and his heart beat with expectation, hardly knowing whether to fear or not. The capramets were still guiding him, their hooves ringing gently against the stone. He went into the cave, and for a moment he couldn't see. When his eyes adjusted to the darkness, the walls of the cave were swimming with bioluminescent life, giving the cave an unearthly glow. Then he saw the cave creature's light glow red and pulse softly, and he knew that he was nearing the end of a long journey. The creatures crawled slowly. Their glow rippled over the rock, like waves. The air was cold and moist, drips of water echoed, and unknown creatures rustled quietly in the darkness. The cavern widened, and the chamber that it formed seemed to swallow up every sound and ray of light, and the sights created a magical yet ominous effect. Brevis could hear the whisper of the wind and the thud of his own pulse driving through his veins. Each footfall was a step forward into the unknown, and each step was a step deeper into the cave's unnatural silence. Brevis followed the capramets deeper and deeper into the cave. The bioluminescent animals illuminated the path ahead, as starlight caught in a cascade of otherworldly wonders that speckled the walls before him. They seemed to know him, and their soft pulsating lights brightened gently as he passed, as if welcoming him to their domain. Leora, Brevis breathed. The name echoed off the cavern walls. A bittersweet smile touched her lips. But here she was, the same Leora he had known, but also a Leora who had seen the world, who knew the burden of the people. Joy, sorrow, wonder, it was everything, all at once. "It's been a long time, Brevis," she said, stepping forward. "Welcome to the rebellion." Target lock match, Leora recognized. System cross-reference, retrieving related captive profile, ID, Thorn. Opening interrogation log, location, Imperial Dungeon Sector Depths. The prison cell was cold and suffocating, its damp stone walls slick with moisture. The air was heavy with the stench of rot and despair, though the prisoner seated in the center remained unshaken. Leora's Uncle Thorn, his face bruised and his hands bound with tight cutting restraints, stared up at Darek with eyes that radiated defiance, even as his body betrayed the toll of his suffering. Darek stood before him, his arms crossed, his presence dominating the space. The torchlight cast flickering shadows across his face, sharpening the edges of his expression into something almost feral. He grinned coldly as he stepped closer, his boots echoing against the stone floor. "You have a remarkable ability to hold your tongue," Darek sneered. "A shame, really. I might have shown you mercy if you'd been wiser." The prisoner coughed, his voice hoarse but steady as he met Darek's gaze. "Mercy? From a vulture like you?" He laughed weakly, shaking his head. "I wouldn't expect mercy from a man who knows nothing of it." Darek's grin faltered for the briefest moment, his pride prickled by the insolence of his captive. "You speak boldly for someone with nothing left to protect. You're wasting your breath defending people who will be buried beneath the strength of the Nymphaea. All your resistance is for nothing." "All the more reason for me to hold my tongue," Thorn rasped, his lips curling into a faint smirk. "If we fall knowing we stood for something greater than your cruelty. You, Darek, will fall alone, forgotten." Darek's jaw tightened, his patience thinning with each word. His voice dropped to a dangerous calm, his presence growing darker. You think your faith in Aline will protect you from me? You think your precious rebellion will rise from the ashes? It doesn't need to rise from ashes, Thorn replied, his voice laced with quiet determination. It lives in the hearts of those who believe, in Aline, and in each other. That's something you'll never understand. Darek slammed his fist against the side of Thorn's head, the sound reverberating through the cell like a thunderclap and causing Thorn to reel onto his side. Understand this. I have the power to break you, and I will. I will tear apart every shred of your defiance, piece by piece. And when I find your cell in Leafshade, when I uproot the rebels hiding there, they will see what becomes of those who defy us. The prisoner's smirk widened, blood staining his teeth as he laughed again, this time louder, bolder. Do it then. Kill me. I'll welcome death knowing I stood for justice. I'll meet Aline before you even understand the meaning of mercy. Darek's lips curled into a sneer, his voice dripping with venom as he leaned closer. Kill you? No. Death would be a mercy far beyond what you deserve. You'll live, Oleaceae traitor, knowing that you failed your people, and that they will suffer for your silence. He straightened, his grin returning as he turned toward the door. Leafshade will be mine. The rebellion will crumble, and you will watch it all unfold. As he exited the cell, Darek's footsteps echoed down the stone corridor, his mind alight with images of Leafshade. He didn't care if Aladdis doubted his methods. His path was set, and nothing would stop him. Leafshade would fall, and its defiance would be extinguished, just as he had promised. Dungeon Black Site data feed sealed. Recentering archive on subterranean enclave. Subject, Brevis. Retrieving rebellion ledger. Loading. Archive index number 025. Meeting. Brevis and Leora walked deeper into the cave, the soft glow of the bioluminescent creatures casting an otherworldly light on their path. The air was cool and carried a faint earthy scent, mingling with the distant echoes of dripping water. They came to a halt near a natural alcove, the walls smooth and cool to the touch. It was a perfect spot to catch up and share their stories. How did you end up in the rebellion? Brevis asked, his voice soft but edged with curiosity and concern. The last time we saw each other, we were practically kids dealing with the aftermath of the explosion. Leora sighed, her eyes reflecting the weight of her experiences. After that day, I stayed in contact with Kieran. We kept each other updated on what was happening in our areas. When the Nymphaea occupation tightened its grip on Leafshade, Kieran suggested I take on a more active role. I became the main rebel operative in Leafshade, reporting on troop movements, supply routes, and any Nymphaea activity. She paused, looking around the cave as if drawing strength from its familiarity. We meet here regularly to coordinate our efforts. The caves provide a safe and hidden location away from prying eyes. I also started training the Capramets. Their unique abilities make them perfect gatekeepers for our secret entrance. They've become essential to our operations. Brevis listened intently, absorbing every word. He could hear the resolve in her voice, the same determination that had driven him all these years. Why didn't you tell me any of this in your letters? Leora looked down, a hint of sadness in her eyes. I didn't have the heart to bring it up. I knew you were against the rebellion, and I didn't want to push you away. But now that you're here, what changed your mind, Brevis? Brevis took a deep breath, the weight of the truth heavy on his heart. I discovered something, Leora. Something horrifying. The Oleaceae epidemic. It's not a natural disease. The Nymphaea engineered it. They've been using the virus to target our children, to control our population. Project Olive. It's a calculated act of genocide. Leora's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and horror washing over her features. She staggered back a step, needing to lean against the cool cave wall for support. I had no idea. They've been killing our children. Deliberately? Her voice trembled with the weight of the revelation. Yes, Brevis confirmed, his own voice barely steady. I couldn't stand by any longer. I had to join the rebellion. We have to stop them, Leora. For Ravina, for all the lives they've taken. Leora reached out, placing a hand on his arm. I'm glad you're here, Brevis. We'll fight this together. For our people. As they walked, Brevis couldn't help but wonder if it was the arrest of Leora's aunt, uncle, and cousins that had truly driven her into the rebellion. He couldn't blame her if that was the case. The pain of losing family to the cruelty of the Nymphaea was a powerful motivator. He knew that if he had known his sister Ravina's death was caused by the Nymphaea, he would have been neck-deep in the rebellion long ago. Their path led them to a broader, well-lit section of the cave. The transition from the dimly illuminated corridors to this new space was striking. The walls were adorned with an array of bioluminescent flora, casting a soft, natural light throughout the cavern. Strategically placed torches and lamps added to the illumination, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere that belied the serious nature of their operations. The rebellion headquarters was vast, much larger than the secret room at the Iron Lotus. Brevis's eyes widened as he took in the activity around him. Tables and workstations were scattered throughout the space, covered in maps, blueprints, and various pieces of equipment. It was a hive of activity, with rebels discussing strategies, tending to supplies, and training for the battles ahead. On one side of the cavern, a group of Oleaceae warriors practiced their combat skills, the sound of clashing metal echoing through the space. Nearby, healers and medics prepared medical supplies, their hands deftly sorting herbs and bandages. A makeshift workshop was set up in another corner, where volunteers prepared weapons and supplies for the growing number of rebels. Brevis noticed a section of the cave dedicated to communication and intelligence. Maps and pages of metal sheet notes were spread around. Messages were being sent and received through an assortment of skyrunners. The rebels clearly used these to stay connected with operatives in other regions, coordinating their efforts against the Nymphaea oppression. In the center of the cavern stood a large table surrounded by key members of the rebellion. They were deep in discussion, their voices low but urgent. Brevis recognized Kieran among them, his friend looking more determined than ever. Kieran glanced up and saw Brevis, a brief smile of acknowledgement passing between them. "This is incredible," Brevis murmured to Leora, his awe evident in his voice. "I had no idea the rebellion was this organized, this strong." Leora nodded, a sense of pride in her eyes. "We've been preparing for a long time, waiting for the right moment. And now, with your help, Brevis, we might be ready to take the next step." Kieran approached with a warm smile. "Brevis, it's good to see you," he said, placing a hand on Brevis's shoulder. "I know you had your reservations about joining the rebellion, and I understand why. This path isn't easy, but given what you've discovered, your change of heart makes perfect sense." Brevis nodded, grateful for Kieran's empathy. "I couldn't stand by any longer, knowing what the Nymphaea have done. It's time to fight back." Kieran's expression grew serious, his voice lowering. "Imus is ready to talk. He's in an even more secure room at the back of the cavern, a place reserved for our most secret and dangerous discussions. Follow me." Brevis felt a mixture of anticipation and unease as he followed Kieran deeper into the headquarters. The path led to a heavily guarded section of the cave, where the light grew dimmer and the atmosphere more tense. They approached a large, reinforced door, guarded by two vigilant rebels who stepped aside to allow them entry. Upon entering the room, Brevis was momentarily taken aback. The space was humble and utilitarian, with maps and etch volumes spread across a central table. But what truly shocked him was the figure standing before him. "Kofar." "Kofar?" Brevis whispered, his mind racing to process the revelation. The kind, passionate recruitment specialist who had guided many into the rebellion was actually Imus, the enigmatic leader of their cause. Kofar smiled gently, a knowing look in his eyes. "Yes, Brevis. It's me. I've been leading the rebellion from the shadows, a secret within a secret. It was necessary to protect our efforts and to ensure our survival." Brevis felt a whirlwind of emotions: surprise, confusion, admiration. He replayed their past interactions in his mind, piecing together the clues that now seemed so obvious. Kofar's unwavering dedication, his insightful advice, the way he always seemed to know more than he let on, it all made sense now. "But why the secrecy?" Brevis asked, his voice tinged with awe. Kofar's expression grew somber. "The stakes are incredibly high. If the Nymphaea discovered my true identity, our entire movement could be compromised. By keeping my identity hidden, I could operate more freely and protect those closest to me." Brevis nodded, the magnitude of the revelation sinking in. He realized that the rebellion was more intricate and far-reaching than he had ever imagined. Kofar/Imus's dual identity showed the lengths they were willing to go to fight for their freedom. Kofar placed a reassuring hand on Brevis's shoulder. "Your discovery about the Oleaceae epidemic changes everything. With your help, we can finally strike at the heart of the Nymphaea's plans and bring justice to our people." Brevis felt a renewed sense of purpose. Standing in the presence of Imus, surrounded by those who believed in their cause, he knew that he had found his place in the rebellion. Brevis's part in the fight for justice had just begun. Kieran started, leaning over the table. "We need to consider all our options, but the ideal action would be to destroy the virus production and distribution facilities. If we can cut off their supply, we cripple their entire operation." Brevis nodded, understanding the importance but also the challenges. "The problem is, information on those facilities is extremely limited. Without precise intelligence, we could be walking into traps or hitting the wrong targets. What if we focus on intercepting and destroying shipments instead?" Kofar considered this. Intercepting shipments would prevent the virus from reaching its destinations, but it requires precise coordination and intelligence. "We might manage a few successful hits, but we need something more reliable." Leora added her perspective. "Infiltrating and sabotaging distribution networks might allow us to target specific points with minimal collateral damage. It's dangerous but could be effective if we can get the right people inside." Kieran frowned, thinking, The infiltration option is good, but it's still risky. What if we spread misinformation to create chaos within the Nymphaea ranks? It could slow down their operations without direct confrontation. Brevis hesitated but spoke up. We could also develop and distribute a counteragent. It's a long-term solution, but if we can neutralize the virus, we save our people without direct conflict. Kofar shook his head slightly. That's a noble goal, Brevis, but it would take too much time. We need immediate action to prevent further losses. Leora looked at Brevis, concern in her eyes. Brevis, what did you find out about General Oleaceae and Dr. Valerius? They seem critical to the Nymphaea's plans. Brevis took a deep breath. Both are heavily involved. General Oleaceae oversees the military operations related to the virus, and Dr. Valerius is in charge of the scientific aspects. If we take them out, we disrupt both the command and the research. Kofar leaned forward, his eyes intense. Targeting key personnel is high risk and morally complex, but it might be our most feasible and effective option. We need to identify more individuals involved if we can, and create a plan to neutralize them. Kieran nodded in agreement. It's not just about the military and science. If we can disrupt their leadership, the entire operation falters. But we need precise execution. Leora added. We have to be sure. If we miss, or if they're replaced quickly, we could end up causing more harm. Brevis felt the weight of their decisions pressing down. We need to gather more intelligence. Coordinate our efforts. Ensure every action is backed by solid information. Kofar looked around the room, his gaze steady and determined. Agreed. We'll start with Oleaceae and Valerius, and continue gathering intel on other key figures. This is our path forward. The group shared a moment of silent understanding. As the planning session concluded, Kieran took it upon himself to prepare his friend for the battles ahead. Despite Brevis's brilliance in research and healing, his combat skills were virtually non-existent. Kieran, having spent years honing his fighting abilities, knew that Brevis would need more than just medical knowledge to survive in the coming conflict. He arranged for daily training sessions for the few days Brevis would be there in a secluded part of the rebel caves, away from the main activity. Each day, Kieran led Brevis to a large cavern where the two would practice their fighting skills. Kieran began with the basics, holding a vine sword, dodging attacks, and anticipating an opponent's next move. Brevis was hesitant and shaky, more familiar with vials and etch volumes than with swords and shields. But Kieran encouraged Brevis to continue fighting, telling him that fighting was not about pure muscle, but tactics, observation, improvisation, and planning, all of which Brevis excelled in already. In the few short days spent in the caverns, Brevis learned to block and parry, as well as dodge and weave. Kieran introduced him to different types of weapons and their strengths and weaknesses. Brevis found that he preferred the short blade. Its speed and accuracy matched his analytical thinking. He learned to fight with his shield, which was often used as an offensive weapon as well as a defensive one. Kieran pushed him hard and made him go beyond what was comfortable. But it was always to teach him something. Every fight is a lesson, Brevis. Learn from your mistakes, and you will become a formidable warrior. Outside of his training regiment, Kieran also started performing minor alterations on Brevis's body, using the new techniques and tools that he had been gathering over the years. During one of those sessions, Kieran introduced a number of thin, magnetic, contoured plates to Brevis's body. He explained that they were a series of new armor plates to be worn under civilian clothes. The plates were made from a light but strong alloy and were designed to protect the abdomen, the weakest point of the body in combat. Kieran had fitted each of the plates onto Brevis so that they were tight, almost like a second skin. Brevis could feel the plates hugging him, and each time one slid into place, he could feel a slight tingling sensation. Kieran also convinced Brevis to accept a radical upgrade. Kieran installed a small high-tech device into his arm, containing a retractable razor-sharp spike. To use it, the user would flick their wrist to release the spike. Kieran stated that the weapon was to be used only in extreme emergencies. Kieran then showed Brevis how to activate the spike, which whirred into place as it extended. Though initially unwilling to use the spike, Brevis finally agreed, understanding that it could be a critical advantage in a tough situation. Kieran spent hours training the Brevis in how to use the spike, how to deploy it, and when. "This is not for show, Brevis," Kieran said. "This is for when your life is on the line." With every training session, he could feel himself grow stronger and more confident. His armor plating and retractable spike gave him an even greater feeling of security and power than before. He was no longer a healer and researcher alone. He was a warrior. When he was not training, Brevis would spend all his time with Leora. They would talk to each other about the years that had passed and the difficulties that each of them had to overcome. Leora opened up about her time in Leafshade, detailing how she had become a vital link in the rebellion's network. She had been tracking the military's use of supplies from the caravans and had kept note of large surges in use or strange deliveries that might have been intended for some coming raid against Oleaceae villages. Her eyes intense, she described how she had watched the troop movements, plotted the patrols, and calculated the weak points in the Nymphaea's defenses. We've even managed a few missions to steal supplies from military storehouses, Leora confessed, a hint of mischief in her voice. It's risky, but those supplies are meant for us in the first place, not to further their oppression. I have a small team in Leafshade that I trust implicitly. We've become quite adept at slipping in and out unnoticed. Brevis listened to her with interest, impressed by her courage and her ingenuity. You've done so much, Leora, he said. I had no idea how deeply involved you were. Leora smiled softly. Someone has to do it, she replied. And besides, it feels like I'm doing something to honor my family, to fight back against those who took them from us. That evening they lingered in the fading light, the Capramets watching with their curious, luminous eyes. Brevis thought of the past weeks, how his world had been turned upside down. Once his sole task was to perfect his cure, oblivious to the real horror of the outside world. Now that the knowledge of the Nymphaea's intentional act of genocide had shattered his innocence, only a cold fury remained. He looked down at his hands. He could sense the hidden metal of the wartime improvements Kieran had transferred into him. It felt strange, even alien, to have this under his skin. He had always been a man of science, of logic and reason. Now he was learning how to wield a sword, how to predict an enemy's moves, how to fight with a ferocity he had never known he possessed. The metamorphosis from researcher to fighter was a sudden and violent one, forced onto him by the cruel necessity of survival. And then there was Leora. The week before, he had thought of her as a childhood companion who had shared his pain and grief. Now she had become not just a farmer but a leader. She was a warrior. And more than that, someone he cared about. He hadn't even realized he felt that way about her until that moment. The sudden realization crashed through the walls he'd built around himself. He thought of all the time that they'd spent in the caves, the way that her eyes had lit up when she'd spoken of her people. She'd been devoted to the cause, strong without the need to speak, fierce and kind. In her he saw not just a fellow rebel but a kindred spirit. She understood. They were bound together by their shared cause, bound together by the weight of their shared burden. The world had changed. It was a different place, but Brevis saw in Leora a new beginning and a reason to believe. Core feed minimized, subject vector, covert training initiated, urgent override, palace data spike, system warning, life signals terminating, total medical failure, streaming. Dominaeus's chambers were filled with a thick and heavy darkness. Blackened candles gave off a flickering illumination, which cast an irregular circle of light upon the walls. These shadows moved as they were pulled this way and that by the commands from the Magi of Shadows, whose chants were almost a low thunder. Their cloaked figures formed a half-circle around Sekis as he knelt, his body shaking with fatigue. The king's back stiffened in the gilded chair, hands clenching the armrests, both eyes wide with a furious scowl of pain. The headaches had become unbearable. He was seething with exasperation and anger. "Do it now, healer," Dominaeus snapped, his voice slicing through the Magi's chant. "Bring me relief, or suffer the consequences." Sekis swallowed. His mouth was dry and aching. Moving slowly, biting down on his teeth, he bent down and reached for his ritual equipment. His hands shook as he picked up his obsidian ritual knife and sliced it through the air and began reciting the ancient incantations the Magi had taught him so very long ago. The shadows became thicker, more alive, and tight and heavy as the energy around them became stronger. A thick cloud of black smoke coiled around Dominaeus. Sekis exhausted all his strength for the ritual and threw his chant louder, though his voice cracked and wavered. But as the moments passed, the king's breathing quickened, his features were twisted with pain, and he gripped the arms of the throne with such pressure that it creaked under the strain. Sekis was silent for a moment, before his voice failed again, and he seemed to crumple to the floor. "Divine Sovereign," he said, quaking. I need more time. Please, I can study this further." The king's roar was bestial, his fury immediate. He leapt to his feet and towered over the shattered healer, his shadow a blanket of malice. "More time? You dare ask for more time after failing me yet again? You are a liar and a coward, Kikis, and I have no use for either in my palace." Sekis crawled backward, hands held up in a placating gesture. "Divine Sovereign, I am loyal. Please, let me—" "Silence!" Dominaeus thundered, his eyes blazing. "You have betrayed my trust, and I will not suffer your incompetence any longer." He gestured to the Magi of Shadows. They stopped chanting and advanced in unison, their bodies darker and more horrible than the abyss of night. "Execute him," said Dominaeus coldly, his face as emotionless as his voice. "Make him an example." The Magi descended upon Sekis with terrifying speed. The shadows of their bodies devoured the light in the room. One of the figures raised an obsidian dagger, its blade shining in the enveloping darkness. Sekas seemed to hang there, eyelids rolling back into his head. Down went the knife in a swift stroke of execution. The healer let out a strangled cry, but he made no move to fight. The room was filled with the sound of flesh and bone yielding to the force of the blackness as he crashed to the ground. The shadows crept and thickened about the corpse of Sekas. Slowly they faded out, leaving only the remains of what had been Sekas. At that moment the temperature in the hall dropped, and Dominaeus stood, ruthless and still. Then the king turned and sat in his chair, his face inscrutable. "Have General Elatus see me first thing in the morning," Dominaeus commanded, his voice sharp. "If I cannot be healed of this malady, I need rest. Leave me at once." Palace log corrupted, healer matrix deleted. Rerouting to primary subject, Brevis. Engaging action protocols, operative status, active undercover. Archive index number 026, in motion. On his last day, Brevis spent most of the day with Leora. When it was nearly time to leave, he adjusted the strap on his satchel and followed Leora into the dark tunnel towards the mouth of the cave. The bleating of the caprimets echoed back from the bare inner stone walls. It was an oddly reassuring sound but also sobering. Outside the cave, the rest of the herd browsed the sparse patches of moss and grass on the stone. Leora took a deep breath, the golden light of the setting sun illuminating her face, and turning to Brevis she said, "Here they are. It's amazing how they've adapted to this environment, isn't it?" Brevis looked over the herd and nodded. "Yeah, just like us," he said quietly. He knelt and opened the satchel to show the sampling equipment inside. "We've come a long way from those days in Leafshade." With a smile, Leora knelt beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Do you remember those caravans to Pyre? We used to sneak off and visit the market stalls. Hard to believe we never got caught." A smile passed across Brevis's face. Rarely did he smile lately. His features were taut and serious, but the memory lit up his face. Those were simpler times. Before everything, the image of Leora's family and his sister Ravina filled his mind. "I was with you when they took your aunt, uncle and cousins, and you were there for me when Ravina died. We've been through so much together, Leora." She had tears in her eyes. "I know, it still hurts, but it also drives me. Knowing that they didn't suffer in vain, that we're fighting for a better future. It keeps me going." Brevis slipped the vial under a caprimet. He extracted what he needed. "I never imagined I would end up here, part of a rebellion. But after learning the truth about the epidemic, I had no choice." Leora nodded, not breaking eye contact. "It's been a hard journey, but we're here now. And we have each other. I'm grateful for that, Brevis. I'm grateful for you." He looked up at her again, heart full of all the things he did not know how to say. "I'm grateful for you too, Leora. We'll get it right, together. We'll do it for everyone we've lost, and for everyone who still suffers." They worked in silence, but their shared sidelong glances spoke volumes to each of them. They appreciated the closeness, the bond which had been created. Brevis closed the final vial of the sample and tucked it carefully into his satchel. They exchanged a look, a sense of finality in the air between them. The reality of their situation settled heavily between them as they stood side by side, the silence filled with unspoken words. "So what comes next for you?" Brevis finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Leora sighed, brushing her headdress away from her face. "I'll be heading back to Leafshade. I have a lot of information I need to gather, and someone has to protect the village. The Nymphaea are getting more aggressive. I don't know what they're planning, but we need to be prepared." Brevis nodded, swallowing hard. "And I'll be in Pyre, continuing my work at the hospital. I need to keep my cover intact, and that means focusing on the research, finding ways to use their own weapon against them." They shared a long look. "We may not see each other for a while," Leora said quietly. With a sad, longing expression, she replied, "But we have to stay strong. For our people, and for each other." Brevis sighed, letting the weight of the burdens they'd both been carrying hang in the air. "Yeah, we do." Brevis did not know how long it was they stood with the caprimets in silence. He found his eyes looking over Leora as she stood there, strong yet gentle, her eyes glimmering with fire and warmth. In the light of the sinking sun, her headdress glowed ethereally, her slim lips pursed with concentration, and a kind of radiance, both comforting and electric, emanated from her presence as she sank into thought. He thought of her standing beside him while Ravina had been sick. He thought of her sobbing in his arms when they had taken her family. So often they had relied on each other to get through the worst. He finally understood that what he really wanted was to stay there with her, to find some kind of comfort, just being near her. In fact, he felt that he had to hold on to her and never let go. He wanted to protect her from all the dangers of the world, so that she would not have to suffer any longer. In that moment he could no longer stop himself. Brevis stepped closer, heart hammering within his chest. "Leora," he breathed. And then, before he realized what he was doing, he reached for her, pulled her against him, and kissed her. Leora stiffened for a moment in surprise, but after that, she melted in his arms and kissed him with all her heart. She held him tightly, nothing else existed, nothing except the two of them, and what they were feeling. Finally, when they did break apart, both breathless and wide-eyed, Leora was searching his face with an intensity, with a longing, he had never seen. Brevis, I know, he interrupted gently, his forehead resting against hers. We'll find a way through this. Together. The next morning, Brevis moved on from the rebel caves. He carried the memories of the previous night with him, the far too short, painful farewell from Leora that would never leave his mind. Her expression, the mixture of hope and longing, he would hold on to forever. He was well aware of the risk he would face in Pyre. He might not return. With every step he could sense the weight of his destiny weighing heavy. The air of these mountains was different now. He felt that every rock and every tree bore witness to his determination. He could not leave without telling Leora how he had fallen in love with her, despite still having to leave. The hours together, that last embrace, the touch of her kiss, would drive him to make the world a better place. One day, maybe, they would be together, but until then, at least everything was out in the open. He could still picture her in his mind, what her lips had felt like against his, what her body had felt like next to his. It filled him with longing, just as much as with resolution. He had to win, not just for himself, but for Leora, for Ravenna, for all the Oleaceae who suffered at the hands of the Nymphaea. Returning to Pyre felt longer and more arduous than usual, each step forward accentuating the challenges ahead. The mountain's rugged terrain mirrored the inner tumult he experienced. As the towering outline of the grand city of Pyre came within reach, Brevis took a breath and prepared for the next step of his covert operation. When Brevis stepped into his tiny Pyre apartment, the fatigue of the journey washed over him. It had been a physically tiring journey, but one that was mentally and psychologically even more exhausting. He lay on his bed and stared up at the ceiling, thinking about the hospital he would be going back to tomorrow and the new goals that lay ahead. He would have to follow up on his research, collect more information, and never let anyone see through his true purposes. He had to consider the magnitude of what he was trying to achieve. The fear of being caught, the need to act normal, the power of the Nymphaea all confronted him like an avalanche. The memory of Leora's kiss and the fire in her eyes, however, gave him strength. He shut his eyes, letting the memory flood through him. Brevis woke the following morning, the beat of his urgent thoughts thrumming through his body, dressed quickly and went to the hospital. He was anxious to uncover the secrets of the Nymphaea's plans. Hoping to remain undetected, he began to prepare himself for the day. Upon entering the hospital, he saw the familiar sights and heard the familiar sounds. It was reassuring, yet disconcerting at the same time. His fellow colleagues were all oblivious to the war that was coming. He saw Dr. Valerius as he reached the research lab, clipboard in hand. "Ah, Brevis," Dr. Valerius greeted, looking up. "Did you find what you were looking for in the mountains?" In the blink of an eye, his mind snatched up the moment of recognition, when he had found Kofar, who was Emus, and Leora's kiss. He nodded. "Yes, I did," he answered, despite the storm of emotions welling up within him. Dr. Valerius studied him for a moment rather carefully, and then gave a curt nod. "Good. We need all the resources we can get. The next phase of our research is critical." Brevis took a breath. "All right," he said. "I understand. What's the next step? How can I further support our efforts in keeping peace and bringing safety to Pyre?" He put extra emphasis on the words peace and safety. Dr. Valerius raised an eyebrow, but seemed impressed by Brevis's enthusiasm. "We are focusing on isolating the specific factors that allow the virus to jump from animals to Wehrmacht. If we can control this, we can have a better handle on future outbreaks. The next logical step beyond that would be to research substances which may alter the effectiveness of the virus when used in combination." Brevis nodded, suppressing the anger he felt. Dr. Valerius too chose his words with care. "So on the surface, that statement might seem like his goal was to find something to reduce the effectiveness of the virus, when in fact their goal was to increase its effectiveness." Brevis's blood boiled, but he clenched his jaw for a moment and then continued. "Of course. And who else is involved in this project? I want to make sure I'm coordinating effectively with everyone to maximize our efficiency." Dr. Valerius hesitated for the briefest of moments, then answered. "General Oleaceae is the chief sponsor of this project and has taken a strong personal interest in its outcome. His strategic eye could be invaluable." Brevis stood, his teeth clenched. He tried to think about how he could learn as much as possible without acting suspiciously. He had to understand everything about this project. Every meeting, every conversation, a tightly wound coil of lies and manipulations. He clenched his fists until his nails scraped against the metal in his palms. The man in front of him was partially responsible for Ravenna's death. Every fiber of his being wanted to exact his revenge. But he knew he could not afford to let it get to him. The mission was too important. He would gather the information, discover the truth, and put an end to the Nymphaea's genocidal plans. For Ravenna, for Leora, for all the Oleaceae. Brevis returned to his office and drowned himself in his work, playing the part expected of him, while helping the rebellion plan the next move. So far it appeared General Elatus and Dr. Valerius were the key players in this plot, and he was going to make sure they were brought to justice for their heinous acts. He had to be sure of this, though, so he had to continue digging for information on these hidden atrocities and find what he could. Brevis spent the next few days in a whirlwind of activity, delegating the analysis of the Capramet samples to his capable team. He trusted their expertise, knowing they would handle the task with the precision and dedication it required. Meanwhile, Brevis immersed himself in the labyrinth of past research, combing through countless etch volumes and data files, hoping to uncover any clues about the Oleaceae pandemic and those responsible for its creation. The days bled into each other, the sun setting and rising as Brevis tirelessly pursued his goal. Each evening he would find himself alone in the dimly lit research lab, the soft hum of the equipment his only companion. His eyes grew weary, but his resolve remained steadfast. Late one evening, Brevis found himself standing before the archives once more. He glanced around to ensure he was alone, then pulled out the unlocking device Kieran had given him. With a few taps and a gentle turn, the archive door clicked open just as before, granting him access to the trove of restricted information within. He moved swiftly, his heart pounding as he sifted through the classified files. Each etch volume he examined brought him closer to understanding the sinister forces at play, but the more he uncovered, the more questions seemed to arise. His frustration mounted as the answers continued to elude him. Finally, with exhaustion and frustration weighing heavily on him, Brevis decided to call it a night. He made his way back to his apartment, the cold night air doing little to soothe his troubled mind. As he lay in bed, his thoughts swirled with the enormity of his task and the obstacles that seemed insurmountable. The next morning, Brevis returned to the hospital, his mind still preoccupied with the previous night's fruitless search. As he entered the lab, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. His team gathered excitedly around a microscope. Dr. Valerius stood with them, his expression one of keen interest. "Brevis, you need to see this," one of the researchers called out, beckoning him over. Brevis felt a knot form in his stomach as he approached. The researcher gestured for Brevis to take a look. As he did, his heart sank. The Capramet samples had indeed led to an unexpected revelation about the virus structure that made a virus more likely to jump from animals to Virmok. Dr. Valerius's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "This is a significant breakthrough," he said, his voice filled with pride. "This data could be crucial in managing future outbreaks." Brevis forced a smile, his mind racing. This discovery, in the wrong hands, would only serve to intensify the Nymphaea's genocidal plans. He had to maintain his composure to show pride and positivity for his team's accomplishment, all while hiding the turmoil within. "Great work, everyone," he said, his voice steady. "This is exactly the kind of progress we need. Let's continue analyzing the data to ensure we fully understand its implications." As his team nodded and returned to their workstations, Brevis's mind raced with the new urgency of his mission. He had to gather the required intel to end this tyranny, whatever means necessary. Brevis swiftly arranged to meet Kieran and Kofar at the Iron Lotus. That evening, as they gathered this secret underground chamber, Brevis relayed the unfortunate breakthrough his team had made. "The Capramet samples revealed more than we anticipated. This discovery could be used to enhance the virus, making it even more deadly. We need to accelerate our plans," he said, his voice low and urgent. Kieran's eyes widened in alarm. "That's not good. We can't let them have that kind of power." Brevis nodded. "From all my digging, it still seems like Dr. Valerius and General Elatus are the key figures. Taking them out is crucial to stopping this genocide." Kieran exchanged a glance with Kofar, who nodded gravely. "Leora has reported seeing Darek more involved lately," Kieran said. "It's not clear what his role is, but he's definitely higher in rank now, and has been seen with General Elatus on several occasions." Brevis felt a cold shiver run down his spine at the mention of Darek. The man was a ruthless taskmaster, and his involvement only complicated their already perilous mission. "We need to find a way to track their movements," Brevis said, clenching his fists. "It's the only way we can make any attempts at assassination." He grimaced at the word. The idea of taking a life, even for a just cause, weighed heavily on his conscience. He wasn't sure if it was what Aline would want. Though he hadn't been particularly religious for some time, the teachings of Aline, love, peace, and justice, still resonated within him. Such violence was difficult for him to swallow, but he knew it was necessary. The Nymphaea's tyranny had to be stopped, no matter the cost. Kofar leaned forward, his expression intense. "I understand your hesitation, Brevis. None of us want to resort to this, but we have no choice. The lives of our people depend on it. Whatever the cost, even our own souls, we must bring justice for our people." Brevis nodded slowly. "I know. We'll need to be strategic. We can't afford any mistakes." The next day, Brevis headed back to the hospital, the weight of their urgent plans still heavy on his mind. As he entered the bustling corridors of the research wing, he was taken aback to see General Oleaceae in deep conversation with Dr. Valerius. The sight of the two men together sent a shiver down his spine. Summoning his courage, Brevis approached them, keeping his expression neutral. As he neared, General Oleaceae turned his piercing gaze towards him. "Brevis," General Oleaceae greeted, his tone unexpectedly warm. "You've done well. Your recent breakthroughs have not gone unnoticed." Brevis inclined his head, masking his inner turmoil. "Thank you, General." Dr. Valerius nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your contributions have been invaluable to our efforts." General Oleaceae stepped closer, his eyes locking onto Brevis's. "You have been chosen for a special assignment. Your skills and dedication make you the ideal candidate." Brevis felt a surge of anxiety mixed with curiosity. "What kind of assignment?" he asked, his voice steady, the air thick with tension and anticipation. General Oleace's expression remained inscrutable. "Come with me," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Primary subject, Brevis. En route. Retrieving finale parallel intercept, Palace. Logging target feed, General Oleaceae. Streaming. The first light of dawn crept through the high, narrow windows of the throne room, illuminating the vast chamber with a cold, silvery hue. General Oleaceae entered, and stood tall at the base of the dais, his hands clasped behind his back, his stance as composed as ever. King Dominaeus reclined in his towering throne, his expression carved with impatience as he drummed his fingers against the armrest, the sound echoing faintly in the stillness. "You have news, Oleaceae?" Dominaeus demanded, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. "I trust it will not waste my time." Oleaceae inclined his head respectfully. "Divine Sovereign, I come with a solution to the vacancy left by Caecus. I have identified a healer whose skill and dedication are beyond question. His recent breakthroughs in the study of Caravan viruses have demonstrated his unparalleled expertise in rare conditions." Dominaeus arched a brow, his gaze narrowing. "Get to the point, General. Who is this miracle worker you speak of?" Oleaceae took a measured breath before continuing. "An Oleaceae named Brevis, Divine Sovereign, an apprentice-turned-researcher from Pyre's hospital. He is precise, unyielding in his pursuits, and has proven his loyalty to the Nymphaea through his contributions to our research." The room fell into a charged silence, the king's stare growing icy. "Brevis," Dominaeus repeated slowly, each syllable laced with disdain. "An Oleaceae." Oleaceae did not falter, his expression remaining calm. "Yes, Divine Sovereign. Though his origin may be Oleaceae, his abilities surpass the expectations of any healer in Pyre." Dominaeus rose from his throne, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the chamber. His voice thundered with anger, the echo reverberating off the walls. "You propose that I place my life in the hands of one of them? Have you lost your senses, Oleaceae? Have you forgotten who they are, what they are?" "Vermin!" The general held his ground, his tone unwavering. "Divine Sovereign, I would not make this recommendation lightly. Brevis's work has proven invaluable to the advancement of our goals. His knowledge is unmatched, and his methods are precise. He recently diagnosed and treated me for a rare joint condition. I believe he is the only one capable of addressing your condition." Dominaeus's eyes blazed with fury as he descended the dais, each step deliberate and heavy. "You overstep your authority, General. You presume to instruct me on whom I should trust with my health?" "I merely advise what I believe is in your best interest, Divine Sovereign," Oleaceae replied, his voice steady despite the storm brewing before him. "Brevis is a tool, a weapon in service of your reign. His personal loyalties mean nothing when his contributions have already proven where his usefulness lies." The king stopped mere feet from Oleaceae, the air between them taut with tension. His gaze bored into the general, searching for any trace of weakness. "If this Brevis fails me," Dominaeus said slowly, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl, "it will not be only his life forfeit. I will hold you accountable for this recommendation." Oleaceae inclined his head, his composure unbroken. "Understood, Divine Sovereign. Brevis will not fail." The king turned sharply, retreating to his throne with a flourish of his cape. He settled into his seat, waving a dismissive hand. "Send for him. Let us see if this Oleaceae healer is worthy of the breath you've wasted on him." Oleaceae bowed and strode from the throne room, his steps purposeful and his expression as unreadable as ever. Internally, however, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He truly believed Brevis was the best chance at dealing with this strange ailment and bringing the king back to a more manageable disposition. Warning: parallel timelines merging, dual tracking no longer required. All streaming unified encore subject, Brevis. Target destination reckoning, Palace, streamlock permanent. Archive index number 027, Palace. General Oleaceae's presence was a command in itself, stern, unyielding, almost oppressive. He loomed over Brevis, and no more needed to be said. It was in the set of his jaw and the glimmer of his eyes. They emerged from the hospital, and Brevis was made to climb onto an aerovan, a creature upon which, as a child, he had once looked up at in the sky with wonder. The aerovan's metal feathers glittered iridescently, the long, thin, sleek wings fluttered impatiently. Brevis hesitated, feeling the strength of the muscles against the palm of his hand. The beast had always fascinated him, but he had always cared for them and never had one of his own upon which to ride. General Oleaceae nodded, and Brevis took his place on the back of the aerovan, feeling the heat deep on his legs. As they took off, it was as though the earth fell from beneath him, an experience that Brevis had never had before. The aerovan's wings beat in a steady rhythm, and the roar of the rushing wind was deafening as the city of Pyre seemed to widen before his eyes. The tiny houses and the web of roads and the extraordinary expanse of the skies were all around him, and for a moment the weight of the future fell off his shoulders. Brevis could feel his heart hammering with excitement and fear. The Caravan had always been a gentle creature to him, a meek beast bred and trained to perform simple, menial tasks, but it was a creature of huge power, and he had never known quite how great it was. Its might and grace awed him. He grasped its shoulders, and its flying wing beats throbbed in unison with his own heart. Below them was the great city of Pyre, its streets and markets and houses. Brevis could see clearly from above the difference between the Nymphaea quarters of great wealth and the Oleaceae slums. But that difference did not make the city any less magnificent. His eyes flickered towards the distant sight of a tall palace with its golden spires reaching up. The palace was built on the top of a hill, and with towers like fangs sticking out from it in every direction. The domes and minarets were inlaid with ornaments and precious stones which sparkled and glittered in the sunshine. The walls were lined with high garden beds and fountains that poured down the sides of those walls like a waterfall. Brevis now recognized the direction they were heading, the direction of the palace. The fear and tension that had built up inside him was replaced with amazement. Never had he seen such an incredible piece of architecture. The palace was approaching, and the Caravan began its descent. With a gentle thud it touched down in the palace grounds. Brevis stepped down from the Caravan with unsteady legs, still recovering from the shock of his flight. The palace loomed ahead and he took a breath, steeling himself before his unknown future, as General Oleaceae led him to the wide-arching doorway of the royal palace. The journey from the hospital to the palace was not just a physical journey, but represented a turning point in his destiny. Brevis followed General Oleaceae between the double doors of the palace, which burst open with a thunderous sound that echoed through the immeasurable expanse they now found themselves entering. Before them was the great hall, its ceiling far too high overhead. The columns, hewn and carved with the stories and legends of the Nymphaea, rose from the floor. The walls, in turn, were decorated with designs that highlighted the tribe's wealth and power, each design painstakingly created by hand. Deep blue and gold banners hung from the rafters. On each and every one was the blue lotus, sacred, most holy symbol of the Nymphaea. It appeared again and again, on the mosaics and tapestries, on the polished marble floor, and on the stained glass windows high above, fragmenting and filtering the light which flooded the hall. In every corner of the hall were statues of legendary Nymphaea warriors rendered in stone, fierce and wise, forever preserving the tales of the tribe's strength and skill through the ages. Brevis was already small, but felt even smaller as they led him towards the throne room. He was surrounded by the most impressive displays of wealth and power he had ever encountered. The smell of incense and fresh flowers contrasted sharply with the antiseptic odor of the hospital he'd just left. With each echoing footfall on the marble floor, he felt every step bring him closer to judgment. What could this special assignment be? Before him was the entrance of the throne room, great doors carved in deep relief with scenes of glorious battles won and of glorious rulers. Oleaceae pushed them open. The room was a classic showing of Nymphaea grandeur, dominated by a huge table, with a feast on it large enough to make Brevis's stomach churn. The table ran nearly the length of the room, and was covered with all kinds of exotic roasted animals, the likes of which Brevis had never seen. The crackling skins were a brilliant gold, and the colorful plates of fruits and vegetables would put a rainbow to shame. Goblets filled with dark red wine sparkled in the light of hundreds of chandeliers. He felt assaulted on all sides with the vile and the extravagant, so different to the plant-based diet of his upbringing. At the head of the table, in the place of honor, sat King Nymphaea himself. A large and heavy Virmak, he was surrounded by a strong entourage of counselors and noblemen, filled the air with sounds of conversations and laughter. The narrow, calculating eyes of the king fell upon Brevis as he entered the room, and a menacing smile stretched across his mouth. King Nymphaea was leaning casually back in his seat, and his evil aura was more relaxed than Brevis expected. Brevis approached the table, and felt as if the king's eyes were prying into his very being. "Brevis," said the king with something between contempt and amusement, "you have been selected for a post. A most important appointment indeed. He leaned back on his throne and took a leg of some freshly roasted creature. He tore into it with the gusto of a starving wolf. The sound of flesh tearing and bones breaking made Brevis's stomach lurch in disgust. As the new medical advisor to the throne, you will be responsible for ensuring the health and well-being of our elite, and more importantly myself. General Oleaceae stepped forward, arms at his side, chin high. Divine Sovereign, as you know, I highly recommended Brevis for this role. I have found him accomplished in the practice of his art, ingenious in diagnosis and treatment, and most loyal to the Nymphaea. He will live up to your expectations. Dominaeus looked at Brevis the way a hunter studied his prey, all suspicion, all doubt, all curiosity. I have heard of your talents and your actions, young healer, but loyalty is a fragile thing, easily swayed by circumstances. He took another bite, chewing slowly, his eyes still on Brevis's face. His voracious appetite was disgusting, and acted as a demonstration of his dominance. Brevis struggled to keep his face neutral, the sight and smell of the roasted meats making his stomach roil. He bowed his head a little, speaking as evenly as he could, despite his pang of disgust. Divine Sovereign, it is an honor to serve. I will do my utmost to fulfill my duties to the best of my ability. The king smiled a sneering smile, but a hard glint in his eye showed that he wasn't convinced. We shall see. Your actions will speak louder than your words, Brevis. He leaned forward again, rubbing his greasy fingers on a silken napkin. His eyes gleamed like those of a predator. Remember, failure is not an option here. The consequences will be severe. Dominaeus continued to stare, sizing him up. Potential and allegiance are tested under pressure. Do not forget, Brevis, that you are under constant scrutiny. Any sign of betrayal, any hint of disloyalty, will not go unnoticed. He ripped another mouthful from the meat and continued to stare with an unflinching gaze. While chewing, King Dominaeus motioned with his hand to signal a guard. Bring in the chief of secret police, the king ordered. His voice was clearly irritated. A moment later, another figure strode into the throne room. Darek. At the sight of him, Brevis's heart sank. Flashbacks of Darek's harshness from his childhood flooded Brevis. He glared at Brevis, his face contorted with disgust and hard lines. They locked eyes in mutual distaste. Darek, Dominaeus impatiently interrupted. This is Brevis, our new medical advisor. You will tell him the rest. I am tired of this conversation. With that, the king turned back to the table and ripped off another piece of meat. Brevis felt a cold shiver run through him as Darek stepped forward. His old taskmaster's eyes locked onto him, and he took a threatening step toward Brevis. Every move he made, and every word he spoke, would now be scrutinized, as if the burden of the role Brevis had taken hadn't been heavy enough. They had hardly left the throne room when Darek started. So, Darek sneered, his voice low and menacing, the king believes your skills are necessary. But make no mistake, Oleaceae, your kind cannot be trusted. Brevis took a breath and met Darek's eyes, refusing to let him see anything but calm determination. I understand your concerns, Darek. My loyalties are to the duties of a healer, no one else. I will serve the best I can. Darek squinted. Words are cheap, boy. I've seen your kind backstab time and again. You may have fooled the king, but you'll never fool me. If I detect any treachery in you, I will see to it that you are destroyed. General Oleaceae, seeing the mood shifting, spoke up. Brevis has already proven his loyalty, Darek. His quick actions during the sabotage at the hospital saved valuable research. The king's trust in him is well placed. Darek took a moment to look at Oleaceae and then back at Brevis. We'll see, he said. Consider this your only warning. He turned on his heel and stalked toward the palace courtyard. Brevis saw Darek approaching his mount, a nocturnus blacker and more feral than the man it bore. As it spread its wings, the courtyard was plunged into shadow. Darek had launched himself onto its back, never taking his eyes off Brevis. Remember, Darek shouted over the rushing wind of the wing beats. I'll be watching. The nocturnus lifted off the ground and soared into the evening twilight. Brevis felt the lingering sting of those words, knowing full well that Darek meant what he said. General Oleaceae continued providing the particulars of Brevis's new responsibilities. Brevis fell silent for a moment, pondering the magnitude of the work now before him. If he could somehow penetrate to the heart of the Nymphaea regime and uncover secrets, he might tip the balance of power in favor of the rebellion. But with Darek watching his every move, he'd need to be careful. His thoughts returned to his little sister Ravina, whose gleeful laughter had been silenced by the virus he now knew had been used as an agent of oppression. The memory of her laughter only added fuel to his determination to keep fighting. Seeing her lying broken and feverish, desperately trying to cling to life, he knew he could not allow the Nymphaea to inflict such cruelty again. Then there was Leora. Her stubbornness, the fierce belief she had in their cause, had made their parting so hard to bear. Her face, full of certainty and strength, gave him faith. He had to be smart, careful, and above all, he had to be successful. The fate of so many relied on him. Ensure all records are meticulously kept and reported to the king, Oleaceae was saying. drawing Brevis back to the present. His voice was cool and authoritative, in perfect opposition to the chaos in Brevis's mind. It was a great deal of responsibility, but also an opportunity. General Eleatus looked at Brevis, intensely studying him. I understand the gravity of your new position. It is a privilege, but also a burden. You must perform flawlessly. Brevis swallowed the lump in his throat and nodded. I understand, General. I will do my best. Eleatus inclined his head slightly. Go pack your belongings. A Mechadon will come first thing in the morning to take you to the palace. You will stay here from now on. The words hit Brevis like lightning, and the urgency of the situation hit him all at once. Tonight was his last chance to warn his friends. Once he was living in the palace, he had no idea how he would ever rendezvous with the rebellion again. Back in his quarters, he thought all of this over, and he knew that he had to move fast and carefully. The stakes had never been higher. He could not turn back from this now. The mission would continue, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Archive Index number 028, Change of Plans. Brevis hurried through the dark streets of the city of Pyre. Darek's threats echoed in his mind like an iron shackle, every shadow containing a pair of eyes, and every passerby a possible informant. His heart began to pound violently in his chest. His skin prickled from the sensation that he was being watched, every movement scrutinized by unseen eyes. Brevis made his way home with his head down, avoiding anyone who might recognize him. The city no longer held any wonder for him. All he could see everywhere was a prison of eyes. He had to get to Kofar, but he could never do this openly. At least he knew he would be able to find Kieran, since they lived in the same building. Kieran had been involved in the rebellion long before Brevis had, so he would know what to do. Brevis hoped that Kieran could find a safe place where they could meet and talk, out of sight and earshot of any prying eyes and ears. With the urgency of the situation, he knew there was little time. The sight of the high-rise where he lived brought the relief that comes with seeing a familiar building in the distance during a storm. He looked back once to see if he was being followed, then entered the perceived safety of the apartment complex. He needed to trust Kieran to be able to find a meeting place swiftly and quietly. Brevis took a deep breath. The decisions they made tonight might make or break their cause. He paused for a moment at Kieran's door, trying to settle the churning in his stomach, then knocked. The door creaked open, revealing Kieran on the other side, and everything almost felt normal. Kieran turned his head toward him with an arched eyebrow and an understanding of Brevis's urgency. Brevis stepped inside and, looking around the room, imagined that there were listening devices in every corner. He thought carefully before he spoke. Kieran, I have a bit of a surprise to share with you. I thought it might be nice to celebrate, maybe somewhere new, and we could invite one other person to join us. Kieran's eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he processed this information. He understood the need for caution. A surprise, you say? Perhaps we should meet at that place you mentioned before, where you and Leora used to go. Before you met me. Brevis nodded very slightly. Kieran had picked up his meaning. The Oleaceae slums were no stranger to the two of them. They were as good a place as any to hide. That sounds perfect. Let's do that. They talked of a few more things, casual enough to go unnoticed. Then Brevis headed for his apartment, thinking of the preparations they would need to make. He trusted Kieran would make the arrangements in time. His life just might depend on it. As they parted, Brevis could not shake the certainty that this was only the beginning of his trials. The Nymphaea's eyes and ears were everywhere, always watching, always listening. Now the consequences of any error could be fatal. Such secrecy was essential if they were ever to have any hope of success in their rebellion. Brevis hastily began to pack his things. It was a little comforting, at least, that the palace would come with many of the things that one would need, such as furniture, and so there was a little less to pack. Yet his unease lingered. It was not so much the prospect of the unknown things to come that troubled him, but that whatever actions he took would have heavy consequences. This was a risky opportunity, and every detail had to be very carefully planned. Brevis's heart raced as he stepped out of his apartment. He would have to avoid walking directly to the Oleaceae slums. He took the long way round, winding through side streets and alleyways. He doubled back on his path several times and passed by unfamiliar market stalls, trying to confuse anyone who might be following him among the throngs of nameless faces. The sound of a footstep, the outline of a shadow, might mean pursuit, but he pushed on, desperate to save the rebellion's plans. Upon reaching the outskirts of the slums, Brevis spotted Kieran waiting, a look of determination etched on his face. Without exchanging a word, Kieran signaled for Brevis to follow. They navigated the narrow paths between the shacks, their steps silent and purposeful. The familiar yet decrepit surroundings brought a mix of memories and urgency to Brevis's mind. Finally, they arrived at a nondescript door hidden in the depths of an alleyway. Kieran cast a final glance over his shoulder, ensuring they hadn't been followed, before pushing the door open. They slipped inside, revealing the entrance to an underground tunnel, a secret passage that promised a semblance of safety and secrecy for their covert meeting. The dim light of the tunnel flickered as they descended, casting long shadows on the walls. The air was thick with the weight of their mission. It was here that they would lay the groundwork for their next move, trusting in the shadows to keep their secrets hidden from the oppressive eyes of the Nymphaea. Brevis marveled at the tunnel's seemingly endless expanse, its dimly lit passageway stretching far beyond what he had ever imagined. He and Kieran made their way down a narrower hallway leading to a door, but the main tunnel continued on in the opposite direction, vanishing into the darkness. The magnitude of the tunnel system was impressive, and Kieran's explanation shed light on its significance. "This tunnel is actually connected to the city's water supply network," Kieran whispered, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space. "It connects to many places secretly. There's even an emergency exit beyond the city walls if we ever need it." Brevis felt a sense of awe mixed with relief. This underground labyrinth was more than just a hideout, it was a lifeline for their cause. They reached the door at the end of the hallway, and Kieran pushed it open, revealing a hidden room. The dim light inside flickered, casting shadows that danced across the walls. Inside, Kofar stood waiting, his presence a welcome sight amid the growing tension. Brevis felt a pang of comfort seeing him, but the news he carried was far from reassuring. As the door closed behind them, Brevis took a deep breath and recounted his encounter with Darek and King Dominaeus and the unsettling appointment to live at the palace. Kofar listened intently, his face a mask of concern and determination. "This role at the palace is dangerous," Brevis admitted, his voice low. "But it could also give us the leverage we need. We have a chance to uncover the true extent of the Nymphaea's plans and take more significant actions to end the genocide. We might even be able to find the secret lab where the virus is grown and distributed." Kofar nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "We'll need to be more careful than ever. Your position could be our greatest asset, but it's also a perilous trap. We must plan meticulously and use this opportunity wisely." The room fell into a thoughtful silence, the weight of their mission pressing heavily on their shoulders. Brevis's mind raced with possibilities. A sudden idea struck him. If the tunnel network connected to the palace's water supply, perhaps they could use it to send messages. He voiced his thought to Kieran, who considered it thoughtfully. Kieran nodded, his eyes lighting up with realization. "That's brilliant, Brevis. We could place a message in a washroom within the palace. It could be retrieved through the tunnel system. But it can't be a direct message. It has to be encoded in case it were to be discovered." Brevis felt a spark of hope. "I know. My role involves documenting health issues of the royal family and the king's advisors, as well as researching preventative treatments for health and longevity. These notes are usually long. We could strategically place words within those notes. The secret message could be revealed by using a decipher plate with holes in the right places." Kieran agreed, his mind already working on the logistics. "I can make the decipher plates now out of some fabric we have here so they can easily be hidden away. Each of us will have one, and I can get a copy to Leora. The message will be hidden in plain sight, safe from prying eyes. Now we just need to find a way to communicate back to you." Brevis thought for a moment and continued. "If you can pick up a message I drop, maybe I could attach a long string to a drain that you could tie a response message to. We can even use the same encoding." Kofar listened intently, a look of admiration on his face. "This is an excellent plan. It gives us a secure way to communicate without raising suspicion. We can't decide on the best course of action yet, but at least we can stay in touch." Brevis looked around the dimly lit room, the reality of the moment sinking in. He knew that this might be the last time he saw Kofar and Kieran for a long time. The gravity of the risks he was taking hit him hard, but he drew strength from the determination in their eyes. Kofar stepped forward, his expression somber yet resolute. "Brevis, you're taking on an enormous risk by living in the palace and supporting the rebellion from within," Kofar began, his voice filled with both pride and concern. "Your bravery and resolve are commendable, and we all owe you a great deal. Your actions could bring us closer to ending this tyranny." Kofar paused, his eyes searching Brevis's face. "I want you to know why I chose the name Emus. Standing up to the Nymphaea is far more important than any one person. Only a few in the rebellion know that I am Emus. If anything happens to me, the rebellion can continue with a new Imus. It's a symbol of our collective struggle, not an individual identity." He continued, drawing a poignant analogy. "The Oleaceae are like the Ferrofang, fiercely loyal to their pack. Any one of us would sacrifice ourselves for our tribe. Your brave actions are a testament to that loyalty. You're doing more than just fighting for yourself, you're fighting for all of us." Brevis felt a swell of emotion, the weight of Kofar's words resonating deeply within him. They shared a heartfelt goodbye, each man understanding the significance of the moment. The future was uncertain, but their bond and shared purpose gave them strength. In the pale morning light, the Mechadon arrived, its metal joints creaking softly as it came to a halt outside Brevis's apartment. He watched as the graceful animal efficiently loaded his belongings, each item a tangible piece of the life he was leaving behind. The journey to the palace felt surreal, a poignant reminder of how drastically his world was changing. As the Mechadon carried him through the streets of Pyre, Brevis's thoughts raced. The weight of Darek's threats lingered, reminding him of the dangers he faced. Yet, intertwined with his anxiety was a flicker of hope. This new role at the palace offered unprecedented access to the heart of the Nymphaea's power. He contemplated the possibilities, imagining the covert messages he would send, the secrets he might uncover, and the small victories that could ripple into monumental change. The towering palace loomed ahead, its grandeur casting long shadows over the city. Brevis felt a mix of awe and trepidation as they crossed the threshold into a world he had never known. The palace marble floors and gilded walls exuded a wealth that was both stunning and disconcerting. His assigned room was a marvel of luxury. The space was vast, with high ceilings adorned with intricate frescoes. Sunlight streamed through tall, arched windows, casting a warm glow over the elegantly furnished interior. A large, plush bed dominated the room, draped with silken sheets and pillows that looked as though they had been plucked from a dream. Richly woven tapestries decorated the walls, depicting scenes of Nymphaea victories and prosperity. In one corner, a finely crafted wooden desk stood ready, complete with metal sheet and scratch reed. Shelves lined with etched volumes and scrolls filled another wall, offering a wealth of knowledge at his fingertips. A luxurious sitting area, complete with velvet-upholstered chairs and a low table, invited relaxation and reflection. The room even had a private bathing area, with a marble tub and an array of fragrant soaps and oils. Also the perfect way to send messages. Brevis took it all in, the sheer luxury of his new living quarters nearly overwhelming. This standard of living was beyond anything he had ever imagined, a far cry from the modest comforts of his apartment. He knew that while these lavish surroundings were meant to impress and perhaps soften his resolve, they also represented a gilded cage. Archive Index number 029, Reconnaissance. Soft light filtered through the intricately designed palace windows, pulling Brevis slowly from his sleep. For a few disorienting moments, the grand architecture made no sense to him. Gone were the rustic textures and earthy sense of leaf-shade village, further still the plain yet orderly visage of the military district. In their place were luxurious silks and polished stone, all too pristine and alien to his senses. He sat up, blinking away the remnants of sleep, and took in the view that now surrounded him. Ornate furniture, rich tapestries depicting the history of the Nymphaea tribe, and elegance seemed to mock his humble origins. After a moment of silent reflection, Brevis swung his legs off the bed and began preparing for the day. He dressed in the official attire provided to him and steeled himself for what was to come. As he exited his room, he was greeted by a group of royal assistants, their expressions stoic and their movements synchronized. They bowed slightly and gestured for him to follow, leading him down the grand corridors of the palace. Brevis followed a lead royal assistant named Inella down the grand corridors of the palace. Her movements were unnervingly synchronized with the other staff, their expressions as cold as the portraits of past Nymphaea rulers staring down from the walls. "This way, healer Brevis," Inella said, her voice devoid of inflection. "The king expects your transition to be seamless." They entered the medical treatment center, a room that hummed with a clinical, almost mechanical energy. Brevis stopped, eyes widening at the advanced diagnostic tools that dwarfed anything he had seen in Pyre. "The technology here, it's breathtaking," Brevis whispered, moving toward a glowing scanner. "It is the pinnacle of Nymphaea healthcare," Inella replied, gesturing to a team of healers working with mechanical precision. "Everything is monitored. Everything is optimized." Leaving the medical ward, Inella led him to a set of massive, etched metal doors. When they opened, the scent of aged metal sheet and the quiet hum of filtered air greeted him. "The Royal Library," Inella announced. "Historical archives are to the left, medical and scientific journals to the right. It is meticulously catalogued." Brevis stepped inside, his boots echoing on the polished floor. He looked at the towering shelves and saw more than just etched volumes. He saw a strategic asset. "I will need extensive time here," Brevis said, trying to sound like a dedicated scholar rather than a spy. "To truly serve the king's longevity, I must understand the historical precedents of our biology." "The archives are at your disposal," Inella said, bowing slightly before retreating. Left alone, Brevis felt a surge of adrenaline. Hidden within these volumes were the clues to the covert genocide and the history of the virus. This library would be the heart of his covert operations, a sanctuary where he could hide his true intent under the guise of scholarly research. Later that afternoon, Brevis sat in his new office, reviewing the metal sheet records of the palace inhabitants. A knock at the door preceded the entry of Dr. Trevix, a senior physician with a weary expression. "Reviewing the predecessor's notes?" Trevix asked, leaning against a desk. "I am," Brevis replied, tapping a metal sheet. "It's remarkable. There are no epidemics here, no major viral outbreaks. And yet the records show weak hearts and high blood pressure across the board." Trevix chuckled darkly. "It is the sickness of abundance, young healer. Our royals have forgotten the meaning of enough. Obesity and overindulgence are the only real threats in these halls. I've already begun scheduling fresh physicals, Brevis said, his voice dropping. I've recommended changes in diet and exercise, but I suspect my advice will be ignored. It will be, Trevix agreed. But keep your focus on the king. His headaches are becoming unbearable, and his temper follows suit. If you can't fix him, your tenure here will be very short. With the preliminary review of the health records complete, Brevis began scheduling a fresh round of physical checkups. Given King Dominaeus's increasingly unbearable headaches, an immediate and thorough examination was not just advisable, but crucial. The king's volatile temper and the explicit threat to Brevis's life made the situation incredibly precarious. Brevis felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach with each passing moment. The weight of Dominaeus's expectations was a heavy burden, and he knew that failure was not an option. He meticulously prepared for the examination, reviewing every piece of information he had on the king's health and considering every possible cause of the headaches. Brevis couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking a tightrope, with his life hanging in the balance. When the time for the king's examination arrived, Brevis entered the opulent chamber, heart pounding in his chest. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the room was adorned with the trappings of power. Seated before him was King Dominaeus, his imposing presence filling the space. Brevis took a deep breath, readying himself for the encounter. He bowed respectfully, keeping his expression neutral as he approached the king. "Divine Sovereign," Brevis began, his voice steady despite the nervousness that churned within him. "I am here to conduct your physical exam as requested." King Dominaeus regarded Brevis with a piercing gaze, his eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "Very well, healer. Proceed," he commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Brevis carefully conducted the examination, noting the king's robust health despite his age. As he worked, he felt the weight of the king's scrutiny. "You come highly recommended by General Elatus," the king said, his voice measured. "He speaks highly of your skills and dedication." "I am honored by the general's praise, Divine Sovereign," Brevis replied, keeping his focus on the task at hand. "I am committed to serving the crown to the best of my abilities." The king leaned back, observing Brevis with a calculating expression. "Your loyalty is commendable. However, I cannot help but wonder where your true allegiances lie. You are, after all, of the Oleaceae tribe." Brevis's pulse quickened, but he maintained his composure. "My loyalty is to the crown, Divine Sovereign," he said carefully, meeting the king's gaze. "I have dedicated my life to healing and service, and I am committed to using my skills for the betterment of all Machrinath. The circumstances of my birth do not define my loyalty." King Dominaeus raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Well said, healer. We shall see if your actions match your words." "Divine Sovereign," Brevis began, his voice carefully modulated. "I hope you don't mind me asking, but I've been reviewing your medical records, and I couldn't help but notice the recurring reports of these headaches. They seem to be causing you a great deal of discomfort." King Dominaeus shifted on his throne, his gaze sharp. "Discomfort is an understatement. They are a torment." "And what of it, healer? Do you have a cure, or are you merely stating the obvious?" "I would never presume to claim a cure, Divine Sovereign," Brevis replied, bowing slightly. "But as a healer, I am always looking for patterns, for triggers that might exacerbate the issue. I was wondering, Divine Sovereign, if you've noticed anything in particular that seems to coincide with the onset of these headaches. Any common factor, perhaps?" The king paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Common factors? Well, fools and incompetence definitely seem to be a common theme. They tend to bring on a headache rather quickly." He glared at Brevis, making it clear he expected no disagreement. Brevis swallowed hard, choosing his words carefully. "Indeed, Divine Sovereign. Such frustrations can be quite taxing. It is often the case that the pressures of leadership, the weight of responsibility, can manifest in physical ways. The mind and body are intricately connected, after all." Dominaeus scoffed. "Are you suggesting I am stressed, healer? Do not presume to tell me about my burdens." "Not at all, Divine Sovereign," Brevis quickly clarified, simply observing that managing a kingdom such as this must require immense focus and dedication. It is only natural that such focus can sometimes lead to tension. Perhaps some relaxing techniques could help ease that tension, and thereby reduce the frequency of these headaches. The king considered this, his expression softening slightly. "Relaxing techniques? What nonsense is this?" "Simple things, Divine Sovereign," Brevis explained. "Deep breathing exercises, moments of quiet reflection, perhaps even some gentle stretching. And if I may be so bold, I could prepare a homemade herbal salve. It can be applied to the temples and the base of the neck. It has been known to ease tension and soothe the mind." "Breathing exercises? Stretching? What kind of weakling nonsense is that?" Dominaeus scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. He waved a dismissive hand, the gesture sharp and impatient. "I am not some fragile flower that needs coddling. I need solutions, not silly theatrics. I rule a kingdom, healer. I do not have time for such frivolities. He paused, a flicker of something akin to doubt crossing his eyes. And breathing? Am I not breathing enough already? I hardly need to be told to breathe. He tapped a finger against his temple, his brow furrowing. However, he continued, his tone shifting slightly, this salve you speak of, that sounds more like something I can use, something tangible, something that might actually provide relief. I am not averse to a bit of direct intervention, and I certainly appreciate the advice to avoid fools. If there is any incompetence in my presence, I will ensure my staff deals with them immediately. This treatment had better provide results quickly. Is that understood? Brevis bowed respectfully, his mind racing with the implications of the king's words. Perfectly, divine sovereign. I assure you I will return with the salve as soon as possible. I believe it will provide you with the relief you seek. I will gather the ingredients for the salve immediately and be back with you before you know it, to begin our treatment plan. Brevis completed the checkup, documenting the king's health with meticulous detail. As he prepared to leave, the king spoke once more. Remember, Brevis, your position here is a privilege. Do not give me reason to doubt my decision. Brevis bowed deeply. I understand, divine sovereign. Thank you for your trust. He returned with the salve immediately, as instructed, and hoped beyond hope that it would truly provide the relief the king sought. As Brevis applied a green-tinted herbal salve to King Domineus's temples, his insides were churning. The success of this treatment could mean life or death. The throbbing. It is receding, the king muttered, his voice losing its usual jagged edge. Domineus looked at Brevis, his gaze piercing. You have succeeded where the others failed. See that it stays that way. Brevis nodded, his mind already racing. The king's improved mood wasn't just a medical success, it was the key to the time and space he needed for the rebellion. A few days later, Brevis conducted a mandatory health checkup for Commander Vane, a high-ranking military officer. As Brevis checked the officer's lung capacity, he noticed a distinct rattle. You're showing signs of unexplained fatigue and respiratory strain, Commander, Brevis noted, scribbling on his metal sheet. Vane grunted, pulling his tunic back on. It's the patrols near the lower sectors. Half my unit is coughing, probably just the dampness. Is it? Brevis asked leadingly. I've seen an increased number of documented illnesses among the personnel lately. Don't worry about it, healer. It's a highly sensitive project, and you don't need to know. It doesn't matter where it came from, only that you can treat it, Vane said dismissively. He stood up abruptly. Just give me something for the cough and let me get back to my post. Brevis watched him leave, highly sensitive. The words seemed to confirm his worst fears. These weren't random illnesses, they were likely connected to the secret virus production facility. Returning to the solitude of the library, Brevis sat at a workstation shielded by towering shelves of medical texts. He laid out 3 fresh metal sheets. To any observer, he was merely documenting his findings from the day's examinations, a routine report on the health of the military personnel. However, Brevis worked with a decoding sheet, a physical cloth stencil with precisely cut holes. He carefully etched his medical jargon, ensuring that when the cloth was eventually laid over the metal sheets, only specific words would remain visible. On the first metal sheet, tucked within a sentence about skin with olive-tone discoloration, he placed the word olive. On the second, buried in a paragraph regarding, quote, facility-wide sanitation protocols, he etched facility. On the third, masked by a note on sub-level atmospheric pressure, he added sub-level. He felt a grim sense of success as he finished. He had successfully embedded the intelligence regarding the secret virus production facility within a seemingly boring medical file. Brevis returned to his private quarters, the luxury of the palace feeling more like a gilded prison than ever. He closed his door and moved to the opulent bathing chamber. The room was filled with the scent of expensive oils, but Brevis focused on the drain in the center of the bath. He pulled a small, weighted packet containing the encoded metal sheets from his tunic. Attached to the packet was a long, sturdy string. He knelt by the drain, carefully threading the weight through the grate until he felt it clear the palace's internal plumbing and drop into the underground waterways that ran beneath the city. The information is moving, he whispered to the empty room. As Brevis continued his work in the palace, he frequently found himself under the watchful eye of Darek. One day, as he was making his way to the medical treatment center, Darek intercepted him, his expression a mask of contempt. Brevis, Darek sneered, blocking his path. How is it that a mere Oleaceae like you has managed to infiltrate the palace? Do you think you can fool everyone with your facade? Brevis felt a chill run down his spine, but he maintained his composure. I am here to serve the crown, Darek, he replied evenly. My loyalty is to the kingdom. Darek's eyes narrowed, and he stepped closer, his voice a low growl. Loyalty? You expect me to believe that you, of all people, are loyal to the crown? How far are you willing to go to prove it? Would you take a rebel's life if given the opportunity? Brevis leaned in, meeting Darek's gaze with a cold intensity. I would relish the chance to snuff out the life of one of those traitors, he said, his voice laced with venom. They are a blight upon our kingdom, and I would do whatever it takes to eliminate them. Darek raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Brevis's vehement response. Is that so? He said, a hint of doubt still lingering in his tone. Brevis seized the moment, his own anger rising. How dare you question my loyalty? He spat, his voice rising. Do you think General Oleaceae would have recommended me if he had any doubts about my commitment? He trusts me, and so should you. Or do you think you know better than your superior officer? Darek's expression darkened, but he remained silent, clearly wrestling with his own doubts. Brevis pressed on, refusing to back down. I have earned my place here through hard work and dedication. I am here to serve the crown, and I will not tolerate your baseless accusations. For a moment, the two men stood in tense silence, the air thick with unspoken animosity. Finally, Darek stepped back, his gaze still fixed on Brevis. Very well, he said grudgingly. But remember this, Brevis, I will be watching you. One misstep, and you will regret ever setting foot in this palace. With that, Darek turned and walked away, leaving Brevis standing alone in the corridor. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm of emotions that raged within him. The encounter had been intense, but Brevis had managed to hold his ground. He knew that Darek's suspicion would not easily be dispelled, but he had sent a clear message. Brevis was not to be underestimated. Late one night, as Brevis sat working at his desk in his room, he decided to check the string in his drain again. This time he found a coded message had arrived, one that sent a surge of adrenaline through him. The rebellion had finally located the virus production facility. Brevis read the message with a mixture of relief and urgency. Kieran had successfully planted explosives in the waterways below the facility, ready to be detonated at the perfect moment. The final step in their plan was the most critical, coordinating the assassination of General Lattice and Dr. Valerius to coincide with the destruction of the facility. Brevis knew that Dr. Valerius would be relatively easy to target at the hospital where he worked. His schedule was predictable, and his movements within the facility were well documented. General Elatus, however, posed a far greater challenge. The general had been elusive, his whereabouts often unknown, and his movements unpredictable. Tracking him would require careful observation and a keen eye for any patterns that might emerge. Brevis resolved to pay close attention to any information that might help pinpoint the general's location. He would need to listen intently to the conversations of military officers, watch for any unusual activity, and be ready to act on any lead that presented itself. His position within the palace granted him access to a wealth of information, but it also placed him under constant scrutiny. One misstep, and the entire operation could be compromised. In the meantime, Leora had been working tirelessly on her own contribution to the plan. She had developed a potent poison, one that could be discreetly administered and would ensure a swift and untraceable death. The challenge now was to find a specific time and place where General Elatus would be having a meal, allowing them to plant the poison and coordinate his assassination with the facility's destruction. It was a delicate balance, and every detail had to be perfect. Brevis's mind raced with possibilities as he continued his work in the palace. He knew that time was of the essence, and the window of opportunity would not remain open forever. As Brevis continued to gather intelligence, he realized that his best chance for success would be to personally deliver the poison to General Elatus and then notify the rebellion that the deed was done. This direct approach would ensure that the timing of the assassination and the destruction of the virus production facility were perfectly synchronized. Brevis knew that this would be his most dangerous task yet, but the stakes were too high for hesitation. Kieran had devised yet another ingenious device to aid in their mission, a small contraption that could shoot an explosion into the air, visible from far away. This signal would alert the rebellion that the plan was in motion and that it was time to initiate the rest of the attack. The rebellion was prepared and on high alert, ready to act the moment they saw the signal from Brevis. The coordination required for this plan was immense, but their careful planning gave Brevis confidence. Brevis carried the poison with him in a syringe, waiting for the right moment to strike. He watched General Elatus's movements carefully, looking for any opportunity to slip the poison into his meal. It wasn't long before Darek found a way to test Brevis's resolve and loyalty. Brevis was called into the throne room, and as he crossed the threshold, his heart immediately sank. In front of King Dominaeus knelt a prisoner with a hood over their head, Darek's hand firmly gripping their neck. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on Brevis as he took in the scene. His blood ran cold with the realization of the horrific choice before him: risk blowing his cover and jeopardizing the entire operation, or murder a friend in cold blood. Archive Index number 030, Loyalty. King Dominaeus and Darek peered down from their elevated dais, their heavy gazes pinning Brevis to the floor. Absolute terror clawed at his chest, but he forced his posture straight, hiding the violent tremor in his legs. The knowledge he would have to make a dreadful choice weighed heavily on his mind. Darek stepped forward, his malicious eyes shining, and his voice thick with venom. "It's time to show where your true loyalty lies, healer," Darek hissed. His words broke, unnerving the silence that had settled over the throne room. The king nodded in agreement, a cruel, predatory smile spreading across his face. "This man," Darek said, pointing to the hooded prisoner at his feet, "was found with a copy of one of your medical reports. He won't speak, and it's obvious that he's a rebel operative. Spying on the palace? The punishment for high treason is death, Brevis. Now is the time for you to make good on your word that you would relish the chance to kill a rebel." King Dominaeus leaned forward. His eyes narrowed. "It is important to send the rebellion a message, Brevis. There will be no tolerance for treason. The rebels must know that we will crush any dissent in the kingdom with an iron fist." Brevis swallowed hard. His bile rose in his throat, a knot of indecision. He stood there in silence, the weight of the king's gaze and Darek's penetrating glare boring into him, waiting, watching, hoping for a response, demanding loyalty. Every instinct in his body told him to refuse, to fight against the hateful words he'd just heard, against the twisted thinking that had landed him in this situation. Finally, with as steady a voice as he could command, Brevis said, "Let me see the rebel who deserves death." Darek smiled wickedly and ripped the hood from the prisoner's head. Brevis felt his heart stop. It was Kofar, beaten and bloodied, and barely recognizable. Kofar's face was bruised, cut and dented, and the magnificent headdress had been torn from its roots. Blood dripped down his face and neck, but the eyes glaring out from his swollen face were still defiant. "The only information we got out of him," Darek sneered, "is that his name is Kofar." Kofar straightened up a little, as much as his bindings allowed. His breathing was raspy and revealed his pain. "And that's all you're gonna get, you vile Nymphaea creatures? I can't even call you Virmach." His voice didn't waver. Darek turned his head sharply to Kofar, his face twisted in rage, and slammed his fist into Kofar's gut, doubling him over. Brevis felt every jarring movement of his friend's body. Kofar gasped for breath, but his spirit remained unbroken. "This rebel is useless," Darek spat, facing Brevis suddenly. "It's time to dispose of him." He thrust his vine sword into Brevis's hand. The object itself felt like a death sentence. Brevis fixed his gaze on Kofar. The rebellion he believed in, and the cover he could not afford to lose, now seemed to him like opposing walls, closing in on him. He was making a choice that would decide the fate of the rebellion and his soul. It was a battleground in his head, his heart pounding painfully in his chest, heavy thoughts being hurled at one another until he was afraid of drowning in them. Kofar, now somewhat recovered, looked up at Brevis between blood-encrusted eyelashes. "The rebels will see the Oleaceae free from oppression," he said, his voice as urgent as he could make it. "Like a pack of Farafang, we fight together." He paused, then added with a sneer, "You can hardly be called an Oleaceae." He spat in Brevis's face. It was his last desperate attempt to make Brevis understand. Brevis wiped the spit off slowly. The last time they had talked, before he had moved into the palace, Kofar had told him the Farofangs were willing to die for the pack. Brevis saw the look in his eyes. Kofar had accepted his fate, and was quietly pleading for Brevis to follow through. Without hesitation, Brevis plunged the sword deep into Kofar's chest, where it pierced his heart to stop his suffering. "For the pack, then," Brevis said angrily, his voice cutting through the silence. Archive Index number 031, Endgame. Brevis stood over Kofar's lifeless body, the blood on his hands already drying, feeling like an iron weight pulling him down. His words, "For the pack, then," echoed in his mind like a cruel mantra. Outwardly, he seethed with anger, his face a mask of loyalty and fury directed at the rebellion, a perfect performance for his captors. But within, his heart shattered into 1,000 pieces, the death of his friend and leader, the price of his commitment to their cause, weighing on his soul like the heaviest burden. Kofar's eyes, in their final moments, had shown only kindness and understanding, urging Brevis to do what needed to be done. It was a kindness Brevis felt he did not deserve. Darek, taken aback, blinked rapidly, a rare expression of surprise crossing his usually stern visage. He had expected Brevis to falter, to fail, to reveal his true loyalties. But Brevis had done the unthinkable, and Darek's surprise quickly turned to a wary respect. King Dominaeus clapped slowly, a pleased smile spreading across his cruel features. "Well done, Brevis. Well done indeed," he said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. As if on cue, servants entered the room, moving with a practiced efficiency that spoke of experience. They began to clean up the body and the blood with a disturbing indifference, as if this were merely another routine task. Brevis felt a wave of nausea and heartbreak wash over him, but he forced himself to remain composed. This was the world he had chosen to infiltrate, and he could not afford to show weakness. Brevis took one last look at Kofar, now just a lifeless heap on the floor, before turning to Darek. "Is that all then?" he asked, his voice as steady and matter-of-fact as he could manage. Darek nodded, and the king, entirely disconnected from the darkness of the situation, chuckled lightly. Yes, go on, Brevis. You've proven yourself. Now go relax, and enjoy what the palace has to offer." Without another word, Brevis turned and left, each step feeling heavier than the last. The sound of his boots echoed through the silent halls, like the throbbing ache of his soles. The price he had just paid for the cause he believed in was almost too much to bear. Brevis couldn't shake the image of Kofar's lifeless body from his mind. Every detail haunted him, the way Kofar had slumped to the floor, the final, defiant look in his eyes, and the blood that stained Brevis's hands. It took every ounce of his strength to hold it together until he reached his room. Once there, he collapsed onto his bed, his body racked with sobs. The weight of his actions, the loss of his friend, and the brutal reality of the rebellion crashed over him in relentless waves. As tears flowed, memories of Kofar filled his mind. He remembered their conversations, the way Kofar had respected Brevis's initial hesitation to join the rebellion. Kofar's words of encouragement and gratitude once Brevis had committed to the cause replayed in his head. Kofar had believed in him, had trusted him to make a difference. Brevis clung to these memories, trying to find solace in Kofar's unwavering support. Brevis's thoughts then turned to the reasons he had joined the rebellion in the first place. His sister Ravina's face appeared before him, her weakened state, and her untimely death searing his heart anew. He remembered how she had clung to life just long enough to witness his graduation into adulthood, her eyes filled with pride and love. Her final words to him had been a plea for him to chase his dreams and make a difference in the world. Would she approve of the choices he had made? Brevis wasn't sure, but he knew he had to make a difference, no matter the cost. The day he discovered the etch volume on Project Olive burned vividly in his memory. The proof that the Nymphaea had manufactured the virus that killed Ravina and used it for genocide had ignited a fire within him. It was the catalyst that had driven him to join the rebellion, to fight against the oppressive regime that had taken so much from him and his people. The anger and resolve he had felt that day surged back to the forefront of his mind, intertwining with his current grief and guilt. Through his tears, Brevis vowed to honor Kofar's memory and his sister's final wish. He would not let their deaths be in vain. The mission was more critical than ever, and he had to see it through to the end, no matter what it cost him personally. With a deep, shuddering breath, Brevis steadied himself for the challenges ahead. Brevis wiped away the last of his tears. He knew he couldn't afford to dwell on his grief. There was too much at stake. Calming himself, he decided that it was crucial to meet with Kieran. There were too many details and emotions that couldn't be conveyed through encoded messages alone. He needed to speak with Kieran face to face, to share what had happened, and to plan their next steps. He moved to his desk and quickly scribbled a coded message to Kieran, highlighting the urgency of their need to meet. He disguised the message within a routine medical report, masking its true content from prying eyes. With the report sent, Brevis felt a gnawing anxiety in his gut as he awaited a response. It wasn't long before a coded reply arrived from Kieran. Brevis's hands trembled slightly as he decoded the message. Kieran had found an entrance into the castle through the sewage system. They could meet in the underground waterways by sneaking into the washroom located in the lower servant levels. It was risky, but it was their best chance to communicate without arousing suspicion. The message also mentioned Kieran's growing concern over Kofar's absence. Brevis's heart broke anew at the thought of having to inform Kieran about Kofar's fate. The image of Kofar's lifeless body flashed in his mind, and he clenched his fists in a futile attempt to push the pain away. He knew he couldn't avoid the truth, and he dreaded the moment he would have to tell Kieran. Steeling himself, Brevis gathered all the things he would require for his secret journey along the underground waterways. He gathered his things, making sure to include some supplies for navigating the underground waterways, including a lantern. He would rehearse again and again in his mind until he found the means to break the dreadful news to Kieran gently and truthfully. Finally, Brevis slipped free of his room and made his way down to the lower servant quarters, moving quietly and with practiced ease in and out of doorways, avoiding patrols and other servants. He could feel his heart beating in his throat, but he could not afford to lose his focus. Kieran had to be told, and plans for the fall of the Nymphaea regime had to be made. Brevis had made his way back through the twisting, turning maze of the servants' quarters, and was inching cautiously down the narrow corridor to a small, unmarked door which led to the sewers. He waited until he was sure he was not being followed, opened the door and stepped down into the dark. It hit him like a punch in the face, the nauseating stench of decay, dirt and stagnant water that filled the air and almost made it impossible to breathe without gagging on the vile odor. Brevis pulled his cloth over his mouth, nose and chin, and the pale light from the lantern only made the shadows dance. The room he was in was filled with pipes, each pipe dripping with black, nasty liquid. The walls had slime oozing down them, and there were rats scurrying across the floor, their eyes glinting in the darkness. Insects crawled and buzzed on the damp surfaces, increasing the atmosphere of discomfort. Despite the abominable dirt and the sense of horror that threatened to overcome him, however, Brevis bravely scanned the room with a quaking heart, one half fearing, one half hoping. Then he made out his friend's figure standing beside one of the larger sewer pipes, some distance away through the darkness. Kieran. All thoughts of the filth and the stench vanished as Brevis ran to his friend, relief flooding through him. He embraced Kieran tightly, his emotions a tangled mess of gratitude, sorrow, and desperation. For a moment the world felt right again, anchored by the presence of someone he trusted implicitly. Kieran, sensing the turmoil within Brevis, held him close for a few seconds longer before pulling back slightly. "Brevis, what's happened? You look like you've seen a ghost." Brevis took a shaky breath, his mind racing with the gravity of the news he had to share. "Kieran, I have something to tell you. It's about Kofar." Kieran's expression shifted from concern to apprehension. "What about Kofar? He's been missing, and we've been worried sick." Brevis felt his heart clench painfully as he struggled to find the right words. "Kieran, Kofar. He's gone. I had to." The weight of his emotions threatened to overwhelm him, but he knew he had to stay strong for Kieran and for the mission ahead. With a deep breath, Brevis began to recount the horrible events that had led to Kofar's death, hoping that Kieran would understand and forgive him. Kieran's face went pale as Brevis recounted the brutal events leading to Kofar's death. His eyes filled with tears of grief and anger, but he kept his focus on Brevis, understanding the immense burden his friend now carried. "Brevis, I'm so sorry you had to go through that," Kieran said softly, his voice tinged with sorrow. "But I promise you this will be worth it. We must move forward, and quickly." Taking a deep breath, Kieran shifted his focus. "How are things progressing with finding a time to slip the poison to General Oleaceae?" Brevis shook his head in frustration. "It's been impossible to predict when and where the general will be eating. He's too unpredictable. But there's one thing I have control over, his physical exam. I think I can slip the poison then." Kieran's expression turned serious as they weighed the risks. "It's dangerous, Brevis. If you're found out." Brevis nodded. "I know the risks, Kieran, but it's the best plan we have. Once the attack takes place, there's little chance I can stay in the palace anyway. I'll need to escape." They both fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Brevis spoke up again, his voice resolute. "We'll use the underground waterways. Once the mission is complete, I'll make my way out through here. From there, I can join the rebellion in the caves of Mount Lapis." Kieran placed a hand on Brevis's shoulder, his grip firm and reassuring. "We'll be ready for you, Brevis. Just get through this, and we'll make sure you have a place with us. The rebellion needs you." As Brevis turned to leave, Kieran's voice stopped him. "Brevis, there's something else. You must be Imus now. The rebellion needs a leader, and there's no one else who can do it. It's what Kofar would have wanted." Brevis felt a new weight settle on his shoulders, but it was tempered by a sense of purpose. He nodded solemnly, understanding the responsibility that had just been placed upon him. "I won't let you down, Kieran. I won't let Kofar down." With a final embrace, they parted ways, each carrying the weight of the rebellion on their shoulders, but also the hope of a brighter future. Brevis worked quickly to schedule a physical exam with General Oleaceae. He knew that convincing the general to undergo a comprehensive checkup, including blood work, was essential to the plan. "It's just to ensure there are no early signs of the Mechadon virus returning," Brevis had explained, referencing the illness that had once nearly crippled Oleaceae. Finally, General Oleaceae agreed to the physical exam. Brevis sent out his coded communication to alert the rebels, and the date and time was set. They would give him a few minutes to ensure he could deliver the poison, and then detonate the explosives to destroy the factory. The ensuing chaos would provide the distraction needed for Brevis to make his way to the waterways and escape. The response from Kieran came swiftly, decoded to reveal a simple but urgent acknowledgement. The rebellion was ready, the attack on the virus production facility, and the assassination of Dr. Valerius synchronized with Brevis's actions. They couldn't afford any missteps. As the day of the exam approached, Brevis went over the plan repeatedly in his mind. He meticulously prepared the syringe, which contained a concentrated poison designed to cause rapid paralysis and death. The plan was simple but risky. While preparing to draw blood from the general, Brevis would instead inject the poison. The general would die quietly on the examination table, and Brevis would use the chaos of the explosions to make his escape to the underground catacombs, where Kieran and the rebellion would be waiting. Brevis's thoughts were a whirlwind of anxiety and determination. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. The stakes were too high, and this was their last chance to strike a decisive blow against the Nymphaea regime. He kept replaying the events of Kofar's death in his mind, the weight of that moment fueling his resolve. Kieran's words echoed in his ears. "You must be Imus now." This was it, the culmination of their efforts, the moment that could change everything. Brevis prepared himself for what was to come. The rebellion's hope, Kofar's legacy, and his sister Ravina's memory, all depended on his success. The day of General Elatis's exam had arrived, and Brevis found himself alone in the examination room, his mind a maelstrom of thoughts and emotions. He nervously arranged his medical instruments on the tray, each one in its precise place, while rehearsing the plan in his mind. The syringe containing the lethal poison lay concealed among the legitimate medical tools, ready for the crucial moment. His heart pounded in his chest, and he could feel the anxiety building with each passing second. Brevis took deep breaths, trying to calm his nerves. He had to focus. He couldn't afford any mistakes. The door creaked open, and General Oleaceae entered the room, his imposing presence immediately filling the space. Brevis straightened, summoning his courage and maintaining a facade of calm professionalism. But before he could even begin the examination, Oleaceae spoke, his voice gruff and impatient. "There's been a slight change of plans, Brevis. I'm very busy today, and have invited the king to discuss some important military matters during the exam." Brevis's heart skipped a beat as King Dominaeus followed the general into the room, a sinister smile playing on his lips. What? Brevis's mind reeled. With the king present, there would be no telling how many extra aides and attendants might be just outside the door. And with the king standing right there, how could he discreetly administer the poison? He swallowed hard, his mind racing for a solution. Within the next few minutes, explosions would signal the attack, and all chances of assassination would be lost. Not to mention, there seemed to be no viable escape route now. Brevis's thoughts churned as he desperately searched for a way to adapt the plan on the fly. General Elatus lay back on the examination table, already discussing strategic matters with the king. Brevis moved mechanically, his mind split between listening to their conversation and strategizing his next move. He needed to act quickly and decisively. As he prepared the instruments, he realized he might need to create a diversion or find another way to eliminate the general without drawing immediate attention. Perhaps he could feign an urgent call from a servant or use the tools at hand to create an unexpected distraction. He would need to seize the moment when the king's attention wavered, however briefly. Brevis knew that whatever he decided, he had to act fast. The rebellion's success and his own survival depended on it. He took a deep breath, steadied his hands, and prepared to improvise as best as he could. Archive Index Number 032, Fight and Flight. Administering the poison to General Elatus was impossible enough without King Dominaeus tracking Brevis's every movement. As the examination began, Brevis fought to suppress his racing pulse, knowing a single slipped finger would mean his life. "Think, Brevis, think. You can't simply inject the poison now. The king is watching now, and what happens after? Too much risk. Maybe you can incapacitate the king? No, I wouldn't be able to do that first and still use the poison on the general. Should I feign a medical emergency? No, that might draw more attention. Aline, help me. There has to be a way." As Brevis moved methodically, he felt the weight of his responsibility bearing down on him. His hands worked on autopilot, his mind darting from one desperate idea to the next. He knew he couldn't afford any hesitation or mistakes. His movements needed to be smooth, natural. "General Elatus," Brevis said, his voice steady despite his inner turmoil, "I'll need to draw some blood to complete your examination. If you could just relax your arm for a moment." General Elatus complied, his gaze piercing. Brevis prepared the needle, hands steady though his thoughts were anything but. As he began to draw blood, he imagined scenarios where he could use this moment to inject the poison. The idea of switching syringes midway fluttered across his mind, but the risk of being caught in the act made his stomach clench. Just as Brevis was about to make a decision, a knock at the door shattered his concentration. His heart skipped a beat as he glanced toward the entrance, trying to mask his unease. The door swung open, and Darek stepped in, his presence filling the room with a chilling authority. "Divine Sovereign, I have urgent news," Darek announced, his eyes flicking over to Brevis with a hint of curiosity and suspicion. "You might also be interested in this, Brevis. The rebel cell in Leafshade Village has been found via a captured operative. I've always felt the rebel swill in your hometown have been quite a nuisance, wouldn't you agree? I've just come from an interrogation. They will be brought to justice today." Panic surged through Brevis, crashing against his resolve. Leora, the thought of her being captured, tortured, or worse, was unbearable. His mind raced faster, the stakes now higher than ever. He had to act quickly, but the plan to poison the general seemed impossible now. He gripped the syringe tightly, feeling the cold metal against his skin as his heart pounded in his chest. Desperation and rage welled up inside him, pushing him towards a drastic and irreversible decision. Rage swelled within Brevis as memories of Darek flooded his mind. Darek had been the oppressive taskmaster who dealt harshly with his family in Leafshade, making their lives a constant struggle as they transported animals to the Nymphaea. He was the one who ended the Caravan, severing Brevis's precious connection to his family while he lived in Pyre. For Aline's sake, it might well have been Darek who administered the virus in Leafshade that murdered Ravina. Brevis's hands clenched into fists at his sides as he thought of Darek, the embodiment of all his hatred and disgust. I cannot, will not allow this putrid excuse for a Virmak to harm Leora. His love for her, his desire for justice, and his overwhelming need to end Darek's reign of terror surged through him like wildfire. The room seemed to close in around Brevis, his vision narrowing until all he could see was Darek's smug, condescending face. His mind, once racing with scenarios and possibilities, now focused on one singular purpose: to end Darek. Without another thought, Brevis lunged forward, his movements driven by pure instinct and rage. The syringe, still in his hand, found its mark in Darek's neck. Brevis pumped the full dose of poison into Darek's veins. It was with savage, momentary satisfaction that Brevis saw the look of shock and fear in Darek's eyes, justification for all the suffering Darek had caused him. The feeling was brief, however, as Brevis turned back. King Dominea shouted for the guards, trembling with fear. The scene around him was complete chaos. General Elatus reacted in the way of a skilled champion and advanced on Brevis. In a moment of quick thinking, Brevis barred the door. It shuddered with the guards outside battering it in an attempt to gain entry. Brevis could feel the throbbing pulse of the adrenaline coursing through his body. There was no turning back now. He had crossed a line. The only way out was through. Darek collapsed to the floor, face down, mouth agape, eyes large in shock. Brevis turned to face General Elatus, now a swirling cloud of rage, battle ready, heart clear, intent firm. King Dominea stood sweating with fear in the rear corner of the room. In front of him stood General Elatus, his arm bleeding and half undressed. It was noisy outside the barred door, but the three Virmak were silent inside the room. Brevis found himself facing General Elatus, his breathing rapid, his heart racing. The anger in his eyes intensified. General Elatus saw that the needle was still stuck in his arm. He yanked out the needle, and with a clang, the needle hit the floor as he tossed it aside. He looked at Brevis with contempt and said in a poisonous voice, "How dare you? I trusted you. I should have known that an Oleaceae dog would return to its vomit. Now you will die for your treachery." Brevis squared his shoulders against the approaching tide of the general's rage, stared into the man's eyes, and said, "The Oleaceae will be free. The genocide ends today, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." General Elatus's lip curled in disdain. "Ah, so you have discovered the truth," he said scornfully. "How clever of you. We should have just killed you and your people openly. Now, you die by my hand, and I will see to it that your family sees your dismembered body before they are killed." These words hit Brevis like a punch in the gut, but it only added fire to the hatred he felt for the Nymphaea and the love he felt for his own people. He would fight with everything he had. No more words were spoken. In one complete motion, both Brevis and General Elatus lunged at each other, throaty battle cries escaping each mouth. The clash was brutal and immediate. Brevis knew he fought not only for his own life, but for the memories of all those he had lost, and the future of all he fought for. Another soldier might have been at a disadvantage, but General Elatus was a well-trained warrior, formidable despite the absence of his vine sword and half disrobed. His extensive combat experience was evident in every motion. The room was one frustrated mass of violence. Shouts from guards outside added to the noise of the struggle. King Dominius watched in terror, his cowardice laid bare as he huddled in the corner, praying for a miracle. With every ounce of strength he possessed, Brevis fought on, determined to see justice served. Elatus, a seasoned warrior, moved with lethal precision and strength. Each blow he delivered pushed Brevis closer to the edge of exhaustion. Brevis, though determined, struggled to keep up with the relentless assault. General Elatus aimed a series of powerful strikes at Brevis, who could barely fend them off. The weight of each blow sent shockwaves through Brevis's body, his muscles straining to hold his ground. If not for his upgraded body armor plates, Brevis might have been subdued much more quickly. The cold, calculated eyes of Elatus bore into him, radiating contempt and confidence. Brevis knew he was outmatched, but he couldn't afford to give up now. Brevis knew he had to act fast. As General Elatus moved in, Brevis activated the hidden spike mechanism in his arm. The sharp metal point sprang out, aimed at the general's exposed side. However, Elatus was quicker than Brevis anticipated. With a snarl, he twisted his body, deflecting the strike. The spike scraped against his armor. Then with a brutal motion, Elatus grabbed Brevis's arm, his grip like iron. He snapped the mechanism with a sickening crack. "You'll have to do better than that, boy," Elatus sneered, tossing the broken piece aside. "Did you think some petty trick would work on me? I've faced warriors who could crush you with a glance." He laughed, a harsh, grating sound, his confidence visibly growing with each passing moment. "You're nothing but a flea, and I am the boot that will squash you." His pride swelled, blinding him to the desperation in Brevis's eyes, and the careful positioning of the medical drawers behind him. Oleaceae lunged forward, aiming a savage punch at Brevis's jaw. Brevis managed to duck just in time, feeling the rush of air as the fist grazed past his ear. He countered with a wild swing, but Oleaceae easily parried and retaliated with a kick to Brevis's midsection. The impact sent Brevis staggering back, struggling to stay upright. With each passing moment, Brevis's movements grew more desperate. He dodged and blocked as best as he could, but the general's expertise was overwhelming. Brevis's vision blurred slightly from the pain and exertion, but through the haze, he saw his only chance, the drawer that contained the scalpels. Mustering every ounce of strength, Brevis feigned a stumble, backing toward the drawer. Oleaceae, sensing victory, smirked and closed the distance, ready to deliver the final blow. Brevis's fingers brushed the handle of the drawer, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the general's presence looming over him, ready to strike. Just as Oleaceae raised his fist to bring it down on Brevis, Brevis yanked the drawer open and grabbed a scalpel. In one fluid motion, driven by sheer instinct and desperation, he plunged the scalpel into the general's throat. The blade sliced through flesh and muscle, a spray of blood marking the fatal wound. General Oleaceae's eyes widened in shock and pain as he stumbled back, his hands clutching his neck. Blood flowed freely, staining his uniform and splattering onto the floor. He tried to speak, but only a gurgling sound escaped his lips. Brevis watched, panting heavily, as the life drained from the general's eyes. Oleaceae collapsed to the ground, the fight drained from his body. Brevis stood over him, scalpel still clutched tightly in his hand, his chest heaving with exertion. The room fell eerily silent, the chaos subsiding as the realization of his victory sank in. Brevis had done the unthinkable. He had slain one of the most powerful figures in the Nymphaea military. Brevis stood amidst the aftermath of the brutal battle, his breath ragged as he surveyed the scene. Darek lay on the ground, paralyzed, but not yet dead from the poison coursing through his veins. General Oleaceae was sprawled in a pool of his own blood, the life draining from his body with each passing moment. The sight of his enemy's impending demise brought a grim satisfaction to Brevis. Brevis himself was a sight to behold, covered in the general's blood, his clothes stained and his face smeared with crimson. He could feel the weight of his actions pressing down on him, but there was no time to dwell on it now. His gaze shifted to King Dominaeus, who cowered in the corner, eyes wide with terror. Brevis took a step forward, his voice steady and commanding. "This ends now," he declared, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "The Oleaceae will be free. Your reign of terror is over. For every drop of blood you've spilled, justice will be served. The genocide ends today." He looked each of them in the eye, ensuring they understood the gravity of his words. "You may have thought you could break us, but you were wrong. We will rise, stronger and more united than ever, and the world will remember that on this day, the oppressed stood up against their oppressors and fought for their freedom." Brevis's words hung in the air, a powerful testament to the unyielding spirit of his people. As the general took his final, labored breaths, and Darek lay paralyzed in his own defeat, Brevis knew that this was only the beginning. The real fight was far from over. But with this victory, the tides had begun to turn in favor of the rebellion. Brevis turned his attention to King Dominaeus, whose demeanor had shifted from haughty ruler to desperate man. The king's eyes were wide with fear, and his voice trembled as he began to plead for his life, offering wealth, power, and anything Brevis could desire in exchange for his mercy. "Please, spare me. I can give you anything you want. Land, gold, titles. Just let me live," King Dominaeus begged, his tone dripping with desperation. Brevis silenced him with a steely glare. "I'm getting out of here, and you're coming with me," he stated firmly. There was no room for negotiation or mercy in his voice. He knew what needed to be done. He picked up Darek's vine sword, feeling its familiar weight in his hand. The blade that had taken Kofar's life was now his tool for escape. A flashback of that fateful moment surged through his mind, Kofar's eyes, filled with a mixture of pain and resolve. Then the words he spoke to Brevis before moving into the palace echoed in Brevis's thoughts. "The rebels will see the Oleaceae free from oppression. Like a pack of Farafang, we fight together." But there was no time for reminiscing. Brevis pulled King Dominaeus to his feet, grabbing him around the neck with a firm grip. The king's body trembled under Brevis's hold, fear evident in every fiber of his being, despite the king's significantly greater size. Brevis banged on the door loudly, his voice commanding as he shouted, "I have the king hostage, and I am coming out. Stand back." The commotion outside the door ceased momentarily as the guards processed his words. Brevis tightened his grip on the sword, his mind focused on the next steps. He knew this was just the beginning of his escape, but with the king as his leverage, he had a fighting chance. Archive Index number 033, Escape. Brevis stepped slowly from the exam room, his fingers tight on the hilt of the sword at the king's throat. The king stumbled ahead. His eyes were wide, and fear was etched onto his face. Brevis's eyes blazed, like a wild animal that had found its prey. The energy that came from Brevis was all primal force. It filled the air with violence. The blade was tight enough to the king's neck that blood had started to trickle down. "Order them to stand back," growled Brevis, in a low, dangerous voice. The horror in the king's face was clear, and his voice quavered. "Stand back!" he shouted at the guards, who took a small step back but kept their weapons drawn. One of the guards, a senior officer from the look of his uniform, moved forward cautiously. He called out to Brevis, "Stay calm, there's no way for you to succeed. You need to stand down." At that moment the rumble of a distant explosion rocked the palace, and the guards looked around in bewilderment. Brevis laughed scornfully. "Now you can see that what has been started cannot be stopped. Why don't you ask the men in there how I can succeed?" He was gesturing back toward the room behind them. "You'll see how serious I am when I say I will slit the king's throat if you get too close." The guards exchanged anxious glances, weapons raised, but no one moving. Brevis inched his way to the servants' quarters, always keeping the king between him and the guards. Every step was calculated, every movement deliberate, the tension mounting with every second that passed. When they came to the staircase, Brevis turned and shot a warning look at the guards. "Don't follow," he warned, the threat implicit in his tone. He began to descend, his grip on the sword never wavering. At the bottom of the steps, where the guards were out of earshot, Brevis stood and faced King Dominaeus one last time. "You and your kind have oppressed my people for too long," he said, his voice steady, cold, and controlled. "You have taken our freedom, our lives, and our hope. Today, we reclaim our future. I could kill you where you stand, for the part you played in the genocide of my people, but remember that today I choose mercy. I may not choose mercy again." With that, Brevis turned and ran into the shadows of the sewage system. He heard the king trembling behind him. Brevis was running now, running as fast as he could. The dark and dank tunnel stretched on for what felt like forever before him, as the rhythm of his heartbeat in his chest echoed off the stone walls. His stomach churning, his moves frantic, he lost himself in the maze of pipes, hoping to find a friendly face. Finally he saw them. The troop of rebel fighters turned, and their eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of Brevis. For a fraction of a moment, Brevis breathed in relief. "I wasn't able to get away discreetly," Brevis panted, his voice urgent. "Surely the guards won't be far behind. We must hurry." Kieran nodded, grim but determined. They began the scramble through the great pipes, their group falling easily into a working rhythm even as they rushed. Brevis quickly related what was happening, his words coming out in gulps and stumbles. "They know of the location of the Leafshade rebel cell," Brevis said, panic threading through his voice. "We must warn Leora. They won't be safe for much longer." Kieran's eyes widened, and he scrambled to call for the fastest message bird. "We need to warn her before it's too late," he shouted, and the sound reverberated around him, echoing off the pipe walls. They sped through the pipes, spurred on by the gravity of the situation. The sound of the cramped passageways was magnified. Brevis's mind raced with thoughts of Leora and the others in Leafshade, their lives hanging in the balance. Behind them, the echo of footsteps was becoming more distinct with every passing second. The soldiers were gaining. A feeling of fear tightened like icy hands upon his heart, but Brevis forced himself to ignore it and concentrated on the road ahead. "Keep moving," Kieran urged, his voice keeping the fear at bay even as they progressed deeper into the darkness, the rebels pressing on undeterred. At last they reached the mouth of the pipes, past the wall of Pyre, and a dim light, the sinking sun, fell upon the opening. But the guards' voices and footsteps were louder and echoed more in the tunnels. They fled, terrified, from the supernatural chill, from the shadows, which deepened and twisted themselves into monstrous shapes. They heard the low, hoarse growl of something that was not an animal at all. The Magi of Shadows had joined the chase. Darkness and evil surrounded them like a fog. It was as though the shadows were preparing to consume them whole. Kieran turned to Brevis. His face took on an expression of grim acceptance. "We've prepared for this too." He raised his signal weapon, and down the pipe he fired, the flare lighting up the tunnel as it went. The soldiers were already upon them, and now they could not only be heard but also seen, the rage in their eyes spurring them on. The signal detonated a moment later, accompanied by a sound much louder than Brevis had anticipated, shaking the ground like an earthquake. "Quickly now!" Kieran yelled, the signal drowning out his words, as they jumped for the exit, rolling and twisting onto the fresh ground. As they reached the open air of evening with a noise of thunder, the pipe behind them collapsed, tearing and smashing the soldiers with it. The tunnel behind them was completely closed off, so that no one could follow them, or return. It was indeed their last stand. Like a bolt of lightning, the message bird flew away the moment they emerged, as though it understood the urgency of its task. It soon faded against the twilight, taking with it the vital warning that could mean life or death for Leora and the Leafshade rebels. The mountain was ahead, a shadow of hope. Without pause they ran towards the trees, never slowing, their hearts pounding in their ears. The freedom of the wilderness encouraged the rebels, but they knew they needed to press on to the safety of the caverns. As they got further into the wilderness, the fear of being chased began to fade. The thick woods had a calming effect, and the undergrowth and darkness provided cover for them as they traveled through the night. The rebels' journey to the caverns was long and arduous, straining their bodies to the limit. They were all overjoyed, proud of what they had accomplished. They knew that they had not only destroyed the Nymphaea's virus production facility, but had also terminated their primary leaders, severely limiting their ability to commit further atrocities. Though the day had been won, there was also an undercurrent of fear. Had Leora and the Leafshade rebel cell been warned in time? Brevis walked on beside Kieran, his breath heavy, his body sluggish. "Do you think the message bird will reach Leora in time?" His voice was faint. Kieran looked back at him with understanding in his eyes. "We have to trust that it will. There's nothing more we can do right now except keep moving forward." Brevis nodded, though fear lingered in his heart. "We've come so far," he murmured. "But what if it's too late?" "We can't afford to think that way," Kieran told him firmly. "We've dealt an important blow to the Nymphaea today. It's something we have to hold on to. And as for Leora and the others, they've been trained. They know how to hide and defend themselves." Brevis could feel the weight of the entire day's events strapped across his back like a mechadon. But he pressed on anyway. "I'm worried about what comes next," he said. "Without the secret entrance into the city, our operations will be much harder. And we still have so much to do." Kieran laid a hand on Brevis's shoulder. "We'll figure something out," he said. "We always do. This isn't the end. It's just another challenge we have to overcome. We're stronger now, and we have each other. That counts for a lot." Brevis managed a half smile and nodded, grateful for Kieran's voice of reason. "You're right. We'll find a way." At dawn, Brevis and the other rebels saw the herd of caprimets. The herd grazed undisturbed and oblivious as to what had happened only a few hours earlier. They reached the entrance to the rebel caverns. Brevis let out a sigh of relief. They had made it. Their re-entry into the cave was met with the faces of other Oleaceae rebels, who had also taken refuge there. They greeted the weary travelers with smiles and hugs, and murmured words of disbelief that they were alive and back. The reunion was bittersweet, filled with the weight of their shared burdens and the possibilities of the future they had forged. Finally they could rest, although the knowledge that they were still waiting for news from Leafshade hung over them like a cloud. Brevis had found a small, comfortable nook in the cavern but was already beginning to feel exhausted from the day's events. He turned his head and looked around the dark, gloomy space that would soon be his home. He started to think about the future. Would the Oleaceae ever be free? And how would Leafshade and his family fare? Would there come a day when Leafshade would no longer be oppressed by the rule of the Nymphaea? Or would his family need to find a new place to live? Though Brevis had entertained the possibility of having a family of his own one day, was the cave really the place he wanted his children to grow up? It was a disturbing thought. Then his thoughts turned to Leora. He couldn't imagine living the rest of his life with anyone but her. She brought warmth to a world that had grown cold. In the quiet, Brevis found himself praying to Aline again. The first time in a long time. "Aline, please keep her safe," he whispered, his words carrying the weight of his deepest hopes and fears. Brevis thought of Aline, goddess of love, peace, and justice. He had learned to believe in Aline as a child, the one God who made the whole world and was guiding and directing all lives according to her divine wisdom. His mother, Amara, had raised him and his sister Ravina to be faithful to Aline. He had often heard his mother tell of how their people had been shaped by her goodness and the miracles that were part of the history of their people. As Brevis grew up at Leafshade Village, he came to feel the presence of Aline in the flowers, trees, and animals of the Agria forest. The teachings of Aline were found in every aspect of life for the Oleaceae tribe. The idea that Aline could take the worst of circumstances and turn it to light and goodness had been a foundation of his upbringing. Yet here he was, dealing with everything he was going through, and he still could not figure out if it was truly her plan all along. As a youth, Brevis had always sensed that Aline had his future planned. He could not see the path laid out before him, but he had been confident that Aline would provide for him. He thought back to a time in his youth when his faith was tested, and Aline had come through for him. The village, having short rations that winter, feared they would not survive the winter after their food source, the caprimet herd, were scattered by a winter storm. Brevis, terrified and freezing, had gone out into the woods to pray to Aline. The cold had penetrated him to the bone, and the icy wind had stung his eyes. He knelt by the roots of an ancient tree and prayed for a miracle, realizing that the tree was a symbol of Aline's presence. "Aline, please help us," he had whispered, his breath forming icy clouds in the frigid air. "Show us the way to save our village." After hours of praying, he felt a peace come over him, as if Aline had wrapped him in her arms. Inspired, he stepped through the thin trail in the freshly fallen snow, deeper into the forest than he had ever gone by himself. To his delight, he found a sheltered grove, where the herd of Capramet had taken refuge from the storm. They would provide the village with plenty of milk to consume through the winter. Brevis had rushed back to Leafshade and brought the villagers to this grove, convinced that it was a sign his prayers had been heard by Aline and that she had answered them. It had given him a deep belief that in their darkest hour, Aline would guide them to safety. Now, in the rebel caves, contemplating the long road that had brought him to this place, it was hard to see the whole picture of Aline's plan. He wondered if the loss of his sister, the deception he participated in, and the violence he had inflicted were all part of some greater purpose. But it was in that silence that Brevis found his faith once more, praying a silent prayer of hope and uncertainty. "Aline, guide us through these troubled times," he whispered. "Help us find the light in this darkness, and bring justice to our people." Brevis sat there in deep meditation. The prayers he prayed to Aline flowed freely. When he felt the prayer had come to its end, Brevis relaxed for the first time in a long while, though the source of this peace was not his situation. Knowing that Aline was in control, his concern disappeared, leaving him with a blissful sense of purpose. At that moment, Brevis craved a breath of fresh air. The day was nearly over and he wanted to see the sun once more before going to sleep. Rising, he went to the mouth of the cave, where the earthy smell of the caverns was replaced by the fresh air from outside. He stepped outside into the last warmth of day and closed his eyes, gathering the sunlight so that it fed him and warmed him right to his bones. For the first time in what seemed to be forever, he felt at ease, his worries gone, with purpose to serve something much bigger than himself. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Brevis?" Then he saw Leora's face. His heart stopped and began to race all at once. She was here, and so were the other Leafshade rebels, who had received the warning in time and made it to the caves of Mount Lapis. The sight of her filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy and relief. "Leora!" Brevis called out, running toward her. She ran and met him halfway, and they embraced, holding on as if afraid to let go. The other rebels drifted toward them, grinning, tears of relief and triumph shining on their faces. The reunion was heartwarming and joyous, a moment of pure happiness amidst the chaos of their lives. Leora pulled back a little and looked over every part of his face. "We got the warning just in time," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "We made it, Brevis." Brevis nodded. "I was so worried," he said with tears in his eyes and choking up. I thought I might never see you again." Leora cradled his face in her hands. "We're here now," she said, warm and fierce. "We're safe, and we'll keep fighting, together." The other rebels joined in the embrace, the bond of brotherhood unbreakable. It was as though all the hardships of the past days were dissolving before this new sense of togetherness. As the sun began to set, a golden hue began to cover the horizon, and Brevis began to feel at peace. In that moment, with the sun shining down and the love of his friends beside him, he knew that Aline had been guiding him all along. Together, they would continue their fight for freedom, united in their vision of tomorrow. Archive Index number 034, The Beginning. In the days that followed the rebel attack, the Nymphaea's might was put on display. Military patrols significantly increased, with armored guards marching through the streets of Pyre in strict formation. The city gate was locked down, restricting passage to only military personnel. As the heavy gates clanked shut, a sense of unease settled over the city like a dark cloud. The rebels knew they needed to lay low, biding their time before attempting any new operations. Amidst the tension, Brevis found solace in the rebel caverns. He set about making himself at home, constructing a simple but sturdy tent. The familiar tasks of building and organizing his space provided a welcome distraction from the chaos outside. Each morning, Brevis joined the healers, lending his skills to care for those injured or ill. The makeshift infirmary was filled with the scent of herbal poultices. Brevis moved through the patients with a gentle touch and a calming presence. "How are you feeling today, Navarra?" Brevis asked, adjusting the bandage on a young woman's arm. "Better, thanks to you," Navarra replied, managing a weak smile. "I heard about what you did." "You're a hero, Brevis." Brevis shook his head modestly. "Just doing what I can. We all have our parts to play." In the afternoons, Brevis found a different kind of healing. He began shepherding the Capramets with Leora. The routine brought a sense of normalcy and a connection to his roots of raising animals in Leafshade Village. He loved the excuse to spend time with Leora, their laughter echoing through the tunnels as they tended to the flock. "Do you remember how Ravina used to name each one of the Capramets?" Leora asked one evening. Her eyes twinkling with a mix of nostalgia and amusement. Brevis chuckled, nodding. She had names for every single one, and stories to match. "Sometimes I think she loved them more than us." "She would be proud of you," Leora said softly, her hand resting on his arm. We all are. Their conversations often drifted to lighter topics, providing a brief escape from the weight of their responsibilities. Yet, as they moved together among the Capromets, they shared silent understandings, strengthening their bond. These moments of reprieve were precious, allowing Brevis to gather strength for the challenges ahead. He knew that soon enough, they would need to resume their fight. But for now, in the heart of the rebel caverns, surrounded by allies and loved ones, Brevis found a fleeting sense of peace. The days passed, and the heightened alert of the Nymphaea began to subside, though it remained nearly impossible to gain access to Pyre. The city gates stayed tightly secured, permitting only military personnel. Despite these barriers, Brevis found a sense of relief knowing that there was no wall around Leafshade. This allowed him to begin rebuilding relationships with his and Leora's parents. Brevis often spent time with Leora, and each day, his affection for her deepened. They found moments of quiet and peace, often retreating to their favorite tree outside Leafshade. The tree, with its sprawling branches and shaded canopy, had become a sanctuary for them. It was here, one sunny afternoon, that Brevis felt an overwhelming surge of love and certainty. Leora, he began, his voice steady despite the fluttering in his chest. I can't imagine my life without you. We've been through so much together, and I know there's so much more ahead. Will you marry me? Leora's eyes sparkled with tears of joy. She placed her hand on Brevis's cheek and nodded. Yes, Brevis. I only wish you would have asked sooner. They kissed under the tree, the world around them momentarily forgotten. Brevis's heart swelled with happiness, yet he knew there was one gift he had to give Leora before their wedding. He wanted to rescue her family from the Nymphaea dungeon, and he believed he had found a way to make it happen. The next day, Brevis gathered Kieran and a few other trusted rebels in a secluded part of the caverns. He laid out his plan, speaking with a mixture of determination and hope. When the next military caravan sets out from Leafshade to Pyre, Brevis explained, a few of us can sneak under the caravan carts. The guards won't notice, and will be carried into the city by the military themselves. Kieran raised an eyebrow. It's risky, but with some careful planning, it could work. What do we do once we're inside? Brevis continued, we'll use poison darts to quietly and quickly disable the guards. Once the prisoners are free, Caravan riders can fly over the wall and carry everyone to safety. This kind of mission is unlikely to work twice, but I can't think of a better reason to do it than to free our people from bondage. The rebels exchanged determined glances, ready to take on the challenge. Kieran placed a hand on Brevis's shoulder. For Leora and her family, and for all of us. Brevis nodded. They had the element of surprise, and with careful execution, they could turn this daring plan into a reality. The day of the mission arrived, brimming with quiet anticipation. As the military caravan rolled out from Leafshade to Pyre, Brevis and the rebels, concealed beneath the carts, held their breath. Each jolt and lurch brought them closer to the heart of enemy territory. Once inside the city, they stealthily slipped out from under the carts, moving with practiced precision. The plan unfolded perfectly. Poison darts silently took down guards, and the rebels navigated the prison's corridors swiftly. The prisoners, worn but hopeful, emerged from their cells, blinking in the dim light. Brevis led them to the rendezvous point, and the Caravan riders swooped down quickly to gather their new passengers. As they took flight again, the sound of alarm bells began to echo through the city. The military had just discovered the jailbreak, but it was too late. The Caravans soared over the walls of Pyre, their passengers clinging tightly to their backs. The Caravans dipped low over the forest, dropping off the rebels and prisoners in the densest part of the woods before veering away to misdirect any potential pursuers. Immediately, a number of Caravans and Nocturnus riders gave chase, hot on their trail. As the rebels and prisoners landed, a wave of relief washed over everyone. They had succeeded. The misdirection worked, and in the darkness of the forest, the Nymphaea military couldn't see the rebels escaping on foot into the thick underbrush. The Caravans and Nocturnus continued to follow the riderless rebel Caravans, their riders unaware that their prey had slipped through their fingers. Brevis watched as Leora ran towards a small group of prisoners, her eyes alight with joy. Uncle Thorn, Aunt Celine, and their children, Iris and Kale, stood there, their faces etched with years of hardship, but glowing with gratitude. Leora, Thorn called out, his voice cracking with emotion. Uncle Thorn, Aunt Celine, Leora cried as she rushed into their arms, tears streaming down her face. Celine embraced her niece tightly. We never lost hope. We knew Aline would guide you to us. Iris and Kale, both weary but smiling, clung to Leora. We believed in you, Leora, Iris whispered. Every night, we prayed for this day. Brevis approached, watching the reunion with a lump in his throat. Leora turned to him, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Brevis, you did it. You brought them back to me. We did it, Brevis corrected, placing a hand on her shoulder. Together, the prisoners, though exhausted and worn from years of imprisonment, found strength in their renewed hope. The trust they had placed in Aline had not wavered, and now, surrounded by family and friends, they felt the promise of a new beginning. Brevis treasured these moments in his heart, rekindling his faith anew in Aline and her plan for his life. As they made their way back to the rebel caverns, the forest echoed with their laughter and voices, a testament to their resilience and unity. Brevis felt a profound sense of fulfillment, knowing they had taken a significant step towards freedom. On the day of the wedding, the sun was shining and the forest was golden from the rays breaking through the trees. The rebels had found a beautiful glade in the midst of the woods for the occasion. Garlands of wildflowers and green foliage hung from the boughs, and lanterns made of slender leaves and petals swayed gently in the breeze, casting a warm, ethereal light. The center of the grove was graced by a humble stone altar, upon which the flowers and symbols of the Oleaceae tribe were spread. This was where Brevis found himself, both thrilled and frightened. Kieran, to his side, smiled up at him, his presence a steadfast reminder of their enduring friendship. Uncle Thalor stood behind the altar, with his wise eyes and gentle presence, waiting to conduct the ceremony. They fell silent when Leora entered the clearing at the edge of the grove. She was a vision of beauty, and wore her dress made from small white flowers that caressed her like a soft dissolving fog. The petals seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, accentuating the colorful blooms of her natural headdress. She walked gracefully, all the while watching Brevis with keen eyes. Brevis could hear his own breath catching in his throat, and his heart beating hard with love, and with the thrill of her passing through the crowd. His thoughts were a whirlwind of memories and dreams. Leora's eyes were bright, clear like the sky after rain, glimmering with happy tears. Her smile was full of promise. Leora walked down the aisle to Brevis with her father beside her. He beamed, eyes shining, perfectly happy and blessed at the wonderful union he was witnessing. When Leora finally reached the altar, Brevis held her hands. Uncle Thalor's voice rang calm and beautiful. "We gather here today," Thalor began, "to celebrate the union of Brevis and Leora. In their love we find a beacon of hope, a symbol of our strength and resilience." The wedding ritual of the Oleaceae tribe was a holy ceremony, centered around their unwavering faith in Aline, the one true goddess. The grove, adorned with wildflowers and symbols of the Oleaceae tribe, became a sacred space where their love story unfolded. Uncle Thalor continued speaking, with gentle, wise eyes full of experience, joining the couple with his words of love, unity, and divine direction. The ceremony began with prayer to Aline. The prayer thanked Aline for her love, without conditions, for Brevis and Leora, and for their bond. The Oleaceae see marriage as a reflection of Aline's love for her people, and consider it a sacred union, linked to her love for all that she has created. It is a union blessed by Aline, as a manifestation of balance and harmony she desired for the world. Uncle Thalor reminded the community of the gift of free will from Aline, and that love is a choice. It is a choice that brings beauty and strength to the community. He assured them Brevis and Leora's marriage was not just a union of two people, but a joining of two souls, under the watchful gaze of Aline. Brevis and Leora then made vows not only to love and cherish one another, but also to love and commit to Aline. They promised to honor the principles of kindness and humility she represented, to follow her guidance in all matters of their life together, and to hope for her intercession and blessing. Their promises were followed with prayer, and they were blessed. In every word, their faith was recognized. The ceremony included symbolic acts that represented Aline's presence and blessings. Olive branches, representing peace and resilience, were woven into a circle, symbolizing the eternal nature of their love and Aline's unending support. They then washed their hands with water from a nearby spring that stood for a new beginning and divine cleansing. Brevis and Leora sealed their promise with a kiss. At that moment, cheers arose from the grove, not just celebrating the bond between Brevis and Leora, but also the bond between so many of their faith. The celebration and all the accompanying music, laughter, and dance were offered in tribute to Aline. Every song, every dance, every shared moment was an act of worship, an expression of gratitude for all the blessings and love that comes from her. Aline was present in everything that the Oleaceae did during the day. The Oleaceae people say she is always with them, guiding their steps and observing them with love, all the time. The wedding was seen not only as a union between Brevis and Leora, but also as reaffirmation of his people's faith and of Aline's love for her people. "Brevis," Leora whispered, her voice trembling with emotion, "I am so grateful for you. For your courage, your love, and your unwavering faith in us." "And I am grateful for you, Leora," Brevis replied, his voice choked with emotion. "You are my heart, my strength, and my future." Brevis and Leora were moving amongst the throng of friends and relatives, their faces beaming with smiles. It was a day of new beginnings, of love, and a new tomorrow. Then the festivities continued, as Brevis and Leora were completely enveloped by well-wishers. Leora's family were the first to greet them, overflowing with pride and happiness. "Leora, my dear," Uncle Thorne said, choking back his tears, We are so proud of you. You've shown such bravery and strength. And Brevis, he turned to the groom, you've given us back our family. We can never thank you enough. Welcome to the family, Brevis, Aunt Celine added, her eyes sparkling. You've made our Leora so happy, and for that we are forever grateful. Uncle Fowler stepped forward with a smile. Brevis, Leora, today we celebrate not just your union, but the hope you bring to all of us. Together you are stronger than ever. May your love light the way forward. Finally, Brevis's parents, Curat and Amara, approached their son and new daughter-in-law. Amara's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke. Brevis, my darling boy, you've made us so proud. Your courage and compassion know no bounds. And Leora, we are so blessed to have you as part of our family. Curat put a hand on Brevis's shoulders and said, You've achieved so much, son. But what makes us most proud is the man you've become. Your heart, your kindness, these are the true marks of greatness. Brevis squeezed Leora's hand and turned to face the crowd of family and friends. Thank you, all of you. Brevis's voice cracked as he fought back the tears. We couldn't have done this without your support and love. Together, we'll continue to fight for a future where everyone can be free. The sound of applause and cheers filled the grove. Together with the people most precious to them, Brevis and Leora gazed at each other and knew they had shared an indestructible bond of love and hope. As the celebration wound down, and the last of the lanterns flickered gently in the evening breeze, Brevis and Leora slipped away from the festivities to find a quiet spot beneath their favorite tree. The grove was now drenched in moonlight, like something out of a dream. Leora leaned into Brevis's embrace, her head resting on his shoulder. It's hard to believe how far we've come, she whispered, her voice filled with awe. From the chaos and fear of Pyre to this moment of joy and hope. Brevis nodded, glancing up at the branches overhead. We've come so far, Leora. There were times I thought we might not make it, but looking at you now, I know it was all worth it. Leora smiled, and one tear rolled down her cheek. I feel the same way, and I know that with Aline as our guide, we have the strength to carry on. They sat quietly together, thinking about all the things, big and small, they'd been through. They thought of the victories they had achieved, and the love that had sustained them through it all. The future stretched out before them, uncertain yet filled with possibilities. Squeezing Leora's hand, Brevis said, I promise you, Leora, we'll keep fighting for a better world. One day we'll raise our children in a place where they can be free, where they can run and play without fear. Leora's eyes glimmered with conviction. I believe in that future, Brevis, and I believe in us. Together we'll create a world where love and peace prevail. Brevis felt a sense of unwavering certainty. There is still a long way to go, and many battles ahead. But with you by my side, I know we can achieve anything. Aline is with us, and her light will guide our path. Leora leaned in, pressing a tender kiss to his lips. To our future, she whispered, her voice filled with hope. The night was fresh beneath the spreading branches. A road of difficulty lay ahead. Their people were still in chains. A shattered world needed to be rebuilt. This was a beginning, not an end. Looking out into the starlight, Brevis felt Aline's light guiding them forward. Archival reconstruction of origin, concluded. Data summary. Subject Brevis, ascension to leadership registered. Terminating playback stream. System pause. Queuing archive. The rescuer of Machrinath. Status. Stand by for next feed initialization. Beginning.